God dagen. Jeg hørte ikke han i hvert fall. Så litt på den.
Og her på lyd hadde lyden av, vet du. Neste nivå er 62, 80, og så bryter vi videre oppover. Fy faen, nå har jeg hentet over 100 000. Jeg hadde så vondt i magen i dag at jeg tror jeg skulle kaste opp. Jeg kødder ikke. Robert, jeg har faen meg blødd ut av ræva 3 dager. Og i dag så bare, boom! Hele byen ligger og så gull da. Alle signalgrupper som jeg så på i går, med flere 100 000 følgere, selg gull, selg gull, selg gull, selg gull, selg gull, teknisk selg, selg gull, selg gull, selg gull, hele går. Ta litt gevinst her, før jeg går inn igjen, eller bryter den videre nå. Han skal gå videre oppover da, men bare sånn kortsiktig trading liksom. Ja, han går videre oppover.
Hilde får ikke satt over penger.
Kødder du, eller?
Ja, det er feil.
Åh, så jævla dumt da. Nettet mitt er helt fucked. Åh, fy faen, så er det dollar. Videre. Nå har jeg hentet en 130 000. Jeg var minus med 300 000, altså. Da har du troa på gull, eller sånn?
Ja, det er sånn.
300 000 i minus! Men det er også med Nasdaq da. Men jeg kjøpte Nasdaq i går, så jeg fikk jo den rett i endetarmen i dag tidlig. Men vi sitter på den til 500, gjør vi ikke det? 3,5? Ja, vi sitter på den til 3,5.
Tror neste nivå som gulvet rører seg på 3,475. Bare han går oppover. Altså bare ikke kommer noe annet nå klokka, altså ISM, det klarer vel ikke å ødelegge dette her.
Nei, det tror jeg ikke.
Nå går euroen videre.
Remember, there's been this undercurrent of a debate about whether non-farm payrolls in the labor market report is really mismeasuring the deterioration. And you see that in these first prints versus revisions. Waller's talked about it. It's a little bit of indication here. And that's basically saying his argument makes hold sway or convince more people to come on his side of the argument. And, you know, maybe they missed the opportunity in July, but it certainly raises the odds that you get it in September. And that's why you're seeing the big moves.
Jeg ringer opp.
Gjør det, ha. Nei, men jeg vet at jeg er litt sånn smågæren. Jeg tar litt store bets av og til, men når jeg er sånn fundamentalt 100% sikker i noe, så er jeg skrudd sammen sånn at jeg er litt, jeg tar litt mye risk av og til når jeg føler at jeg har 100% rett. Det er sånn du tjener mye penger også, og det er sånn du taper mye penger også. Så jeg tradet opp en svær, jeg har tradet opp en del penger siste månedene, som dere har sett. Og så ligger alt til rette for at gull skal gå videre oppover, og da tok jeg litt sånn stor bet. Jeg anbefaler ingen å gjøre det, men jeg gjorde det. Så sitter jeg på litt informasjon som jeg sitter på litt informasjon på gull som hvis det stemmer da, så skal vi gå $300 mer opp. Ish, kanskje. Hvis det stemmer, det har jeg hørt.
Men det er kanskje jeg venter litt.
Jeg vil vente litt.
Men jeg får ikke følt på noe penger. PayPal, ikke noe.
Det kan være litt gevinstsikring her nå.
Because we did have things like PCE yesterday, which showed a stubborn rate of inflation.
Yeah, it's a really good and the unemployment rate.
Hallo. Ah.
Expectations. But he also said in press conference
Det ikke gå ned der nå.
Nei, men han må jo bryte 39, så og 62. Det er jo liksom, han gikk jo opp $50, så litt gevinstsikring er ikke så jævlig rart da.
Nei, men stopplåsene burde ha $4 mer.
Ja, hvis han bryter mer så.
Particularly around this trend with the revisions, you know, more accelerated than, say, what we've seen in terms of labor force participation, which you mentioned a minute ago. Down here again.
Nei, jeg sitter rolig. Jeg gidder ikke ta noe mer nå.
Stabilize while the demand rate doesn't stabilize, and that's still risk to the market.
Er det noe videre?
Ja, jeg ser.
Dollaren svekker seg. Dollaren svekker seg.
Ja. Faller den litt mer nå, så kjøper jeg tilbake på copy, for jeg tok akkurat og solgte jeg nesten på det jeg har på copy. Jeg føler den var, jeg traff bra der, altså. Fy faen, stakkars de som mistet konten sin for 2 dager siden. I helvete. Ja, det går bra. The stock market is not the economy. And the stock market is not even the S&P 500. It's really the S&P 7 or 6. Og nå sier han det jeg sier. BlackRock Portfolio, han sier at S&P er ikke mer enn indeks, det er mer S&P 7. Det vil si det Magnificent 7. Jeg har sagt det hele tiden. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor de gjør det sånn. Det fucker hele markedet. Jeg klager hver dag på greiene der. Bare S&P 500 isn't S&P 500 anymore, it's S&P 7. Det er jo helt riktig. Og det er BlackRock som sier det. Jeff Rosenberg. Ja, jeg tror det blir århundretets korreksjon, jeg. Og den gull kommer til å gå i all time ever high. Jeg vil bare ut av longene mine Nasdaq først. Jeg har vært short hele uka, og så i går så ramler jeg med 500 poeng fra topp, Robert. Så tenkte jeg, nå skal jeg kjøpe, for det skal alltid opp. Opp skal det alltid uansett, og så får jeg faen meg 300-400 igjen i trynet. Det var ikke sånn jævla sjakktrekk, da.
Nå snakker jeg nå.
Ja, jeg hater Nasdaq. Det er bare tull. Skulle ha falt for lenge siden. Det er ikke noe, bare piss. Dollaren stekker seg mer nå, da. Da får vi se, da. Får nytt drag opp her.
Ja, 45 så er jeg grønn, tror jeg.
Meanwhile, the S&P not even responding to all that big tech. No, not responding at all. Again, you would have
De sier S&P is not responding, it's all about big tech. Ja, ja. Det er deres egen skyld. De har latt det gå så langt.
Euro nå på 1300 poeng. Slå opp da.
Ja, har du penger på den nå?
Nei.
Du solgte den nå?
Hæ?
Du solgte den?
Nei, jeg har gått om.
Ja, du sitter på den fortsatt?
Ja, det er en gammel en.
Ja.
Den ikke faen som mulig. Fortsatt 50 nå, det er minus.
The most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversation front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
Så sjekker de signalgruppene og sier de sikkert oi!
Jeg kan godt tenke meg å ha fått et lite drag til på gull, ass.
Selv limit 33, 27, 33, 17 driver med og skriver her. Og så får han sånn masse tomler opp. Og den er jo minus med faen meg... Det er så skam, ass. Og så får han til dette her. Jeg er medlem av en sånn svær gruppe med 125 000 stykker. Og så sier han her etterpå, han sier det her i sted, så sier han selv eller short gull da. Short gull, 33,17, stopplås 33,27. Altså det er under $1 i sånn tikk. Og så er det masse applauser og hjerter og sånn. Men han har da tapt alle pengene. Jeg sitter og ser, gull har jo gått rett opp til 40. Så hvorfor applauderer folk det her da? I går også. Alle signalene er bare dass. Og så får han masse sånne der... Og så bare, her ser dere gevinsten min. Det er jo ikke noe gevinst, du sitter jo feil vei. Last trade 32,69 var 300 pips. Nei, din balle, vi er jo nå på 33,40. Jeg blir så provosert, ass. Se her. Han sier at han tjener penger, og så det går jo opp, det går ikke ned.
Det var pist. Dollaren er ned 2000 poeng mot igjen.
Jeg blir så provosert, jeg. Ja, nå er det stopplås hit. Ja. Small loss today. Det var loss $22,000. Ja, det var small loss. Jeg skjønner ikke at noen tør. Jeg vet hvor mye han handler for han nevner her. Når han kjøper en gullkontrakt, så kjøper han 25 i slengen. Og så gjør han gjør 2 og 3 pips. Altså, computeren min klarer ikke å reagere på det engang. Det er jo scam dette her. Det her er jo ikke ekte. Du kan ikke trade på 3 pips på gull med 25 kontrakter. Musa reagerer jo ikke før du hitter execution. Jeg blir så irritert, jeg. Det er ikke rart bransjen er fucka. Det er sikkert derfor ingen hører live også. Bare piss. Bare dritt. Ja, nå går gull videre oppover. Du kan alt sitte der med den jævla 3 pipsene sine. Jeg holder, men du må gjerne ta gevinst underveis. Det er aldri feil å ta gevinst. Plutselig så kommer en ny tariff etterpå fra Trump om et land han har fant på å gå i forgårs. Nei, det skal jo ikke det. Men det gjorde det i går også. Selv om ingen bryr seg om hva faen som skjer med Sør-Korea. Gull skal ikke bli berørt av det der i det hele tatt. Eneste er at du kan sette tariffene vil styrke økonomien, som igjen kan gjøre at valutaen kan styrke seg noe, men det skal ikke ha noe å si, egentlig. Såpass lite. Nå har inne på noe veldig riktig her. Folk skjønner ikke nyheter før flere dager senere. Det er akkurat, det er hele problemet. Det er hele problemet med så snart. Folk skjønner jo ikke. Og så gjør vi transaksjoner basert på det som skal skje, men så skjer det ikke flere dager etterpå, så folk forstår faen ikke. Jeg satt og så på et kommentarfelt på sånn amerikansk side, og der drev alle bare, fy faen, nå vil de skyte disse landene og sånn, og så bare så skrev jeg, klar at det er dere som betaler tariffen. Det er ikke landene som betaler tariffen. De har ikke skjønt at det er retail i USA. Ja, men inflasjonen vil bare stige, forbruket vil bare øke, for det er høyere mye, altså, pengene vil jo bare, altså, de vil jo gå tom for cash, det er de som betaler, jeg tror jeg skal si på en annen måte. Det er ikke UK som betaler, det er jo forbrukerne i USA som betaler for tariffen. Det blir ikke noe billigere for USA, liksom. Jeg skjønner ikke, jeg forstår ikke hvordan de klarer å, jeg ble satt ut. Hæ?
Du ser så rød ut på kamera.
Jeg vet ikke at nese nå.
Nei, nei.
Jeg ble tatt på en albaner i dag. Det er bra, Vetle. Nå har vi lært dette her, og det er det at vi er for tidlig ute igjen. Alltid for tidlig ute. Jeg vet ikke ja, men jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg skal klare å bli forbedret med for det. Ja. Nesten. Ja, så ramlet han med 30, så kjøpte jeg inn igjen. Ja. Nå er ny har jeg nå. Men jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg skal bli flinkere til å ikke være så tidlig ute. Fordi ja, men det er jævla lett å si det da, når du skjønner hva som skjer, og så skjønner ingen andre det. Da blir jo helt fucka i huet da.
Gang på gang så går vi på den sleden at vi går for tidlig.
Ja. Nei, jeg må bli flinkere til å bare... Jeg bare, ok, dette betyr tallene, og så må vi bare vente på reaksjonen da. Men jeg er alltid så redd for at reaksjonen skal gå så fort, at jeg går glipp av det, ikke sant? Det er det som er problemet mitt.
Men på gull
Tar tid.
så går det såpass sakte.
Unntatt nå da.
Det er ikke mye i dette her, Jones.
Nei, det er $50. Nei, jeg skal ha mye mer, men det er sånn der...
$50, ingenting, hvis han går til 700.
Nei, jeg vet. Nei, jeg er alltid så jævla tidlig ute, og det er så jævla dritt.
Er det noe bedre som tjener penger?
Så har jeg begynt å trede euro. Og japansk igjen! Hun har blitt sånn trading-versting.
Det er det man burde starta med, føler jeg, ikke aksjer.
Det er ingen som begynner å trade med den der aksjer. Er du vill, eller? Det er så mye du må få med på valuta. Da må det gå bra mye, altså.
Oi, Det er som har tjent 13 000 kroner på 500 grinsen jeg ga han. Sett i chatten.
Oi, helvete, så jævla bra. Det er dritkult, da. Det er ikke sponset, bare så det er sagt.
Jeg vil bare på lyd.
Har du ikke på lyd?
Nei.
Du er på lyd nå. Nå er jeg på lyd. Det er litt morsomt, da. Ja. Men da trenger jeg litt hjelp av chatten, for jeg må holde igjen, rett og slett.
Bryter ikke 45?
Jo da. Hvis du ser på 15-minutter-chartet, så er den på full fart opp. Ja, du sitter og ser på euroen du nå.
Nei. Så gull.
Ok, ja. Nei, nå går den høyere nå.
Ja, hvis dollaren svekker seg mer nå, så får vi dra videre.
Ja, men jeg tror det ligger mye motstand opp mot 62, og så er det full fart opp til 400. Du vet at hvis jeg får den opp til 450, så er det 200 000 i gevinst? I gevinst?
Yes.
Uff,
Men
ja.
hvis han i denne runden nå skulle fortsette opp, og han går til 75,
Ja,
så
kjøper med på.
skal jeg være litt forberedt på å ta gevinst.
Underveis, ja. Ja.
Har du muta?
Nei, jeg har ikke
Hvis
mye.
han når opp til 75,
Ja.
og så ta rett og slett 5 minutter.
Ja.
Må gjerne ha en liten inne. En liten.
Ja.
Da kan vi få en fullback, altså.
Nå kommer ISM da, om en time.
Du vet hvem han er liksom der, ikke sant? Når vi kjøper giveaway på Snapchat, så skulle ikke det vi ga bort 500 ganger til deg. Jaha,
Ja, jeg husker ikke.
det er dritkult. Ikke via chatten her, men den giveawayen jeg hadde. Han var den siste som kontaktet meg, som ble med i giveawayen, og så vant han.
Det er så bra. Det som jeg synes er kult nå får faktisk folk litt verdi ut av å være her. Det synes jeg er morsomt.
Vet du hvor mye kontoen min er, altså?
Ja, uten at du sier det. Den rettet seg opp med 170 000. Ja, stemmer det? Ja, jeg regner med det. Jeg drev og regnet litt på da hvor mye minst det var. For jeg måtte føle meg litt bedre. Jeg var så jævlig deppas da. Det som plager meg med den der Nasdaqen var det at liksom, jeg hadde rett, og så ble jeg påvirket av noe drit, og så skal jeg liksom, ok, og så gjør jeg noe så teit nå, det irriterer meg mer enn penger. Det irriterer meg, ja, det er bare sånn, ja, du vet hvordan jeg er, jeg blir sånn der, ja, jeg blir helt, jeg får så jævla tvangstanker eller noe, jeg vet ikke hva det er for noe, jeg blir helt, jeg kan ikke tenke på noe.
Skal du lese det levende?
Finne på alt og alle roper.
Ja, men det er liksom, det er fordi, jeg tror det er fordi jeg elsker faget, og så blir jeg så forbanna.
Skal du lese det levende?
Jeg ser på en av lære sine feil er faktisk å bli bevisst, og den unnkloskontrollen som er litt styrende av neurodivergente.
Hvorfor prater du med deg selv?
Neurodivergente.
Du kaller deg selv for det.
Nå går vi videre opp her nå. Nei, men i hvert fall neste runde nå, så ser vi nyhetene, og så holder vi pusten, og så venter vi på bevegelsen før bevegelsen. Så får vi mer ut av det. Jeg vet, jeg kommer ikke til å klare det. Jeg kommer til å ta nyhetene sånn. Kjøp. Og så går det 3 dager, så skjer det. Men det er jævlig mye lettere å scalpe sånn som jeg gjorde, men da må volumet være der. Oi, nå går det videre oppover. Det er ikke sånn scalping-volum, vet du. Fy faen, jeg hentet nesten alt. Å, i helvete så har! Se på alle gevinsten, da! Å, fy faen!
Se her igjen.
Oi, 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 oi.
Ja, det er ikke sant?
Jeg hentet han 140 000 nå. Men Nasdaqen øker litt ennå, da. Men det må komme seg. Jeg har 1,8 kontrakter. Jeg kan vise dere. Jeg viser alt. Det er jo sånn vi er jo ærlige med hverandre, er vi ikke det?
Muta. Du er muta.
Nei, jeg er ikke muta.
Spør da, hører du?
Hører dere meg?
Eller gjør det? Jeg vet ikke.
Du hører meg.
Har jeg sagt noe dumt? Nei.
Nei. Der er alle kontraktene mine. Så når jeg sier at jeg gjør noe med dere, så gjør jeg det faktisk med dere. Det er ikke sånn at når jeg er i minus, så er jeg skikkelig i minus. For å si det sånn.
Neste nedtur så skal vi stille rom på Dikmark.
Jeg vil heller på Blakstad, for da kan jeg få se ut mot sjøen. Er Blakstad lagt ned? Jeg har en kompis som går rundt der av og til. Jeg vet kanskje derfor han går der. Ja. Ja, nå stiger euro-dollar videre. Åh. Nå har jeg faen meg dundret minus på Nasdaq nå. Jeg hadde faen meg hentet en halve tapet mitt, så jeg bare hadde holdt den jævla shorten. I stedet for så er det 0.
Er du null på den kontoen nå?
Nei. Jeg shortet i går og hedget meg etter at det falt 500, ikke sant? Så shortene mine er inne fortsatt, men jeg gikk jo litt ekstra long for å være med opp igjen, for jeg trodde jeg skulle snu etter at han falt med 700 poeng. Bare for at jeg hadde gjort det hver dag. I hodet mitt så tror jeg Nasdaq alt til helvete. Men hver dag så har han gått opp. Hver eneste dag. Og så kom jo Apple med syke tall, og så kom Amazon med syke tall, og så kom Meta med syke tall. Tenkte ok, da kanskje det skal opp da, for jeg har jo bommet på Nasdaq et halvt år nå. Og først nå så faller det. Ja, jeg vet det er til ute. Men jeg kan kanskje ta ut noen av de shortene snart. Og så heller... Ja, det skal jeg gjøre. Og så heller bare være med opp igjen. Ok.
Det er da de skal fikse bilen, har de ikke det?
Ja, klokka 3 jeg skal være på verste. Onsdag klokka 3.
Det er tirsdag.
Ja.
Men jeg skal minne meg på litt senere, for nå klarer ikke det feste seg den skallen min.
Nei. Nå er vi snart på 50, nå bryter vi 62 hvert øyeblikk, tenker jeg.
Er du på gull nå?
Ja. Jeg er ikke... Jeg blir litt deppet av den Nasdaqen min, altså.
Jeg tror man må sitte i rommet nå. Jeg tror den kommer til å få seg en tur ned. Kan hende den går opp først da.
Ja.
Men hvorfor skal den gå opp i dag?
Hvorfor skal den opp det siste halve året, liksom? Eneste grunnen til at den skal opp... Ja, eneste grunnen til at den skal opp i dag er fordi Apple leverte knalltall i går og Meta opp 12%. That's it. Det er ikke noen annen grunn. Men de har gått så mye forkant, ikke sant? Det er det som er problemet her. Alt har gått i forkant. Og det er ikke... Og PE på Nasdaq er på over 40 nesten. Altså, du skal ikke eie en aksje med PE på 40. Kan få en liten... Ja, Nvidia håper jeg brenner i helvete med Trump.
Amazon er 7,3.
Nå er vi 50 på gull her nå. Å, herregud.
Kommer også ned 2,5.
Faen, skal ikke Nasdaq opp igjen da?
Jeg vet ikke.
Jeg er ikke sikker, altså. så man googler ned Intel, og kommer ned det bare som
Ja, men vent litt med å
drit.
Du vet hva som skjer hvis markedet faller, og kommer Trump til å ha en pressekonferanse, og så går det opp igjen. Det er sånn han gjør hver gang. Breaking news. Vi har en ny avtale med Kina, så går det rett opp igjen. Han sa jo det i går.
Disappointing signs that we should watch out for.
One thing that caught everyone's attention is the revisions. We went from 147 in June to just 14,000. And I want to point out the statement.
Hva den var i forhold til dollaren for sjekke det.
I dag tidlig var han på 1,...
For en uke siden. Hvis det
Å, fy faen, se gull går nå. 53.
Han var oppe i 1,17,8,
Nå har den gått opp 60.
nesten 1,18 var han på for halvannen uke siden. Han ble ikke halvveis opp dit engang. Og oppgangen i dag.
Jeg tror det er jævla mange i dag som har tatt mye penger på gull, ass. Fy faen. Alle har drevet og shorta på 90 og 300 i hele dag. Fytti helvete. Men jeg skal ta litt gevinst der, for å så kjøpe dem inn igjen. Og har litt motstand her oppe. Solgte. Ja, så kjøper han inn etterpå. Bare litt.
Sier det til gruppa da, for at ikke blir for grådig.
Ta litt gevinst her nå på 50, og så kjøper han inn den etterpå, bare for å fylle opp kontoen litt. Ja, gull. Han sliter litt på 50-tallet. Men kjenner meg selv rett, så kjøper jeg inn igjen med en gang.
Han euroen går litt mer.
Og det gjorde jeg. Jeg er så redd for at den skal stikke av!
Jeg kjøper den ikke inn igjen.
Nei, men nå har du ser pent ut i boka mi da. Jeg har realisert ganske mye penger nå. Ja, men jeg tror ikke det er så dumt her nede. Jeg gjorde det samme altså, jeg. Vi får en liten pust nå på euroen.
Hva?
Euroen kommer litt ned mot opp.
Nei.
Det er bra for Nasdaqen det da.
Jeg er en lang euro.
Ja.
Ja. Jeg gidder ikke sitte med ned igjen, da vil jeg slå på. Da har 1300 poeng, tenk at du tok gevinst.
Hæ?
Ja. Den har gått opp 500.
Du vet hva? Jeg hater den. Jeg skal aldri trene den i mitt liv.
Det er helt ville bevegelser.
Ja, jeg skal aldri gjøre det med. Aldri sitte så feil med så lite i mitt liv før.
0,2 kontrakt.
0,2 kontrakt.
Dagsen er nett 500.
Dagsen skal til helvete. Den har bare gått opp på grunn av 2-3 aksjer. 12 stykker i hele Europa.
Over 70 these numbers came out. Is September a realistic possibility now?
1 month data is not determinative. I will accept that.
Nå går det faen meg videre oppover. Jeg blir så rørt av meg selv.
Akkurat nå så er det kjøpspunktet til venstre på sølv.
Og du ser på sølv?
Han hadde på sølv før han gikk ned på 37,10.
Ok.
Nå har han det.
Jeg har kjøpt gull også på 2,30.
Ja, han kjøpte på 15 nå.
Jeg kjøpte på 10.
Og så hadde han kjøpsødel inne på 2,50.
Han kjører litt sånn Martin Gale-style. Han sitter også og kjøper på vei ned hele veien. Ja, men jeg tror det er veldig riktig å trade sånn i det markedet som er nå. For du kan ikke kjøpe alt på ett sted, for du vet faen ikke hvor du stopper den. Hvor mye har han, tror jeg? Nei, for det, han var enig, sa det at hvis du har kontoen til han, så går det fint, da. Jeg vet ikke om du hørte han sa det.
Han sa det. Han må være.
Det er sikkert noen milliarder. Oi, ny topp nå.
Åpne markedet om 8 minutter.
Ja, men i den farta her nå, så kommer vi til å lage en ny all-time high. Nå er det så mange som har sittet og kjørt. Nå er det tredje gangen han går over 400, liksom. Og hvis du får da markedet rundt oss ned på grunn av toll og inflasjon og så videre, så kommer gull til å stikke av enda mer. I tillegg til dollaren.
Skal vi kjøre noe giveaway der? Får vi ikke det?
Nei, da faen jeg. Jeg er minus Nasdaq. Blir ikke noe give på meg, altså.
Tenk om alle de som er i chatten hadde puttet inn penger i en sånn pott, sånn alle litt, og så trader du med det, og så var det prosenter.
Ja, det kunne
Sånn
godt.
funksjon, liksom. Det er kult.
Kunne godt, faktisk.
For det kunne være litt sånn, ja, det kommer ut. Det er litt kult.
Really say what the president is thinking, but he tries to give the impression that if only this metal priest were taken care of, interest rates would go down. You'll be a voter next year if you get a new chair appointed by the president who comes in and says, I want rates to go down. How will you vote?
I will look at where the data is, I will look at how the economy is performing, and I will approach that the same way that I've approached it all of this year and all of last year, which is to make sure that we're hitting as close as we can on both sides of our dual mandates of maximum employment and stable prices.
Do you worry that the Fed's credibility has been damaged by all of this in the public mind or in the business mind?
I've been really reassured by a number of...
Så har han igjen styrket seg.
Mot dollar, ja.
Jeg er straks i mål. Jeg sitter i feil vei i 4 dager.
Jeg driver og roter med yen nå, i USA her.
Den er jeg ferdig med. Jeg tok litt på $2. Jeg satt feil vei der i over en uke, og så tok jeg $2 i gevinst.
Jeg solgte den på 53, så kjøpte jeg den inn igjen på 51, for jeg var redd for at den skulle stikke av videre. Det er så jævlig typisk.
Går det, eller?
Jeg ramlet nå med $4.
Hvorfor du er så rask på knappen?
Fordi jeg tror den skal over 400.
Jeg er ikke sikker om du skal dit i dag.
Jo da, det går fort.
Nei, nå må du tenke hvordan andre tenker. Nå har det gått mye, nå vil folk shorte den.
Nei, jeg tror hele byen er short der. Jeg tror den blir short-covering herfra til helvete. Husk på teknisk så har den vært helt crap hele uka. Nå er det fundamentale som drar den opp. Nå vil alle de som ser på teknisk slite litt.
Nå skal jeg kjøpe den.
Sendte vi gul nå. Videre oppover her. Vi har et motstand her på mellom 39 og 62, så er det cirka litt som vakuum. Men dollaren strekker seg videre nå. Nå stiger euroen videre, så det blir jo press på gull allerede bare der. Og så har du nervøsitet på alle andre markeder også. Daxen faller, Nasdaq faller, Wall Street faller. Ja, alt faller. Gull bør egentlig bare gå videre bare på det også. Alt. Everything. Rentene, alt. Så hvis du driter i alt, så skal egentlig gull gå da. Men det skulle egentlig ha gått for en uke siden når vi snakket om det, men folk skjønte jo ikke før nå da, tydeligvis. På de ESM-tallene. Nei, på de non-farm payrolls-ene. Igjen, skjønner ting alt for sent. Sånne ting irriterer meg noe jævlig.
Is there a chance, Rick, that they cut by 50 basis points in September? Because I realize it's just one report, but that's what it feels like they need to do this morning.
Det er dritbra story. Da kan du vipse så har litt penger, for vi sitter ballfeil.
På Nasdaq, ja.
På Nasdaq. Det der sentimentgreiene stemmer ikke. Det stemmer noe, bare piss. Jeg sitter og sett på det hver dag. Den flytter seg ut fra hva som har skjedd med markedet. Du kan ikke ta det der for god fisk, ass. Slutt!
Nasdaq ikke gått 40 poeng. Nå
peaker jo euro-dollar da, og bør kanskje gull gå litt mer nå da. Nå åpna US. Nå får du litt rare bevegelser der. På Nasdaq. Gull tikker oppover nå. Euroen går videre oppover. Å, fy faen så Nasdaq, da. Nå fikk jeg rett i toeren, liksom.
Lys i slutt.
Hva er Nasdaq? Ja, har du nok marginer da, så du kan sitte bare så du tar feil? Ja, det er bare gjort. Mange kontrakter var helt ærlig. Mange kontrakter var helt ærlig.
Jeg kjøpte.
Ja, du unnlot å svare meg, men det er greit.
Jeg har på Nasdaq.
Ja.
Jeg er long med... Det var litt mange her. Skal vi se. 2 long.
Ja, ok. Oi, nå gikk Nasdaq rett opp.
2 eller 2, ja.
Kjøpte du? Han smalt rett opp her. Ja, han gikk jo opp med...
Ja, det er ikke nok, nå er jeg minus.
Ja, nå gikk han rett ned. Jeg bare ser på en video.
Jeg har en short lenger enn jeg, så det kommer jeg aldri nå på.
Jeg bare ser på en video, så ser vi hva Nasdaq skal ha. Jævla drittaksje. Nei, drittindeks.
Euroen har 1570 kroner. Enda er jeg ikke i mål. $26 i minus.
Hvem er det ute?
Gustav sikkert.
Sure. Og Nasdaq faller som faen her.
Slutt!
All right, great. Hang tight. We're coming back to you in a couple of minutes. That is BlackRock CIO of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. But right now, we want to turn back to the labor market. The economy added just 73,000 jobs in July, below almost all estimates. And joining us now, this is Labor Secretary Lori Chavez. Great to have you with us, Secretary. Let's just start with these numbers because the number that we got, that was below all estimates in the Bloomberg survey of the economy. To start, what's your reaction? Well, certainly we know they could have been better, but you know, we look at the gains we saw in healthcare, we're seeing them in construction. We are seeing the revisions. I know is something to talk about. And they were unexpected, those revisions, but most of those, 62% of those,
Aksjene er 560 poeng.
seasonal workforce.
Dow Jones er 560.
Because the president is delivering on these trade deals, these tariff deals, understanding these countries are moving forward and wanting to be at the table.
Skulle ha betalt med 3 poeng, $4.
Kjøp den inn igjen her på kopp.
Nå?
Euroen går videre oppover. Det ser ikke bra ut for dollarene der, ass. Kjøpte også litt Nasdaq her nede nå. Bare for å støtte det litt, så har...
Hvor mye har du produkter gående?
Nå er 20. Men jeg handler som om jeg har 10. Amazon er ned 7%.
Well, I can tell you this. I've been a business owner for 20 years. When we make decisions, we look at all aspects, and there's certainly snapshots. But what has happened on the ground? The One Big Beautiful Bill by Congress, the president leaning in and keeping the promises made by negotiating fair trade deals for the American workforce. And now what we need is the Federal Reserve to jump in and lower those interest rates.
Er det på WhatsApp med Jarin Marquez?
Ja, har han sendt noe nå?
Skriver her.
Vent, nå ringer her. Jeg må ta den. Ja.
Du tok gevinst på 40 på copy, ikke sant? Har Espen Harvey.
Ja, jeg har vel det.
Skal jeg få med den potteplanta?
Potteplanta? Det er fint ut.
Kommer videre.
Jeg ser det, han kan gå ned til 42-ish. Det er der han har støtte.
Det er den han er nå?
Ja.
Hvis Gud skulle falle nedover nå, er det da på grunn av at folk selger?
Hvis Gud faller nå? Ja, jeg tror det er bare gevinstsikring og litt nervøsitet, og alt klapper sammen rundt oss. Nasdaqerne, Wall Streeterne, S&P-erne, Tyskland, alt der ned, og så går Gudster, det er bare litt sånn gevinstsikring.
Det er fordi alle selger alt, liksom.
Ja, jeg tror ikke det er mer enn det. Men da skal Gud egentlig gå videre oppover. Tok den mot på 42, er den oppe på 45. Det er liksom 42 som er liksom...
does look like we're going to see interest rates cut at the next meeting. At least the market is pricing that in, Madam Secretary. And we're looking at rates drop really across the curve today. The 10-year down around 425 is relatively low. With that backdrop and the tax policy of the one big beautiful bill and the deregulation.
Så ser det en big beautiful bill for det Trump ser det.
Ja, så teit ut.
Vi snakker som om.
The Department of Labor has just issued 63 deregulatory actions. Administration 1, 30 deregulatory actions were done over the 4 years. We've already done 63 in the first 6 months. We're going to be looking to our companies to weigh in on this because what does the president want?
Ser ut som Nasdaq skal falle videre her, altså. Vi er nå snart ned 1000 poeng på Nasdaq på 2 dager. Det har gått og ventet på faen meg en evighet.
This is not good.
Ligger opp.
Ja,
Du spurte om det igjen?
jeg gjør det etterpå.
Numbers that we get at 8:30 on the first Friday of every month at face value, it's a totally different picture
Han Tommy svarer
a
ikke.
couple of months later. And with that in mind, Chris,
So, what there, right? So first I have to tell you, the further comment earlier, 68,000 of the 35,000.
Short on Nasdaq, yeah.
It's just remarkable. You saw these numbers are soft. The one thing I was about, people say I got this economy is slowing dramatically. Wait, I'm sure people come out of recession talk again, which will be wrong. The one thing I will say is look at that economy in a little bit of just wait. Like when you're not seeing layoffs pick up, you're seeing the claims data in pretty good shape. Listen, part of why I think we should cut rates is there is a risk you do get stall speed in hiring. And because I think that inflation is temporary, and I think you'll see these productivity dynamics playing back. Listen, I'm not really worried about the economy, but listen, I think the rate threshold today is not consistent with what I think it should be. I don't think being restrictive today is the right posture. One answer, please. I mean, we're spending 7% of our GDP in deficit, so it's unlikely that we go into a recession, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a series of tailwinds to the economy. And by the way, looking at the numbers, there was disappointment on Amazon today. These numbers, I mean, you think about what we just saw this with the CapEx, the AI, the cloud.
Gull går videre oppover.
You talked about the foundation of the economy is pretty darn solid. I'm not really worried about it. It's created in a good presentation yesterday called potholes versus sinkholes. This is, by the way, this period of time, July, is historically the weakest month for payrolls, and actually August is second. So, and the data tends to be weak during this period. People shouldn't overstate that, what it means broadly. So, you go through these periods, you get some potholes. The fact that volatility was so low over the last few days was pretty remarkable. I mean, the ability to actually put some insurance in your portfolio for this near-term softness was pretty profound over the last few days. But I'm not worked up about, gosh, we got a tough economy coming. Particularly when you see the numbers you're seeing on CapEx and R&D spend. I want to go right there to CapEx and R&D spend to some extent. AI.
Nå tror jeg vi får en ny push på gull opp her.
When we built railroads and highways,
Kommer fra 400 poeng. Kommer på den gamle shorten snart.
going
Vi bare kommer ut av shorten, og så bare bolver longen og klinker til på den 30. september kan vi et boom. Da blir rentekutt i USA. Da går det opp. Det fallet her er jo alt for, altså det er så sent ute det fallet her at det er flaut.
Wall Street 600.
Det er bare AI som drar nå.
Ned?
Amazon ned 7%, Alphabet ned 2% nesten, Meta ned 2%, Broadcom ned 3%, Nvidia ned 2%. Han kommer til å prate etterpå, 100%. Hvis det faller videre nå, kommer Trump til å gå ut og si alt er bra, ikke vær redd.
Today is a good day to buy.
Ja, ellers så gjør han dette med vilje for å kjøpe det billig. At den solgte det på peak i forrige uke.
Vet du hvor mye dollaren har gått ned mot igjen? Vet du hvor mye dollaren har gått ned mot igjen?
Nei.
2500 poeng.
Det er sjukt.
Fy faen. Igjen har styrket seg skikkelig. Men Japan går ned.
Dollaren styrker seg litt nå.
To maintain some form of implicit or true guarantee. I think people understand that has to continue, and so I'm not worried about it all. Interesting the developments around what happens, how it happens, how they build capital over time, and what those entities look like in terms of other things at their disposal. But one thing I'm definitely not concerned about is actually credit quality of our mortgage, because our agency mortgage business. By the way, not concerned about.
Kommer det noen andre nyheter i dag? Hva med?
10 minutter.
Det er bevegelsen på Nasdaq.
10 minutter.
Er det derfor den gjorde sånn? Den bare...
Ja, stopper også.
Her er straks shorten.
Hold kjeft!
Oi, Joachim. Jeg har shorten med nesten her. Det er fortsatt $100 i minus.
Hva er renten her? Å, fy faen.
Dritt.
Nasdaq kan bare falle videre. Og jeg er long.
Her er shorten. Han har vært noe.
Kom i sentralen nå klokka 4.
Hva er det for det?
Som forventnings i et indeks. Eller manufacturing. Over 50 bra, under 50 er dårlig.
Du skriker sånn i mikken, og alle hører deg. Du sier sånn fremst.
Wow.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This is over.
Hva faen, det ramlet $100 til, ja. Nasdaq. Jeg kjøpte den nå, jeg. Får gå som noe gjør.
with more episodes of our show, The Deal. The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows, up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
The biggest conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. In the future of sports station, is this all law? Are markets too optimistic? I do worry about the things that are outside your control. How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Johnson Blackwell, and this is the Pulse every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jonathan Chalfant, and this is Bloomberg. Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signals from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories for the drive in the opening bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond. These are companies that are growing their market.
What companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cut? Yeah, that's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative. If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get pumped.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Let's take a look at what stocks are doing after that big miss for the non-farm payroll number. You can see the S&P 500 off 1.7% to 62.31. So still at a relatively high level, but what a big drop. The NASDAQ down more than 2% right now. And you can see that we have rates coming down, the 10-year yield at 4.25.
Når skal vi snakke?
A lot of red on the screen here, including
Skal ikke snakke, nå kommer tallene klokka 4 om 7 minutter. De bjeffer på den der jævla ungen.
Yeah, it's the questioning of whether there was or was not pull forward in the June quarter because of tariffs and whether that will continue, right? So absolutely beat handsomely across every metric in the June or fiscal third quarter gone. And the guide on growth, mid to high single-digit percentage growth going into the September quarter was a pleasant surprise. But Apple was very granular on the issue of how tariffs impacted consumer behavior and purchases of iPhones in particular. It was all in the month of April. It was largely in the United States, and it contributed just 1 percentage point in the 10 points of growth that they saw in that period. And during the call, analysts asked time and time again about pull-in or pull forward. And the market this morning has given up the game. Some notes out there and some questions about whether we accept that there wasn't this great pull forward or in as it was quantified by about Amazon because you know they did better than had been anticipated, but so everyone else did so well that they didn't keep up with the crowd, so to speak.
videre.
Gull eller Nasdaq? Nei, Nasdaq tar imot det.
You know, they've shown an ability to ramp up when they want to. Well, you asked the question earlier, when does it pay off, or will it pay off? You know, both of those questions are relevant in that.
Gul.
The market's trading low.
Jeg tar imot på 42.
But AWS did grow in the period gone. This is all about AWS. Forget Amazon.com for the time being, even though it makes up the majority of revenues, the majority of operating income is cloud, and that's the domain that AI is coming. AWS growth of 17% is nowhere near the growth that we saw from Azure, for example. And so there's a concern that it's not paying off, but the spending commitment is more cautious too. And looking forward to this program, talk about Bloomberg next.
عشان تفهم الشركة فهم فقط نحسب ممكن تريد أنا يحكي تياوي أو لك تهرا وهني لك يشتيا ما نبغى صوت تمام فهم سالك فهم كلنا كانوا لايك كانوا لايك نعم سالك
Nei, jeg er i posisjoner, Kukain. Jeg kjøpte Nasdaq her nede. Så tok jeg litt gevinst nå på gull. Den er short da. Jeg er long gull. Nå trader jeg på privaten og på alle kontoene. Kommer tale om 44 sekunder.
Jeg har betalt faktura på 50 000. Det er vondt hver gang, ass. Det gjør så vondt. Det er en væske, liksom.
Kommer tale om 14 sekunder, så her. Syv, 6. Oi, gull går rett opp igjen. Fy faen, gull dro på da. Jo, jeg var short da. Jeg tror ikke Nasdaq skal falle så mye på det. Det kommer på 48. Gull kommer til å gå mye mer på dette her.
Euroen gikk videre opp. Nå er jeg straks i vann.
Nå brenner jeg penger som faen på Nasdaq. Jeg håper Nasdaq dør.
Jobs than previously reported. Economist Gus O'Shea.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of uncertainty about the tariffs. We see government spending cuts that are having a drag. We've seen consumers turn more cautious. We've seen businesses turn more cautious.
President Trump upped the ante in his trade war, announcing a new round of tariffs on dozens of countries hours before his set to take effect last night. Correspondent Ed Heath.
This was supposed to be the start of a major reordering of global trade. The fact now that this late is that actually no, wait, 70 more days to try to cut a deal. And we're going to give Mexico 3 more months. And we're hoping we get 3 more months to negotiate with China. All of it means that that uncertainty that businesses have been seeing across the country is going to get delayed even more.
Tariffs take effect Thursday. It's lifted up to 50%. And 48-year-old teachers just made a court appearance in the murders of a couple at an Arkansas state park. Andrew McCann was charged with 2 counts of capital murder after he was arrested at a barber shop. CBS's Omar Villafranca.
Investigators say McGann stabbed Clinton Brink first, and his wife rushed their daughters, ages 7 and 9, to safety. When she returned to husband, she was also stabbed to death.
They absolutely protected those girls to their fullest extent.
McGann was reprimanded to prison this morning with no bond. They're cleaning up in the Northeast after massive flooding that submerged highways, train tracks, and canceled and delayed thousands of flights. Correspondent Nikki Batiste is at LaGuardia Airport in New York.
Yeah, everyone just have to be careful today. The hurricane could have been over yet, particularly in the Carolinas, where we could see some heavy rain there today and possibly more flash flooding.
Ford is recalling 300,000 trucks and SUVs. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
Everyone just have to be careful.
The power assist and fail on the brakes at certain 2025 expeditions, navigators, Broncos, and
Fy faen, Nasdaq faller.
software related and will be fixed with a software update.
Dow now down 780, NASDAQ off 532. That's 2.5%. This is CBS News.
Du kan ta ut en short der, med tap. Jeg er målt på den. Ja.
Jeg vurderer det samme sett. Nå er det bare $40 minus 35. Oi, nei, faen, det gikk opp igjen.
Bare for å kutte ut.
Jeg tar close partially der på, så tar jeg 0,2 først, og så sier jeg til 0,2.
Jeg tok den ut. Tok 1500 kroner i tap. Sånn. Nå.
Nå er det klart for å så opp.
Nå må det gå opp.
Faen, det går. Det rakk ikke. Problemet jeg tenkte meg på med under jeg longa. Jeg tenkte ikke at når jeg tar ut shorten så blir jeg enda mer long.
Jo, det er det jeg regner på nå. Så hvis jeg tar ut den shorten, for jeg sitter short alt for lenge, det går jo faen ikke ned.
Substantially higher than the 4 to 5 years federal sentencing guidelines suggest. Convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Each count carries a
Jeg var akkurat bare $30 i minus, jeg tok den ikke. Det går bra, jeg er veldig long.
Forward, those will be sentenced on October 3rd. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Obese people on Medicare and Medicaid might get access to pricey weight loss injectables. Documents obtained by the coach.
Men også skal vi kjøpe Nasdaq på copy også, bare for å hedge meg. For hvis det smeller opp ennå, så har jeg hentet ganske mye. Jeg gjør det, hedge meg.
Kommer ikke noe i det?
Nei.
corporate high yield. These are two big time blue chip companies. Of course, Cass is
Jeg jobber etter den Nasdaq-shorten min.
slowing down. There is the possibility of the death spiral. People are just buying everything.
Gull går videre oppover. Det var faktisk ganske behagelig å komme ut av det jævla der. Nå har jeg short 1, 2, 3, da 6 kontrakter short nå, for å være short 14. Da har jeg hentet ganske mye der, altså. Om det så skal sies, 5.000, 7.000, 10.000. Jeg hentet ganske mye der. Nå er jeg flink, altså.
Ja, så går det opp.
Ja.
Deilig for en lettelse. Det er feil med sånt, altså.
Fy faen, hva er det? Det er det der som er å jobbe markedet, ikke sant? Du tar feil, og så klarer du også å rette inn feilen, hente inn gevinster. Ta litt tap, jobbe deg inn, posisjonen blir mye bedre. Men jeg har jo hatt rett. Hadde jeg bare vært litt treigere med å gjøre det jeg gjør, så hadde jeg jo tjent både på fallet og på gull. I stedet for å bruke det ene gevinsten mot det andre. Det er litt dritt. Nå går gull videre oppover. Jeg var short, Jakob, 14.
We were expecting 62 from the survey of economists tracked by Bloomberg. Maybe more importantly, the one-year inflation expectation. The expectation is 40.
Ja, Nasdaq svinger hele dagen, for folk er livredde der nå. Husk på hvor mye den har gått, da.
In the last 3 months, employment growth, that is average just a paltry 35,000. That's the worst since the pandemic. So the immediate impact is what I'm going to call the policy reactive year yield. Right now, 24 basis points lower. We are 371 on the 2-year treasury. The jobs report poses further risk to a slowdown in consumer and business spending that's actually already underway in the U.S. economy. Dollar DXY, that is down 1.1%. Number equities at 8 and 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500.
Ole, ja, jeg tror gull går til all-time high, tror jeg. Jeg tror vi skal over 3.500 faktisk. Nå har du bekreftelse både på dollaren, du har bekreftelse på ISM, du har bekreftelse på non-farm payroll, du har egentlig... Men det plager meg at markedet ikke skjønte dette for flere måneder siden. At de skjønner det nå. Det er det som irriterer meg så jævlig. Ja, alt for tidlig ute. Hele fuckings tida. Alt for tidlig ute. Alt for tidlig ute. Det funker på aksjer, men det funker jo faen ikke like bra på indeksen, for du må sitte så lenge og bare... Når er det folk forstår hva som skjer? Du kjøpte den ennå, ja? Du er med opp nå da?
Kurset løper an til absolutt veldig aktuelt og interessant. Og så skriver jeg har en bestemt dag til tanken meg. Akkurat nå må jeg få bort på Google Kundevassen i løpet av et år her. Men dette er noe jeg har lyst til å gjøre i fremtiden. Finnes på en taltråd rundt dette igjen i starten av 2026. Langt før.
Jo.
Jeg kan holde kursen, altså.
Nei.
Jeg er ikke klar for det.
seen in the results here. Hey, Tatiana, it's been pretty incredible to see what a mixed bag the tech results have been. Obviously, on the flip side, you have Apple that was doing much better yesterday than Amazon. Yeah, Apple here was up now. It's kind of lost that move. It's slightly down, or we'll just call it flat on the session here. After seeing its fastest quarterly revenue growth in more than 3 years, a really solid quarter for Apple. Tim Cook saying that the company saw an acceleration of growth around.
Jeg har sett ned en måned med vekst på 2 dager. Det sier litt om hvor fucka det markedet er.
En måned borte på 2 dager. Men da skjønner du hvor fort det faller når det først faller. Som jeg har sagt hele tiden. Når det faller, så faller det så fort at du skjønner det ikke. Det skulle jo falt for lenge siden. Det skulle jo falt for... Det skulle falt når Trump sier at det, vi har en avtale med Kina. Da skulle det falt, for det var faen ikke noen avtale med Kina. Og så kom jeg med en ny avtale i går. Når er det en avtale med Kina? Du sa det på 6 uker siden, din oransje jævla pudding. Og derfor vi gikk opp. Vi gikk opp 3000 poeng fordi du sa det var i orden med Kina. For 6 uker siden. Da sa du det var i orden med Kina. At de hadde en avtale med Kina. Og så kommer det i går. Nå har vi en avtale med Kina. Hva med den driten du sa for 6 uker siden da? Var det piss det da, eller? Jo, det var det, Donald Trump. Du er full av dritt. Jeg stopper krigen med Russland på 24 timer. Jeg trodde på han. Jeg tenkte endelig en president med baller. Han har ikke baller. Han bare prater. Prat, prat, prat. Og nå blir det høy tariff. 150. Ende på 30. Du har ikke baller i det hele tatt. Du skriker som en sånn liten lemmen. Og med en gang noen dytter på deg, så er du ryggradløs. Han skulle bare sagt til Putin, Putin, stopp den krigen, og så blæste deg rævåret til helvete. Han snakker jo sånn til Powell. Hvorfor kan han ikke snakke sånn til Putin? Det var bra, så er det lange Nasdaq. Helt på bånd. Ja. Men jeg tipper at jeg får den rett i trynet, for den Nasdaq skal sikkert falle enda mer. Oi, jeg gjør faen meg $130 på HP.
Dritbra, tok du?
Nei, kanskje skal gjøre noe.
Dritbra.
Jeg lurer på om jeg skal gjøre det. Fy faen, Jones, du er meg en fin en. Jeg er god når jeg er god, da. Det skal sies. Det skal faen meg sies.
Er Dr. Google de som bare er personer ute på Dr. Botox?
Ute? Nei, jeg har masse gull her også.
Fordi grunnen til at jeg spør, da er fordi Trine ville over på bare Dr. Gold, ikke Dr. Botox.
Ja, hun kan bare komme på Dr. Gold nå, ikke noe å si. Jeg tar aldri henne.
Men hun må jo vente til personen din er ute.
Nei, jeg har ikke noe å si. På Dr. Gold, nei.
Hun skal flytte pengene over til Dr. Gold.
Er hun på Dr. Botox nå? Ja, da må jeg vente.
Det er det jeg mener. Hun er bare med på gulltrinene.
Nei, da må jeg vente.
Framework might look like it could be months, years ahead of negotiations.
Well, Jameson Spear, the U.S. Trade Representative, said on Bloomberg TV not long ago that they were moving into the implementation phase. The time for deal making was the past 4 months.
Skal gull opp videre i dag? First back.
It doesn't sound like there's much.
Ja, bør jo det.
That trade deals take months, if not years, to negotiate, and they're like thousands of pages. What's going on here? What is the agreement? Is it a term sheet? Is it a handshake? Is it a wink and a nod? What are these things?
Yeah, I mean, these aren't even really codified in any legal sense yet. But you're right, they do take months and years and armies of lawyers to go over the fine print, and you go back and forth with industries to make sure you get it right for businesses trying to do international commerce. But these are what one Trump official called it's a settlement. It's almost a legal term to say we're settling this score with you. We're settling this this disparity that we have with you. So these are, call them what you want, call them frameworks, call them deals, call them agreements, call them Sharpies scribbling on the back of the napkin. This is what the Trump administration is pushing ahead. This is the America First trade policy in real, hitting the real economy now.
Is there a sense that countries like Switzerland and New Zealand have been targeted extra hard here, that something went awry in the conversations that they had with Trump?
Yeah, that's what it seems like has happened.
Jeg vet det longa mer der, på kopper.
Du tok ikke gevinst på den andre?
Jo, men jeg gjør på nytt. Dobla den.
Den her vil jeg egentlig bare holde hvis jeg kan.
Helvetes fitt, ass. Den så treig, den netten mitt!
It's a complicated web of economic grievances and geopolitical issues that President Trump is trying to settle with these tariffs.
30 seconds. Brett, if I'm an import dude at the port of Los Angeles, am I stamping taxes on these things, tariffs on stuff coming in today?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they take effect on August 7th, but you're probably racking your brain right now trying to figure out how to apply all these different tariffs to products that, you know, can...
Jeg dro en 2 lapper på koppen nå.
Det dritbra på en dag.
Ja, men det en feil vei der med mye, så jeg må bare trade inn denne stakken.
Du tenker på doktor?
Jeg driver og trader inn takler nå. Jeg skal få til det. Jeg skal ta svære bets imot. Nå har jeg hentet...
Du har mulighet nå da, for nå har den falt litt.
Ja, men jeg kan ta inn hele taklerne. Jeg bare dobler alt det. Pluss jeg longer gul.
Hvordan har du hatt det? Falt med 1000 poeng nå, gjør du ikke det?
Opp 1000 til.
De nye får jo også med seg de da, gjør ikke det?
Jo.
De må være dritapper.
Det på nå sikkert. Sitter rolig. Ikke være for aktiv. Der det over. Nå går gull og tester det her. Gjorde 76 poeng på den siste Nasdaqen. I gevinst.
På Botox? Du var ikke tradet det på grunn heller, ikke sant?
Kjøpte den tilbake. Det har vært så mye mer artig om jeg kunne vatte opp litt på den der Dr. Gold med litt større kontrakter. Det så mange sånne små kontoer, så jeg får ikke tatt store kontrakter. Det som 0,01 skjer jo ikke en dritt. Prosenten bra da, men jeg irriterer meg.
Hvis det noen affiliate som har fått inn, så synes jeg de burde kontakte hver og en, og så si at ta ut pengene dine, liksom, hvis du ikke vil gjøre noe mer. For da har du bare de store der.
Ta ut pengene, det er en bra business.
Nei, ikke ta ut pengene dine, men liksom enten... Ja, det er ikke bra business. Ta inn mer penger, eller så må du tåle å...
Øk pengene, så skal du ta penger.
Eller så mister du alt. Null.
Gull går videre opp.
Men er det ikke sånn at hvis du har 20 000 på den kontoen din, og de starter med 5 eller 6, hvis du trader med da, sier 0,02, nei, de får fortsatt...
De får fortsatt, de alle må øke.
Men hvis du... faen.
Men det går fint når jeg kommer opp her nå, for da har jeg bygd de 5000 kontoene opp mye også. Da er de opp til nesten... Da er de opp til 8000, tror jeg. Da er jeg i hvert fall doblet kontoen deres nesten. Og da er det lettere. Jo mer penger, jo lettere er det.
Men kan jeg be endre subscription amounten din? Så ikke folk kan følge med 5?
Ja.
Det har vi ikke gjort.
Nei.
Skal jeg ta 10 der, eller 20?
Ta 10.
Subscription amount på $10,000.
Ja.
Nei, ikke subscription, hva heter det? Minstebeløpet.
Ja, jeg kan ha mindre. Det går ikke. 10 kan jeg klare. Halla, Geir! Så du kråka, eller? Hæ?
Skriker i mikken.
Skriker jeg i mikken?
Altså, jeg er ganske sikker på at de skretter når du snakker, liksom.
Ja, du gjør det nå?
Nei, de våkner da.
Juhu! Jeg må med brus, jeg. Prepina! Gull!
Gull!
Prepina var det. Gullskap! Gullskap!
Hun hadde rett da.
Earlier, but now tracking the rest of the market lower down 1.3%. So we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. And send it over. Also, we live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Group. We're streaming live on YouTube.
Nei. Jeg har en energidrink i bilen din. Jeg åpnet og la fra meg.
They really saw some data turn down. We'll see it. The markets are reacting. They will see. But the data is showing the guys and employment numbers also that jumps out. At 43.4, really weak. We're still sideways. Texas was 6.8. So a weak manufacturing component.
Nå må jeg fikse det. Nå skjermer jeg til. Sitter du på det? Det er rart det var...
Du har brus, du sa ikke energidrink.
Hva?
Men jeg har en helt ny en i bilen din. Jeg glemte å ta den inn.
Ja, men den er varm. Jeg garanterer at den er varm.
Men de var en slutt. For at de antibiotika med knekken hans.
Nei, Geir, jeg skal gjøre den etterpå. Nei, jeg hentet en 3000 på Copy-kontoen. Men hvis jeg henter en 10 000 om dagen på Copyen, så har jeg hentet en hele tapet på 3 uker. Og det klarer jeg. Bare ha volum. Så har jeg vill på den jævla snappen.
Nei, men jeg pleier aldri ringe folk når jeg ringer. Da skjønte du det var gull. Da er det noe viktig, ass.
Faen, gull ramlet når jeg var nede, jo. Det ramlet $10 mens jeg hentet brusen min. Det var jævla dyr brus, for å si det sånn.
It's a lot of threatening language, and putting kind of a nasty brand from the president of the United States is probably not something that people want. But the reaction among analysts has been pretty tepid in that this is an escalation of.
Jeg har snart hentet en 4.000 på koppen, nå. Jones! Jones!
Du må gjøre det på Dr. Gull også.
Nei, ikke gull. De har tjent for mye penger i dag.
De har tjent for mye penger.
Jones er meg en fin en. Han trader så det spruter. Ut av trusa. Jeg elsker når det er volum, for da kan jeg trade litt. Jeg kan ikke trade når det er sånn ræva volum. Det håper alle skjønner. Jeg må ha action. Det må svinge. Det må bare opp og ned. Hva skjer? Da kommer jeg bare. Men når det bare går sånn her tikk, 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 da får jeg gjort en dritt. Hater Trump. Men alle bare, hva skjer? Hvor skal jeg? Da er bare. Ja, det er sånn jeg trader. Hvis folk lurer på hvordan jeg trader, så er det sånn jeg trader. Og ikke bare ikke ha volum, får ikke gjort noen ting. Får ikke gjort en skjeit.
Oi, og Nasdaq par. Vi prøver å holde for en gang selv, da. Kommer som ikke er mål på den jævla euroen.
Oi, helvete!
Så vi kan bli.
Jeg har kjøpt... nå ble det ikke vondt i magen.
Kjøpte for mye.
Ja, det er ikke vondt i magen. Hvorfor gjorde jeg det, da? Jeg kjøpte en hel kontrakt, jeg skulle ikke gjøre det.
Hva da, Nasdaq?
Gull.
Å, fy faen, gjorde du?
Ja, og annet.
0,1 eller 1?
Hæ? Ja, det var bare
Det var sånn 100 liksom.
Og nå holdt jeg på å spy. Klart at det bare hva skjedde der. Jeg skulle handle 0,1, han var en hel kontrakt, og så ramlet han med $10. Det var 10 000, rett i bordet.
På din?
Mm.
Så du ønsker å ha en ny kontrakt på alt?
Men jeg trykket jo, og jeg skulle trykke bort en 0, og så la jeg på en 0. Faen, hva gjorde jeg da? Er det mulig? Jeg handlet 10 ganger så stor kontrakt som jeg skal ha. På all time high. Er det på day high? Ok, pust med magen.
Yes, thanks for having me on. Glad to be here. I think we're still seeing mixed signals. So in some ways, yes, it does, because this is telling us that the labor market is not as hot as we thought, but it also tells us we have just surveyed a group of CFOs who plan to increase investment in workforce strategies. So there's clearly a trend here that people want to work differently. And that means that we'll be working with more technology and AI.
Kan de jævla naboene slutte å få unger, eller?
Jeg tror det er de den blir på.
Hva er det?
Lucy! Jeg hører at det er
Your report, you have the headline number trending down for 3 months. The unemployment reading is 4.2% still healthy. Wage growth is growing. How difficult is this for you to get a big picture sense of how the labor market is doing?
I think that you're spot on. I think it's hard to draw any firm and solid and consistent conclusion from the data today, because it does point us in different directions. Certainly, everybody thinks this morning it will point in the direction that the Fed will act in September because the labor market is cooling. But you're right, other people have left the labor market too, it looks like. And wage growth was pretty strong in this report still. So there are still mixed signals. I think, what we're hearing in our clients is that in order to stay resilient, there are still initiatives that have to take place to respond to this trade uncertainty and uncertainty in general in the marketplace. And so skilled workers will still be needed to do that work in our client base. We tend to focus on finance and the office of the CFO, but that's gotten much broader today with technology, with data, work that needs to be done, and lots of automation and AI coming into that function.
Call me a cynic.
Allergens på
Campuses, AI is
Nei, det går videre.
take jobs away. What are your clients telling you?
Well, I think they are going to take some jobs away. So when you look at rules-based jobs, repetitive or more commoditized jobs, yes, those jobs are going to go to AI. But then the humans in the room have the opportunity to do higher value work. And if you look at, let's take finance and accounting. I think we've talked about this before. We aren't producing enough accountants or financial experts anymore. We just aren't. And so in order to stay as productive as our economy needs, we need to embrace automation and AI for certain of the functions. It doesn't mean it will.
Dollaren er 2600 poeng. Det er helt vilt.
So again, I think if you're in the labor market today, you really have to pay attention to the skills you can bring to the marketplace so that you don't get displaced.
Policymakers talk all the time about how they don't want to put too much emphasis on one single data point, but is today's report enough to perhaps make Chair Jerome Powell reconsider that hawkish posture he took on Wednesday?
I think so, and I think the chorus around the rate hike is going to strengthen meaningfully after this report.
So, I don't know, real quickly here, we heard a lot of companies over the past 6 months withdraw their bids from the ranging director, C-suite folks are holding back on M&A.
Well, again, I think it's still mixed. I think some still are. We've certainly seen projects, even when we've won the work, get delayed a little bit. August is always consulting or professional services because people take vacation. We have a business in Europe too that is more impacted. People say, if I'm on vacation, we start this in September. So I do think we'll see more activity pick up as the fall moves forward, as we get, increasing transparency around what's happening in trade disruption, or people get better at working through
Nå er jeg sur, ass.
and figure out how they're going to remain resilient amidst continued chaos.
Og som faen klarer å trykke så feil.
I don't know, Alex, I think about my early days as an investment banking analyst, first 2 or 3 years, like 95% of my work could be done by AI. I mean, I'm just pitch books together, modeling companies that'll go nowhere, sitting at a printer on Lower Greenwich Street, Lower Manhattan, reading a bank loan agreement.
So you would have been put out of a job.
Out of a job. I mean, I just think about the early days, man. Talk about repetitive work.
Han har ikke råd til å sitte på så mange kontrakter, ass. Jeg trykket jo helt feil, og så gikk jeg ned for å kjøpe en brus, og så kom jeg på å se 12 000 i minus. På en trade som jeg satte her oppe, er jo helt faen, ass. Det er kuk, ass.
andre svarte med en gang, det er sykt, ass. Tok du den ut, eller holder du den?
Nei, jeg holder den. Jeg
Nei, du
må...
holder den. Å, fy faen, da skjønner jeg hvorfor det er stille.
Om jeg er stille, jeg sitter jo balleferdig.
Bare hold hodet katt, snart dømt.
Nei, for jeg skulle aldri tatt den her. Jeg hadde aldri kjøpt den her oppe. Jeg tok jo gevinst på alt. Jeg visste at det kunne falle ned til par og 40. Så jeg kjøpte bare 0,2 trodde at jeg kjøpte. Jeg vil ikke miste all gevinsten min på en tastefeil. Da fortjener jeg juling, liksom. Selvfølgelig så kjøper han akkurat på resistance.
Tilsvarer ikke det 100 kontrakter, Jørgen?
Ja.
1 er jo 10. Da må 1 være... Eventuelt så går det med halvering nå.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, I'm Jensen for the Bloomberg News for this Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's start with Amazon, leading losses, the mega caps, kind of an underwhelming profit outlook. You also have the VIX, what we call the pure gauge on Wall Street, approaching 20, at this point, 19.85, so that's elevated. S&P 500 at 89 points lower, that is a decline of 1.4%, 6250 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 542 points, that's a decline of 1.2%. The Nasdaq 100, 359 points lower, that's down 1.6%. And really, taking the headlines this morning, the data That is the 2-year yield, 21 basis points lower, 374. Remember, prices up, yields down. So running for the safety of the perceived safety of the treasuries. Now, a softer U.S. jobs report in the driver's seat as well. The last 3 months, employment growth has averaged 35,000. That is the worst since the pandemic. And again, the immediate impact of the policy reactive 2-year yield. Also, dollar DXY down over 1%. The jobs report does pose further risk to a slowdown in consumer and business spending. Kind of leading me to the best performing stock in the S&P 500. That belongs to Kimberly-Clark, the guys who make Kleenex. That is up 4.5%. The company's making inroads with the cost-conscious U.S. consumers. We also had factory activity contracting in July at the fastest pace in 9 months. And I like this quote from Mike Collins, portfolio manager at Fixed Income. He says, all this is making for a big, beautiful bond market.
Nice.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Zucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex of Ball.
Hi, John Zucker. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Semenova from Bloomberg News. I'm also here live here on our Bloomberg Interactive Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, Apple stock down 1.5% today, down 18% year to date. I thought their quarter last night was really good, the fastest quarterly revenue growth in more than 3 years. Revenue's up 9.6%. People tell me this is a low, maybe mid-single-digit growth story. I thought it was pretty darn good to me. They said China was even pretty good, and for me, one of the biggest headwinds for Apple story has always been how do you operate in China. So I thought it was a pretty solid, if not actually kind of really good quarter. Angelo Zeno, he's the pro. He'll give us the lowdown here. He's the Senior Vice President, Equity Analyst at CFRA Research. Angelo, what was your takeaway from the Apple print last night?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. I think overall, to your point, the results were really good, better than I think we anticipated and anybody else out there. And again, to your point, I mean, this was probably the best growth rate we've seen since late calendar 2021. And again, with China, the return to growth, the first quarterly growth rate that we saw in 2 years, all kind of positives here for Apple. And I think for me, the biggest takeaway or the biggest positive on the call was actually the services number. They grew 13% year over year. They actually didn't give guidance 3 months ago, due to some fears whether it's related to the Epic Games piece or what have you. And they actually provided guidance for the September quarter as far as services is concerned, also about 13% are consistent with the June quarter. So the services we think continues to be the key growth story and why we like it. But I will say this, as far as the guidance is concerned, and what they had to say forward-looking in nature, they didn't really answer or kind of alleviate the concerns out there that some of the bears have. And I'd say the biggest thing is really the fact that when we did provide guidance, it essentially assumed no change to tariffs. And we think that's unlikely. We actually think there are going to be changes to tariffs because you're going to get something from the 232 semiconductor investigation likely in the next couple of weeks. And when we do see that, that is going to have an impact, we think, on Apple, probably their decision on what they're going to do in terms of pricing and their market structure.
And speaking of tariffs, how sustainable is that revenue growth number that we saw? How much of it is related to a tariff-related pull-in?
I mean, for the June quarter, they said it was 1 out of their 10 points, right? Whether or not you want to believe that, is up to every individual out there. We thought that when we originally saw the print, we would have bet on the fact that it probably would have been more than that. Again, for the September quarter, the guidance is mid to high single-digit growth, but we were looking for about 3% growth. It just seems like the growth rates, at least right now, for these 2 quarters. You can call they obviously attributed to the fact that the iPhone 16 cycle is seeing maybe better upgrades than the sort of prior cycles, but it's just hard to imagine that's all that's happening because you didn't necessarily see the growth rate right in the December quarter and the month cycle first started. So it's probably a little bit more than what they're leading out to believe, but again, we'll get better clarity as we kind of go with the iPhone 17 cycle in the December quarter.
Angela, one of the headwinds for Apple, real or perceived, I'm not sure, is the belief that they don't really have a solid AI play, AI angle to the this story. A, you believe
Men hvordan ta et partshow, da?
Close Barnsley. Jeg vil ikke at man skal se meg. Skal vi se.
Ok, jeg trykker på den der. Partial close 0,99. Jeg skjønner ikke.
Fuck. Skal vi se.
Det er ingen som ser deg.
Hvor er du nå?
Her.
Jeg kan flytte brus også.
Jeg må slutte å drikke så jævla mye brus.
Close position, du har jo ikke sånn party.
Nei, det fikk jeg få det til. Jeg skulle ta partial i går, jeg sto ikke alt.
Du tar det på mobilen.
Nei, det var ikke der hos meg. Der er den. Trykker på den sånn.
Close Barnsley det. Og så gjør du den stor eller liten. Du må ta mindre, du kan ikke ta mer. Så 0,9 kan bli til 0,1.
Hva gjør jeg nå da, hvis jeg trykker på 0,5? Er det da halvparten?
Prøv deg på 0,1 først da. Ser du hva det skjer? Men så rart at den ser sånn ut. Du kan vise deg den.
Det går ikke så fint, Geir. Jeg tok jo så stor posisjon at jeg holdt på å bæsje på meg.
Se for eksempel min. Jeg trykker bare på 1. Så står det close Barnsley her. Og så velger jeg for eksempel at jeg vil ta ut kun 1. Og så trykker jeg her, og så går den.
Og da går den automatisk.
Ja. Nå stod det safe, og det forstår jeg ikke hva.
Save.
Så når jeg trykker close 0,3, så fjerner den.
Ja.
Faen, jeg fått nesten ikke.
Hardware side, we think they're also going to be able to start some nice features from a services perspective as well. So that's how they can make money from an AI standpoint on both hardware and services. But maybe to your point, are consumers all of a sudden going to depart? Not necessarily, but listen, Samsung is a formidable threat out there. They've got some decent people out there as well. They've got some really good integration with Alphabet. So we'd rather see Apple get it right and not have to necessarily worry about that issue.
Angelo, 30 seconds left. I kind of like the acqui-hire kind of strategy that we're seeing across the tech space, where companies will buy a majority stake, not the whole thing, so the regulators don't jump down and approve. Is that something Apple would consider, do you think?
I mean, it doesn't seem like it's in their DNA right now. And when we kind of see some of the moves that they've made as of late, they've actually been they've actually been hurt by the acqui-hire strategy, right? Just given some of the key departures that we've seen. But yeah, I mean, Apple's they've got the ability to kind of benefit from that team. My guess is, again, they're going to have to get this AI story right, so they could use it towards their advantage. But I agree with you. I like the whole acqui-hire team for the broader, AI-based ecosystem and tech sector.
All right, Angelo, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Angelo Zeno, Senior Vice President, Equity Analyst at CFRA Research. I mean, take a look. It's not like they don't have the money, folks. Apple's got $130 billion of cash on the balance sheet. They're going to have free cash flow, north of $100 billion over the next several years, $120 billion. So it's not like they have the cash to go all in on AI. The question is kind of what's their strategy. And it's still kind of something here for a lot of investors. I'm not sure we're going to get much clarity, but as Angelo was saying, that needs to come. Coming up, Gordon Boyle, we're talking about Amazon. That's coming up. This is Gordon.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alexander Seminogo, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Live Radio, Bloomberg Live Podcast, anything that. I'm looking at Amazon. Stock's down 7.2% today. I don't know. Anytime I see Amazon trade down like that, think about this. It's flat year to date, so it's certainly outperforming the marketplace here. They put out some numbers last night. A little bit disappointing on their guidance, and it's questions about the cloud, kind of the growth rates there. Little Boyle, she follows that company. She follows the stock. She's a senior U.S. e-commerce and retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Little, what did you take away from the quarter last night?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So I think the quarter had two mixed reads. The first, on the retail side, things were actually pretty well. Sales grew double digits, higher than we expected. Shows the value of garden shoppers to an Amazon.com retail platform. And prices aren't going up. At least on Amazon.com. The second side of the story is Amazon's AWS business. And I think that's where you're seeing the sell-off come from. They were disappointed, plain and simple. We saw Microsoft and Google, they both outperformed when they reported, and Amazon was just in line on the sales side, but operating margins were much weaker, 32%. That's off of 39+% in the last quarter. The guidance is also weak on the margin side, and I think that's really what's causing the stock to fly today morning.
Anyone who was watching shares post-market yesterday after the results watched them fall, so much during that earnings call during Maybe Jackie's comments. What did you say that was so concerning to investors?
I think it's basically that it's a slow and steady decline from here. It's not overnight, right, Amazon? It's not getting the benefit of like the chat GPT that Microsoft is seeing. We are investing in enterprise clients, the B2B side of the cloud business, and that has plenty of growth ahead. But that growth isn't going to come overnight. It's going to come year by year.
Jeg kommer i mål på euroen, altså. Den blir litt videre opp enn euroen. Ser egentlig litt tung ut også.
It's August 1st, so I guess I have to ask this question. I hate to do it because I'm a person who's inherently halfway through summer here. But the reality is, back to school spending. What's Amazon saying here about back to school spending here?
So they're not saying much yet, but back to school is still the second largest holiday shopping season of the year. We think given Amazon's outperformance year to date on the retail side, they will continue to draw in back to school spending. At this time, consumers want value. They think prices are going up. Prices are going up to some extent, but they haven't gone up that much, which is why retail's holding up. When you're looking for school supplies, you're going to Amazon, you're going to Walmart, you're going to where you can find value.
How much much of this reaction in Amazon has to do with the fact that it was just bad timing for them, that they're facing much tougher comparisons after some of the other mega caps reported results?
No, comparisons are going to remain tough on the cloud side for years to come because you will continue to see growth in the double-digit range. I think more of it has to do with just Amazon's results were not bad. They were pretty good. It's just they weren't as good as Microsoft and Google. And if that does go back what it did, they don't get the benefit of the C2C side of cloud growth that those two competitors get.
So on the retail side here with tariffs, we now have a clear picture of kind of how the tariff situation might shake out. I gotta feel like Amazon, I mean, nobody's got more, buying power than Amazon. So I can't, somebody tries to raise prices on me, and I'd be like, I'll take a walk. I mean, what are they saying?
Yeah, I think, clearly prices are going to rise slightly. Is Amazon more shielded than the rest of retail? I think absolutely, yes, to your point, Paul. $700+ billion of global GDP. 40% of the business, less than 40%, is first party, which means that's the inventory that they own, and that's the inventory where they have control over. Still sizable, and therefore they do have that buying power. But they also have other aspects, right? Amazon has more than just retail. It's got AWS, and it's got everything. They're very, very high price margins. So could they keep some of that cost? Absolutely. Will they pass them along? Yes, but not on the basis, right? At Retail 101, we don't raise the price enough to raise the price of something. So the items that draw you to the platform, they're not going to raise the price until later. We don't expect them to. And on the third party side, that's not our problem. There are 100 million sellers. So the sellers, I'm sure that there will be some competition and prices may rise there for shoppers to have choices.
We have more clarity on tariffs than we did before, but there's this idea that tariff policy is still in a flux and the final framework could change. How much do you think that will impact Amazon's decision-making from this point?
I think for Amazon, tariffs right now, the way they look at it, China's still on a 90-day pause, right? So we don't know if things will end up in China, and that's very, very important to watch, right? So like they were very much Vietnam, the tariffs have gone up from the 10% top to 15%. They're also going up in other Asian countries, and just speculated it's set to be around 25%. These are countries where the last round of tariffs, companies had moved out of China into the countries, right? So while the tariff rate is still better, 20% is still better than 30%.
All right, thanks so much. Poonam, thanks so much. Appreciate it. She covers all the retail for Bloomberg Intelligence, including Amazon. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and Sirius XM channel 121. Access to world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio is on Sirius XM channel 121. Presented to you by Oracle. The latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. Business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI trend. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple. We like bonds.
You think bonds are attractive?
Private markets have become very diverse.
We're telling people to be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, I'm another Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up in this hour, Joanne Shu, University of Michigan. She does the surveys out there. And English data came out today. I don't know, weaker than expected. Goes along with some of the other weak economic data we saw today. We'll break that down. Jessica Kriegel, Chief Strategy Officer, Culture Partners. Discuss the July jobs report there.
Nå er jeg så forbanna på meg selv at jeg holdt på å spy.
Vince Piazza, Bloomberg Intelligence, covers all the energy stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. Chevron, Exxon, got a lot of big oil majors reporting numbers. We'll get the breakdown there. Looking at WTI crude oil, it's weaker today, off by 2.7%, $67. We'll get a job. Get the gas report, 336 Wawa, New
Jersey, no, I'm saying.
Right now, let's go to Charlie Pellet, get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. Jobs and tariffs on this Friday. We get a lot of moving parts in today's trading, but the bottom line here, a lot of red on the screen. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now. S&P down 104, right to the numbers, down 1.6%. Dow Industrials down 603 now, a decline here of 1.4%. NASDAQ down 451, drop there of 2.1%. Bloomberg Intelligence has got you covered on the jobs report with a 10-year currently yielding 4.25%. Treasuries are jumping. We've got the 2-year 3.74% with the 30-year at 4.82%. Gold, the price of gold right now up 1.6%. Spot gold at $33.42 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7%, 67.41 per barrel of WTI. All about jobs. Payrolls increasing 73,000 last month after sharp downward revisions in the prior 2 months. Jobless rate ticked up to 4.2%. Kate Duchesne is the president and CEO of Resources Connection, and she was a guest last hour right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Certainly, everybody thinks this morning it will point in the direction that the Fed will act in September because the labor market is cooling, but more people have left the labor market too, it looks like. And wage growth was pretty strong in this report still.
Kate Duchesne, who is president and CEO of Resources Connection, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Earnings news, Apple down 1.7%. Amazon after earnings, we were just talking about that stock down now by 7.7%. Also on this morning, ExxonMobil and Chevron, they posted better than expected results, but shares of both oil giants are lower. ExxonMobil down 1.7%. Chevron right now down by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Charlie Pellet. So much we appreciate that. Alex Seminole, she's Bloomberg News, sitting in with me, Paul Sweeney, live from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. A lot of economic data out today with the payrolls disappointing, ISM disappointing. English came out in a bit line. The English sentiment survey came out at 61.7. Census was 62. Let's break it down and shoot. Surveys of consumers directed at the University of Michigan. Joanne, what was your takeaway from the data come out of the University of Michigan surveys?
What we saw basically confirmed our preliminary reading from earlier this month. Consumers are feeling definitely better than they were in April and May when they were expecting kind of the worst case scenarios coming from the extremely high tariff announcements at that time. And so they're definitely heartened by how things have cooled off before then, but they hardly feel optimistic about the future. They're still bracing for a return of inflation. And I do want to note that our interviews closed this past Monday prior to the tariff developments over the last couple of days.
Joanne, we're always talking about the bifurcation between higher and lower end consumers. Is there a disconnect in how those two groups are feeling about the economy and the impact of tariffs?
So right now, higher and lower income consumers are broadly in agreement that the outlook for the economy is not great. They're both all ends of the income distribution are feeling like inflation is going to come back, that business conditions are going to weaken. There is a difference, though. People at the top of the income distribution feel a little bit better, though not great, as I mentioned, because they're being supported by strength in stock markets. So folks with high levels of stock holdings, they're feeling a little bit, they've been feeling a little better over the last couple of months. People who don't own any stocks, their sentiment actually declined this month.
Joan, where would you like to see this newspaper figures? Where would you like to see it at a healthy level?
A healthy trend would be continuously double a few consecutive months of going on the upward. We have been on the downswing for most of 2025. That level of decline that we saw between January and May, April, May, has been extremely poor. So it's definitely a good sign that we're not as bad as we were in April and May, but we're hardly out of the woods yet. I would like to see a few more months, multiple months, lifting off that low.
All right, Joanne, thank you so much. I always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time to shoot. Surveys of Consumer Director at the University of Michigan up there in Ann Arbor. I won't go for more than just step on your thought first. All right, folks. Lots of selling out there in the marketplace. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney, Alex Seminole, and we're joined by Bloomberg studio, I got Russia on my left, Russia on my right, speaking back and forth international. Probably talking about me, I don't know. Figma, that was a exactly. Figma, that was a phenomenal IPO yesterday. It was
Huge IPO. Yes, let's talk about today's price action first. The stock is up by 4%. At one point earlier in pre-market, it was up by as much as 23%. The ticker for this stock is FIG. Overall, we know that the stock was priced at $33 per share. On a 2-day basis, the gain is still sitting above 260%. Also, this trading gives Figma the largest first-day trading gain in about 3 decades, guys, for a U.S.-listed traded company, which raised more than $1 billion. Also made its CEO one of the world's richest people. So when it comes to fundamentals, Bloomberg Intelligence and some other analysts are saying they are strong. The company is growing fast. Net dollar retention is also really solid. And the next big test for the company, of course, comes with analyst initiation and the next earnings report.
Also looking at Moderna here, one of the highlights of today, their stock is down more than 7% right now. What is driving that reaction to the statement?
Yeah, so the stock is down by 8%. The ticker for this company is MRNA. Couple metrics disappoint investors. So first of all, second quarter sales were down by 41% on a year-over-year basis. Of course, it was driven by lower sales of COVID-19 vaccines. But keep in mind, guys, that typically demand for vaccines picks up in the second half of every year. But I think more importantly, Moderna also lowered high end of its revenue forecast for the year. The company attributed that to a shift in timing for contract revenue that moved to the first quarter of 2026. To be honest, Sam Fazeli underscores actually cash flow risk for the company if its cancer program with Merck falls short.
We got one more. Coinbase, a little crypto.
Crypto, very interesting space. We see that the stock is down by 15%. The ticker is COIN. We know that Bitcoin itself and cryptocurrencies are moving down, but this move is specifically related to company's earnings report. So when we look at results, revenue for the second quarter actually increased 3.3% on a year-over-year basis, but it missed analyst expectations, and the company attributed that to a slow spot trading volume, not just in the U.S., but around the world as well. And of course, we know that crypto market capitalization was basically flat on a quarter-over-quarter basis. Bloomberg Intelligence, I'm going to cite them again, they are saying that the company can actually post better third quarter revenue for the next quarter, right? So we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, crypto space is very volatile.
Unknown caller.
JP, we're going to go right. There's all the big investments.
I think the companies are just trying to be really cautious in this volatile environment because we see really bad performance in the IPO, which priced the stock with a little bit higher range. So it's a debatable question, but I get your point.
Good for them. Good for the active shareholders. That's good. All right, I'll have someone look. Tyler J. Davis, there we go. Thanks very much. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. This is the 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen. Again, I would say the story of the day is labor market data came in materially weaker than expected. Revisions also caught a lot of people by surprise. Revisions downward. Let's check out some of you really cares about this stuff. Jessica Kriegel, Chief Strategy Officer, Culture Partners, joins us live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Are you based in Sacramento?
I am.
You're far away from Sacramento.
I sure am.
Well, thank you for coming. We appreciate being in our studio there. Jessica, what did you make of the data here? I know it's only one data point, 1 month, but what's speak in the market?
It's actually more than 1 month because we're looking at revisions for multiple months, and those revisions are astronomical. And what it's interesting to me is what that means for, do we trust this data? What do we, I mean, 73,000 jobs, okay, 4.2%, is that really the number? I mean, these revisions are getting bigger and bigger, and so the politicalization of these numbers is going to increase because the people who want to say that the economy is going great are lean into the fact that this data is invalid, and the people who are saying the jobs market is weak, they're going to take a look at how bad it's been. So that's going to make it more and more confusing for business leaders, more and more confusing for the public to understand where are we headed with this economy.
It's safe to say that it's not just merely moderating at this point. We're seeing a trend where growth is substantially slowing. Is this enough to kind of change the Fed's stance around interest rates?
Well, that's such an interesting story. The pressure that Trump has been putting on the Fed because the interest rate is actually working against him, because the Fed has to maintain independence or perceived independence. Otherwise, an interest rate cut could actually be really bad news, right? The bond market could jump, mortgage rates could increase. And so by Trump pressuring the Fed so much, it's actually probably preventing them from cutting rates as soon as they could. We saw this difference of opinion within the governors, right, the dissenters. I think Trump needs to surrender if he wants to actually get what he wants. It's probably not, but it's something that we've been leaning into a lot of culture partners. Is there are so many leaders who are stuck in the action trap, trying to do more. I want to get this result and get people to do more, and it doesn't work. It just, people need to think more deeply about what beliefs do people hold? How can we shape those beliefs in order to get the results, rather than just what do we have to do next? It's very reactionary thinking.
So again, the weak payroll number, also the ICE and manufacturing kind of come in materially weaker than expected. So that part of the world's still hurting here. When you talk to your clients and culture partners, what are they saying about their willingness to kind of do stuff, whether it's spend CapEx, buy a company, introduce a new product? I know that was really shaken earlier this year. That's still the case.
Yeah, I mean, business investments have been down, right? We saw that with the GDP number, 2% lower. I think right now it's a question mark. The big beautiful bill has this idea of expensing immediately. So that may or may not move quickly. We're waiting and seeing. I think most leaders are pausing. They're pausing because the uncertainty is so high, and leaders, remember, are people who are also worried about keeping their jobs. They make big bets right now and they're wrong. They put themselves in danger. And so a lot of fear-based decision-making is happening right now.
When you look underneath the surface of today's labor market reading, is there anything at the sector level that you're seeing that perhaps suggests that the picture is even worse than the headline number suggests?
Healthcare is propping it all up, right? Social assistance, social services. So, I mean, without that, if you're a 40-year-old nurse right now, the labor market looks great. Wow. I would love to be a 40-year-old nurse right now. But for everyone else, the lived reality of most Americans is it's been feeling like this economy is going down, and now we have the numbers to back it.
So wages are still strong here.
Yeah.
Is that healthy? I kind of feel like 3.5%, 4% wage increases. Pretty good for the economy. But is that inflation or potential?
It's not keeping up with inflation, right? So it's still hard to pay for gas. It's still hard to pay for groceries for many Americans. And with this jobs report, I hope people realize that what it doesn't account for is the people who end up leaving the job force altogether because they've given up, because looking for a job has just become too hard, or they've accepted some kind of part-time work and they really wish that they were working full-time. Those people aren't reflected in this. So this 4.2% historically low number isn't actually as good as it sounds.
When you look at the cross currents here, as Paul mentioned, wage growth is still solid, the unemployment rate is still solid, but also growth is slowing. You look at some of the other economic data we've got. How hard does it make it to get a picture of the totality of the data and how the economy is doing broadly?
Really hard, and I think a lot of people spin their wheels trying to understand who's to blame for all of the circumstances that are making my life hard right now, whether that's a CEO or a frontline worker, and that's absolutely the wrong mindset. It's something we call below the line thinking. You're just playing the blame game. All of the energy that you're spending on trying to figure out why you're a victim, it's not doing you any good. So a lot of our work is trying to get people above the line, we call it, which is taking accountability. Taking accountability is making a personal choice to focus on what you can control. You can't control the economic data, you cannot control the volatility of the markets or the tariff decisions or even what your executive team is deciding. What you can control is, what am I willing to do to better myself in position to educating myself on AI. I want to understand what business needs are, position myself to make an impact on those business needs, measure that, communicate that to the executive team. Those are the things that job workers should be focused on, because there's so much that's out of their control, and spending time there is really just a disservice to you.
AI, real quick, that is, net creative jobs, net neutral on jobs, or net exploitative jobs?
Anyone who's going to say that the answer to that question is trying to sell you something. I tend to be fairly pessimistic about AI right now, frankly, but that's just a personal, yeah. For new college graduates, bad. Okay, new college graduates are having a really hard time getting work right now because AI can already do most of what they contribute to the workforce. So for some, very bad. If you're a phlebotomist, very good.
That's very good. That is,
You're going to keep your job. Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right. Yes, correction there. All right, Jessica, thank you so much for joining us. Jessica Kriegel. She's Chief Strategy Officer for Virtual Partners, based in Sacramento, California. So I'm in Sacramento, Daddy Fox television station. Great market. She's joining us here over at the Active Workers Studio. Looking at markets, the sell-off continues here, folks. We've got the S&P 500 quotes on 98 points. It's 1.5%. The NASDAQ loss accelerated in 37 points. That is 2.1%. We're also seeing big moves in the yield space. Two-year treasuries on 21 basis points. We're now at 2.74% on two-year treasury. So a lot going on there. Coming up, we're going to talk about municipal bonds because it's Friday. We love talking munis that I think it's actually to yield places like Sacramento, Jersey. Very attractive. We're also going to talk to Vince Piazza. He's the energy dude for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's been covering the industry for decades. Exxon, Mobil, Chevron, some of the big companies reporting. We'll get their names.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Markets all day long. Jobs Friday, stocks selling off, but now the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Stocks are extending their weekly slide. Investors also weighing the impacts of President Trump's sweeping tariffs on the economy. Here's where we stand. The Dow down 100, down to 573 points now, down 1.3%. It's the S&P 500 index that's down 100 now at 6238, down another 1.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 448, tumbling 2.1%. Apple, Amazon after earnings both lower. We got Apple down by 1.2%, down by 2%. Amazon down by 7.7%. Continuing 4.24% this Friday. 2-year 3.73%. Gold up $60 the ounce. Spot gold up 1.8%. 33.50 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7% right now. WTI 67.39 a barrel. Bottom line here: the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, folks, on Munis today is brought to you by Band Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your both with Band Short Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with Band Mutual. A lot going on in the world of muni funds. There's a lot I can choose from here today. But here's one I saw a mile away before anybody else, any of the rating agencies. I said this train line from Miami and part of Africa. People down there, they drive cars. Now, Fitch downgrades Brightline municipal bonds again on weak finances. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Danielle Moran in office here. She's a municipal bond reporter for Information. Just about Brightline. What's going on there?
Well, Brightline is a passenger railroad that is in South Florida. Right now, it connects Miami to Orlando. It has ambitious plans to extend over to Tampa, and it's a privately operated system. So unlike the MTA or MJ Transit, this is run by a private company. It's primarily backed by Fortress, but they have a ton of debt outstanding. Corporate bonds, municipal bonds, and the system, as you said, it's difficult to sort of convince Florida residents to take a train. They're not used to it. So that area, that corridor is pretty crowded, and Brightline has consistently missed ridership projections. And so that is now bleeding into their bond rating.
I mean, most of us in the tri-state area around New York City, including myself, ride New Jersey Transit for 36 years. That's part of our DNA. It's no big deal. You know, it's we'll get to point A to point B. Wherever we can do it faster, usually mass transportation. But in the rest of the world, the rest of the United States, I'm totally ill. I think people don't even think about it, right?
I think it's definitely a psychological shift in a lot of places that just don't have the mass transit history that we do up here. I'm also an MJ Transit rider. I grew up in New Jersey, so I understand it. And what's interesting about the Florida line is that the long haul between Orlando and Miami, like that ridership is increasing, and people are going. It's the shorter legs that are having a little bit of trouble, but it is a popular choice for folks who are working in that area, getting from one area to another. They've got meetings, and it's also, if you look at some of the photos, it's kind of a pleasant ride. The seats are cushy, they have drinks, it's nice.
Speaking of transit, I've just been seeing video after video of subways flooding with this inclement weather that we've got. And MTA having a hard time dealing with, the storms that we've experienced.
Yeah, and the MTA is having a great month. We had the flooding that sort of just rippled across social media earlier this month. 2 times this week, the power substation at the power system at West 4th Street had some issues, which caused delays on several subway lines. The MTA also voted is planning to raise fares early next year, which they announced this week. So there is definitely an infrastructure issue with the MTA. It's quite old. They have a $68.4 billion capital plan is from the 2025 to 2029 fiscal year, which includes $700 million in anti-flooding investments. So they are working on this, but there is a lot of other factors that are kind of outside the MPA's control. The sewer system, for example, in New York City is also quite old and isn't reliable for the amount of rain we have been getting in a short period of time.
Congestion pricing, is that still a thing? Are they collecting revenue?
Congestion pricing is still a thing. They are collecting revenue. It is in a bit of a legal battle right now that we're still waiting to see how it will pan out. But they're aiming to collect about $1 billion a year, and that is on track.
And then, but that $1 billion just doesn't go to the MPA. That goes, then the MPA borrows against that?
Yes, that's
So
right.
have they begun going to the bond market to get funds against that?
Not quite. There has been, there's a plan to do that. They need to have a certain amount of revenue collected in order for investors to feel comfortable knowing what the revenue stream will look like. So it might be a little further down the road that we'll see a long-term bond issuance against the congestion pricing.
Real quickly, William Jessup University.
Oh, yeah. So we've seen this a lot in small colleges. This is a school in Northern California. It says that it doesn't have the immediate cash flow in order to pay bond investors on August 1st, which is actually today. So they say that they'll be able to pay by the end of the month, but how that money comes in is still a bit unclear. So this is a school that has a lot of debt outstanding for a smaller college, been struggling with some enrollment pressures, and we're seeing this happen at schools across the country. There's enrollment challenges because there's just less kids going to college. The birth rate declined after the Great Recession, and there's fewer students to put in seats.
Yeah, that's an issue. You know, a lot of the smaller schools that don't have the big endowments, they live paycheck to paycheck, you know, the tuition revenue funds, operations funds, everything else. So a challenge for sure. Danielle, thanks so much for joining us. Danielle Moran, she is Bloomberg Municipal Finance Community Leader. Awesome. So joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Studio on our weekly discussion of the municipal bond market. And somebody who lives in New Jersey, works in New York City, the taxes are just brutal. They tax the heck out of us. So we're getting a bit of a all right, let's switch over to the energy biz. I'm just going to quote WTI crude oil because I watch Landman courses and I know all about oil and gas business. Is down $1.87, $67.38. Chevron, Exxon, they've reported some numbers here today. Let's break it all down for the big oil companies. Vince Piazza, senior equity analyst. He covers all the energy space for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's done that for decades on both the sell side and the buy side. Hey, Vince, what'd you see? What'd you learn from the Exxons of the world, the Chevrons of the world?
Hey, so today, what we definitely picked up is, you know, the view that Exxon and Chevron are closely mirroring one another. So, you know, Permian Basin growth for both Chevron and Exxon was there. Chevron topped out at 1 million barrels a day in the Permian, but, you know, going forward, that is likely to anchor down a bit. Because of just, you know, the indecision around WTI and just the energy environment in general. So we'll probably see some more free cash flow flowing out of there. More importantly, though, for Chevron, Paul, the Hess deal closed. So now the hard part starts for Chevron to integrate this very large footprint after, you know, almost 2 years of legal hassles with Exxon. The good news here is that both parties are now partners in what is the most prolific offshore international asset that we've seen in decades. And so I think going forward, what you see here for both of these entities is the upstream side of the equation, shining more of a light on the upstream side because of not only developments that they've had offshore, but also here, shorter cycle, Permian growth, which will likely provide cash flow going forward for both of these entities.
Vince, one thing that stood out to me is in addition to the profit surprise, Exxon said it's keeping an eye out for more acquisitions after its $60 billion takeover of Pioneer Natural Resources. What do you think that this activity will mean for the company?
Well, look, they have been very proficient in picking up pieces
First XTO several years ago, now Pioneer. This is not a play just for volume. It is strategic. The Permian Basin can still use some consolidation. There aren't very many pieces of size left. There are a lot of other smaller entities. So for Exxon, in order to move that needle, it would need to make a very sizable acquisition. They're still out there, and they do have some scale. The issue here is this isn't just about volume. It's also about consolidating and expanding the resource play within the Permian. And there are a few of size in the region that would make sense, but we're not going to leave the witness and tell you what's coming up in the next couple of weeks for us.
So, Vince, I think about the Chevron deal, and I know, from talking to you and reading your research, a big part of that attraction for Hess being bought by Chevron was Hess had a stake in a big property or find down in Guyana. Tell us about that. That was a real opportunity.
Yeah, I think that is the crown jewel of this acquisition. And that's what the arbitration really was about. It was about Exxon's right of first refusal to that particular asset. Of course, that decision went in favor of Chevron. So Guyana is a very large asset. The Schaefer Block is a very large, prolific piece. There are more than a dozen developments that will be ongoing. And that asset base will provide decades of production growth that will facilitate the short-run, short-cycle development, short-cycle production here in the U.S., the Permian Basin, for both Chevron and Exxon. So having two very large entities that understand the longer cycle, large development, I think is positive, and it's also positive that both have fairly deep pockets and good experience doing these types of things.
Vince, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Vince Piazza, he is the go-to voice at Bloomberg Intelligence for all things energy, oil and gas for Bloomberg Intelligence. And again, on the landman front, you got to watch it if you want to be an expert, like I am now, in oil and gas.
I'm still learning a lot about oil and gas every day.
It's a tough life. That's one of my takeaways. And it's hard to get that stuff out of the ground. It's not easy. And these companies do huge investments. Again, Chevron, Exxon spending $60 billion for Pioneer, Chevron buying Hess. I mean, it's a tough business. But they are filming season 2 of Landman, so it is coming. So that was cool. I'm fired up for that there. So looking at the markets here, boy, the sell-off continues. I think accelerates a little bit. S&P 500 options climbing even 100 points, 1.62%. NASDAQ saw 450 points, that's 2.1%. Coming up, we're going to check in with George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst. And who's time for Bloomberg Space Liftoff, Space Engine.
Nei. Han var der i dag tidlig òg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex, I'm Paul Sweeney live here on Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. And tell you what, the next 20 minutes, we're doing space. Very excited because there's supposed to be scheduled a space launch. The SpaceX mission is going to the International Space Station. That's supposed to happen in just minutes, but there may be some weather issues. Clouds and this and that. We do have a lot of heat here, so we're looking at it. It's all fired up, ready to go. We're going to bring that to different atmospheres. Walk up to it a little bit. We can do it. Some people know this stuff a little bit better than Alex and myself. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst. And Bruce Einhorn, Bloomberg Editor and Space.
I'm off to rocket, so it looks like a lot of clouds off as well.
So, Bruce, talk to us first about this mission. What is SpaceX looking to do in this mission?
This is part of a regular series of missions that SpaceX does for NASA, taking astronauts to the International Space Station. This would be the 12th such trip by SpaceX. 11 are full-fledged missions. The first one was a test. This would be significant also because it would be the first time that SpaceX has flown something like this, this particular spacecraft, more than 5 times. This would be the
sixth time. The original goal was only to do 5, and now NASA wants to be able to use them even more frequently. And so this will be the first mission of its kind like that. One word of caution, as you mentioned, is the weather. This launch was supposed to take place yesterday. It got scrubbed yesterday because of clouds, and so we're just waiting to see whether we'll have better luck today.
Bruce, SpaceX has said over and over again that the goal of this is to benefit humanity on Earth. How close are we getting to actually getting palpable results on how successful they are in doing that?
They are critical for the U.S. in getting astronauts to and from the space station. The U.S. Was hoping to have another American company capable of providing that. That was what Boeing's Starliner craft was all about last year. You will recall the 2 astronauts who got stuck on the space station for a long time because there were some problems with their Boeing spacecraft, and they had to wait for a space station to get them home instead. SpaceX is really important for the U.S. space program. Other than this spacecraft at the moment, or things from SpaceX, there's the Boeing, which is problematic, and then there are also rides from the Russians. Russia is a partner in the International Space Station, and so U.S. astronauts do still occasionally go up to the ISS. So we've got
the aerospace industry participating in space companies
all of the companies participate in space, right? Boeing makes satellites, as Bruce just mentioned. Boeing, also made a capsule, the Starliner. Airbus makes satellites. Everybody, has a heavy space. I think everybody sees a lot of growth and opportunity there. Typically, it's just a small portion of their financial results. So I can tell you in the financial community, we spend a lot more time focused on how many Airbus A320s, Boeing 737s, or Yep. 3, 2, 1. Full power.
$1.7 billion in propulsion nominal propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory. So far, getting good calls on that first stage performance.
We are now T plus 35 seconds into the Crew 11 mission onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 engines are throttling down to help pass through the period of max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle during ascent.
Max Q.
We just had max Q right there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
One minute, 9 seconds into what is a little bit more less than a 9-minute flight uphill as Dragon continuing. Bravo again is the abort zone, that last abort zone for stage 1 if necessary. The crew already pulling over 2 Gs. Next, we're going to have a couple of events happen in rapid succession. We'll be getting ready for the second stage to warm up and have the second stage and that chill. And then we'll also have a main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages, for them separating from one another. And then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 11 to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth, as we're now a minute and 56 seconds into today's flight.
The 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down and are standing by for MECO, or main engine cutoff.
FX chill started.
We just heard that call out for back chill. And coming up in under 20 seconds, we have 5 events happening back to back. MECO,
Stage 1 throttle down.
Stage separation, Stage 1 flip, SES1, and the start of boost back burn. It's going to be pretty quick, so keep a close eye on the action and the mission tracker at the bottom of your screen.
Stage separation, could you barrel flip? Stage one, SpaceX the Moon program begins in for stage two. And again, those happen in quick succession. We continue to get great views of that Florida coastline and the eastern seaboard there as 211 continuing its path to orbit, now approaching 3 minutes into today's flight. Still a little ways to go, about 6 minutes left. As they continue to climb their way up and eventually track down the International Space Station. And there at Great Sea, you see the Merlin back you mentioned, the second stage on the right-hand side. And great views.
All right, that is such a shame. I've been watching these things since the late 60s, and I'll tell you, they never, ever get old. These, to the Rich report there was huge. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst, for instance, is with Bruce Einhorn, Bloomberg Editor and Space Reporter. Hey, Bruce, can you explain to me and to our audience the relationship between SpaceX and NASA? How do they work? How is that relationship structured here? Because that seems to be the future.
Yes, NASA depends on SpaceX for what it can for missions, especially for crewed missions like this one to the International Space Station. NASA also relies on SpaceX for cargo missions to the ISS. There are other ways of getting cargo to the ISS, but when it comes to people, right now it's either SpaceX or Roscosmos, the Russian company. SpaceX also has a contract from NASA to work on deorbiting the International Space Station. The space station is scheduled to reach its expiration date at the end of the decade, after which it's going to have to come out of orbit, and SpaceX has the contract to work on that. That's one of the things that the Russian Space Agency chief, who's in the U.S. right now, is going to be, or was discussing yesterday when he met with Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, who's also the interim head of NASA.
Hey, George, this is the start of a planned 6-month stay in orbit for NASA. How does this stack up against previous missions in terms of the length of this kind of a
So, actually, on that one, Bruce is probably better personally in this sense, but I think 6 months is sort of a, maybe a typical time in orbit. But Bruce, I don't know the other.
Yes, it's not typical stint for astronauts is 6 months at the space station. Unless in the case of the Starliner duo from the next up there, after the Boeing craft didn't work out, they had to stay there longer just to stay in the missions than typically.
Hey, Bruce, what are some of the milestones? I mean, big milestones for just the space policies, strategies for the U.S. over the next 3, 5, 10 years?
There's a lot. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. As I mentioned, the head of the Russian Space Agency is meeting with his counterpart. His counterpart is the Secretary of Transportation, because there isn't a full-time person in charge of NASA. There was a nominee, Jared Isaacman, who had his nomination pulled by President Trump shortly before the confirmation hearing, and we're still waiting on word on who's going to be the full-time person in charge. There's been a lot of people leaving NASA. People are gone or in the process of leaving. The administration has proposed some major cutbacks to NASA spending, especially in areas of science. We're still waiting on that to find out what Congress will do on that. But there are a lot of question marks, at least in the short term, about what's going to be happening.
George, and on that front, in terms of just scientific advancements as it relates to aerospace defense, how much do kind of the companies you cover, the defense contractors and aerospace firms, how much do they depend upon government funding, whether it be at the university level, whether it be at the corporate level? How does that relationship work?
So, for sure, some of the initial technology that's developed is very heavily, if not fully, government funded. And so, I think government funding is an important incubator. I think where we're starting to get, though, in space travel, and not necessarily research, but the travel portion, is the handoff has definitely occurred to the commercial side. As we're watching here now, we're watching the SpaceX thrusters sort of re-land.
Which is very cool in itself.
And it's an important part of the equation, and I'm, sort of talking to you about the commercial side of this, and that is that, I think the private sector has really come in here, SpaceX has really come in here and focused on driving down costs, which gets us as a nation, us as an economy, more access to space, right? And so the phase, I think, where we are in space transportation is kind of, the private sector is ready to pick up the mantle, and it has, and it's pushing, pushing the cost equations and such so that we can do more in space. And I think that's absolutely the right way forward. I think when it comes to the pure science side, companies just aren't good at, being altruistic and spending money on that pure science side. That's where you still need a good NASA budget to focus on, some of those important things we need to learn from space and learn how to live in space.
Bruce, what are other important takeaways from this mission that you want audience listeners to know?
Well, this is the first such mission since the public feud erupted between Elon Musk and President. There was a lot of concern at the time. At one point, I think Musk made some comments suggesting that maybe they would just stop operating such flights. The two sides do really need one another. SpaceX does get a lot of its money from contracts with NASA, from the Department of Defense, and the U.S. Also needs SpaceX because at the moment there really aren't a whole lot of viable alternatives. So, notwithstanding any bad blood between the President of the United States and the CEO of SpaceX, the two are still going to be working together for the foreseeable future.
And where's Jeff Bezos and his space efforts taking us? Update there.
Good question. So a couple of things there. So one, the rocket company Blue Origin is working on a rocket that's supposed to be similar to in size Falcon series that SpaceX uses for launches such as this one. They did have their first launch. I believe that was beginning of earlier this year. They were supposed to have a second one. They were originally hoping to have that second one sometime in late spring. That's pushed back until sometime later this year. We're still waiting on when that's going to happen. Not an ideal situation for that rocket. That's probably the new plan. A lot of companies are depending on that for launching satellites with it. So question marks surrounding that. The other big thing is Amazon's satellite network that is called Project Kuiper. That's a communications network that's supposed to compete with Starlink, which is the SpaceX network that has, I think the latest number is around 6 million users worldwide. It's very popular in a lot of places. Also delayed, they have started launching some of those satellites. They're hoping to have some sort of service up and running by end of the year, but they're well behind Starlink. Too early to write them off because it is backed by Amazon, and Amazon has prestige Falcons, but there's a lot of space that they need to recover, given how big of a lead Starlink now has.
And maybe,
sorry,
George. I was just going to chime in here. I think that's key. I think, SpaceX, right now we're looking at a NASA mission, but SpaceX is becoming, or is critical to both NASA and DoD efforts, Defense Department efforts to get satellites up in orbit. Starlink really has jumped out in the lead here with low Earth orbit constellation, which is super important to communications and observations. We have a group in Europe called Mach 33, and they're out of Florida. They do research on, spend a bunch of time on SpaceX, and they're of the view as our lead that the majority of the money generated really inside SpaceX is probably Starlink and not from LIP. And so they're using LIP really to get that low Earth orbit constellation up, which should create internet access around the globe, communication capability around the globe. I think it was an important jump ahead to get that constellation in place.
George, are Musk and Bezos seen as competitors here in this space, or are they kind of working as separate entities for the greater good of space exploration?
I mean, I think that Kuiper is going to be a competitor to Starlink, and so I see the two as competitors. We should agree.
Yes. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. As you look at that SpaceX launch there, we now have the aircraft in space, and then one of the commentators from the Mission Control said chasing the ISS will be docking that soon. So George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst, Bruce Einhorn, Bloomberg Editor and Space Reporter. Live coverage of SpaceX's mission to the International Space Station. Very cool. Again, I've been watching these things since I was a little kid in the late 60s. It's always awesome to see those things built up. Let's get back to here. Alex, still saw off close of the day. The S&P's down about 82 points here. That's 1.3%. Had been down more than 100 points earlier. The Dow's off 480 points. That's 1%. And the NASDAQ off 1.7%. That's 365 points. So clearly, the economic data coming in, Alex, with this market.
Yeah, I have an incredible stat for you, Paul. Actually, the entire month, the S&P 500 has gone without a move of 1% in either direction. So if we do see losses accelerate into the close, today will be the first time in a very long time that shift hadn't happened before since June 2023. So really incredible, showing the tranquility of this market, and perhaps raising concern that investors have become too complacent, whereas when disappointment like this kicks in over the data.
And Tom, from the upper side, asking for a VIX fold here, almost 3 points here. So we're just below 20 on the VIX. Had a low earlier today, about 17, but clearly some risks, angst coming back into the equity markets. Again, on the back, in large part of this weaker than expected economic data. Again, the headline being the change in non-farm payroll, given at 73,000 census, 4,000. But there's also the revisions down sharply. Last prior month, 147,000 jobs revised all the way down to 14,000 jobs. So that's something that gets people's attention. And we're seeing it in the short end of the bond market. Two-year Treasury saw 22 basis points, 3.73%. All right, for our listeners in the U.S. and listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121.
Hvem?
Sell in the equity markets, bond markets, the yields falling sharply. Again, the two-year Treasury is down 22 basis points. The 10-year is off 13 basis points. So a little bit.
Jeg er fornøyd, da.
Stay with us. Your top stories and the local business headlines are coming up right now. Happy Friday.
Begynte med 5.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Kathy McCormick. U.S. employers added just 73,000 jobs last month. That is much weaker than previously reported. The Labor Department's revision shaved 258,000 jobs off May and June payrolls. Alice Mark Hamrick.
This is one of those reports that we see only, once every several years, where you have to ask the question, are we at an inflection point in the U.S. economy? And the inflection point would be one where the economy is weakening substantially.
It comes after the announcement of new tariffs on dozens of countries, many starting August 7th. Joe Flatman. These tariffs range from 10% for the UK to up to 40% for some smaller Asian countries. An executive order confirmed that any country that was not included in the list will face a 10% tariff, though there are a few exceptions, like Brazil, which is facing a steeper 50%.
Nå kjente jeg mer. Hun gjorde 1000 til. Ja, spør da.
Feinstein acknowledges she owned a 20% stake in the company.
President Trump's Mideast envoy made an unusual trip to Gaza today. Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
Steve Witkoff traveled to Gaza to inspect one of the distribution sites run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The UN says more than 1,300 Palestinians have been killed trying to access food aid since March, most of them by Israel. Israel says its fighters are not responsible for most of the deaths and that they fire only when they are surrounded by mobs of Palestinians.
A U.S.-Japanese-Russian crew is on its way to the International Space Station. The SpaceX liftoff just moments ago.
3, 2, 1.
Parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are recovering from torrential rains yesterday. Nikki Batiste is watching the weather.
The flood threat for the East Coast isn't over yet. We could see heavy rains in the Carolinas later today with a threat of more flash floods there.
Stocks are lower today on Wall Street after that jobs report and the announcement of more tariffs. The Dow off 452 points. This is CBS News. Chicago's lakefront is rocking as Jennifer Kuiper reports.
Chicago winds in street closures, a heavy police presence, and staffed up emergency rooms as thousands of music bands head to the city's rampart to sing along with and dance to over 170 artists. They've been doing it here for 20 years now. Olivia Rodrigo and Korn will headline tonight, the second of the four-day Lollapalooza festival. Saturday night's headliners are Twice and Rufus Du Sol. Wrapping up Lollapalooza on Sunday night, A$AP Rocky and Sabrina Carpenter. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
Florida officials have released a plan for evacuating the so-called Alligator Alcatraz Detention Center in the event of a hurricane, but large portions of the plan, sometimes entire pages, have been blacked out, including alternate facilities that could be used. Critics are pressing for more transparency. I'm Kathy McCormick, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Jobs Day brings signs of slowing growth. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power, as the day to give President Trump a whole new round of firepower in his call for lower interest rates. We'll look under the hood with Bloomberg Economics Editor Molly Smith coming up. It's not only Jobs Day, it's Liberation Day Part 2, as the president announces tariffs for nearly all of our trading partners. We're going to get into what this means politically for the economy and, yes, also interest rates. The view from the Fed here, where we sit down with Bloomberg Politics contributor, former Republican Congressman Patrick McHenry. Analysis from our political panel today. Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano is with us, alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller. And we start on this Jobs Day, as always, with a look at Wall Street. He's back with us today. The Friday trade with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie,
let's go much, Joe Matthew. Not just the Friday trade, Jobs Friday, always a big deal for us here at Bloomberg and indeed financial markets around the globe. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red, but we are off session lows. Right now, looking at a loss of 73 points on the S&P, 56 where we stand now. That is a drop of just about 1.2%. We've got the Dow down 419, a decline of 1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 336 for NASDAQ, a drop right now of 1.6%.
Our Max 7 index tumbling by 2.3%. Among those names in the index, Apple down 1.9%. Amazon lower now by 7.5% after earnings. The 10-year at 4.24%. The 2-year currently yielding 3.73%. Spot gold is up $55 the ounce to $33.45, surging 1.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 67.77 per barrel of WTI. Friday's weak jobs report is bolstering bets on Fed rate cuts. Payrolls increased by 73,000 last month after sharp downward revisions for the prior 2 months. Jobs rate ticked up to 4.2%. We had a whole lot more on the jobs report coming up in just a moment without Molly Smith. The reaction to the jobs report from Beth Hammock, president of the Cleveland Fed.
My expectation, my forecast is that we will see the inflation numbers tick up. The $30 billion a month in tariff revenues is being paid by someone. It looks like it's more being paid by importers and consumers at this point. I think importers have won a lot of that to this date, and it's likely that that will start to get pushed. We're hearing from the businesses we've talked to that they can't absorb those costs anymore, and they will start pushing that out into prices to consumers.
Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammock interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio. Traders, meanwhile, quickly boosting bets on Fed rate cuts and now pricing in 2 quarter-point reductions this year. Again, recapping equities lower. S&P 500 index down 1.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Jobs Friday back. We go to Washington. And once again, your host here is Joe Mack.
Yeah, Jobs Friday, Charlie, the key word there being Friday. Welcome back, by the way, Charlie Pellet. We'll be back with more on the market reaction to the data, to the tariffs, and whatever else happens between now and 2 o'clock a little bit later on. Welcome to the threshold of the weekend here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. You can watch us on Bloomberg Originals or on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to watch the radio show or a concept. Start. We go jobs, we go tariffs. They kind of meet in the middle here because there are a lot of questions today about the way Washington policy is impacting the job market. Is this the beginning of the deterioration that so many people have been predicting in the hard data, following so much outcry about the anecdotal evidence here, which we'll talk about in a moment with Molly Smith. What we ended up with is 73,000 here. 73,000 jobs in July. Now, Molly told us a couple of days ago, remember, it was going to be in excess of 100,000. That was the expectation. That's the whole game here, expectations. Slower growth, uncertainty about the direction of our economy, and an unemployment rate edging slightly higher to 4.2%. That is what we have this morning. And we're apparently not hearing from President Trump. Maybe we will when he leaves, since there's almost nothing on the schedule today. He's just wrapping up his intelligence briefing. Based on what we saw on the schedule. He's out of town this afternoon for a weekend of golf at Bedminster. Yeah, he's going up to New Jersey and will stay there for the weekend. Labor Secretary was out today. Now that was not a job. Once a month for Lori Chavez the Reamer. Listen to her framing of the data this morning on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Certainly, we know they could have been better. But, we look at the positive because we still have a net positive, almost 500,000 new jobs since the president took office. What has happened on the ground? The one big beautiful bill by Congress, the president leaning in and keeping the promises made by negotiating fair trade deals for the American workforce. And now what we need is the Federal Reserve to jump in and lower those interest rates. I talked to businesses just yesterday who said, we've invested in our American workers. We're paying attention to our facilities. We're wanting to invest and borrow more money, but they're concerned with borrowing that more money.
So it's going to be a big story about interest rates today, right? Donald Trump saying, I told you so. I told you to cut interest rates. And he's back on Truth Social doing it today. We've been getting these long, very dense copy, it's just 2 lines for this one. Too little, too late. Jerome Too Late Powell is a disaster. Drop the rate. The good news is that tariffs are bringing billions of dollars into the USA. That's it. Too little, too late. Of course, Jay Powell chose just this week, his colleagues, -2, to not cut interest rates. There are a lot of questions, though, about where they're going to be in September, and if data like this keep coming in. By the way, we're going to talk about downward revisions for the past couple months that maybe we are talking about. Molly Smith comes back now, second time in a week. Who do I have to thank for this? Producer James. Bloomberg News economics editor for World Headquarters in New York. Molly Smith, it's great to see you. We're early today with the jobs data. Is this being reflected properly? Because, boy, this number was a far cry from what we expected.
Yeah, it's been a pretty ugly market reaction, as Charlie Pellet has told us all about today. That stock stock market market's been open a while. Pardon me there. So the stock market is not having a great day. Seeing treasuries rally, seeing everybody reassess those bets on if the Fed's going to cut rates in September. I think the last I looked, those were well north of 80%. When Powell spoke yesterday, they got down to below 40. So that's just a massive shift in the last 2 days from what Powell on Wednesday had said is a very solid labor market, one that's healthy, broadly balanced, to now today, we see one that not only was July a weak month, but also May and June substantially weaker than thought. So that does, what you were saying, Joe, maybe give a little vindication here to Fed Governors Bowman and Waller, who dissented on Wednesday. They were in favor of cutting rates this week, were ultimately overruled, but their arguments were in part because of this weakness that they said is going on in the labor market. Certainly could see that in play today, and looking more likely that, again, with what we have in hand today, certainly a bit of time until the September meeting, but certainly makes a cut that'll look a lot more likely.
Talk to us about these revisions. Everyone's going to obsess over the headline number today, 73,000, far cry from what was expected, but the prior 2 months revised down by almost 260,000. How are we so far off, Molly? Are you going to tell me it has to do with uncertainty over tariffs, or this is unrelated?
Unrelated to tariffs, but I will tell you that I have a story coming out on this very soon, so stay tuned, everybody. It's in edits now. But the main picture here is on the revisions is that, at least for the month of July, what we saw is that it really was, a lot of it had to do with seasonal adjustment issues. And I know this is super nerdy, so I'm not going to get too into it, but it's basically how BLS, that's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who puts out this report, it's how they adjust for patterns in the seasons that might distort data otherwise from month to month, so that you can look at it a little bit more smoothly throughout the year. Sometimes the seasonal factors call for an increase of a certain amount or a decrease of a certain amount, and sometimes the actual numbers just aren't close to what that seasonal factor might estimate. So we had a bit of an issue with these factors in the June data, particularly around state and local government education, which were a huge reason of why the June payrolls number at the time was such a good number. But then we saw today that that was largely revised away. And when I asked BLS about this, they did say that this had to do with seasonal adjustment. And this, it's also because they collect more data over time. This data is collected not just in the actual month of sampling, but also 2 months after that. So there is more data that can come in. And the broader issue of what I've been reporting on with this is that those initial response rates, though, in that first month have gotten very, very low. So that when you then collect data more in 2 and 3 months after, it can really change that initial result.
Wow, isn't that fascinating? A little peek inside Molly Smith's world there. And it's extremely helpful for us to understand what's going on. By the way, nice tease on the story. I thought you were the economics editor. Who edits the editor's copy?
Oh, someone far more senior than me.
Wow. I don't even know that. I mean, you're going to have to bring me in on this at some point. Participation.
Opp med en gang tariffene roer seg ned. Alt er tariffstøy. Nei, bare snakke med noen. Faen, ass. Jeg kom meg ikke ut av den fitteposisjonen, ass. Ja, men jeg kjøpte den på topp etter å trykke helt feil.
Particularly for what we call prime age workers, so those are people aged 25 to 54. So in the broader scheme of things, this is really not good when you see that there are fewer people participating in the labor force. And you would think then that, like, if you see a drop in the overall labor force, that should help to keep a lid on unemployment, right? Because you think this is an equation, the numerator is the number of unemployed people, the bottom is the number of people in the labor force total. If the denominator is smaller, that should keep a lid on unemployment. But the problem is you also had more people who simply lost their jobs.
seminar with Molly. I didn't know I was this. Like, I would have been copying off of Molly's work if she said.
Fy faen. Jeg driter meg så jævlig ut. Det er ikke ofte jeg gjør, altså.
We take a little bit of a breather next week. Thankfully, yeah, this week was really heavy. I mean, personally, I'm already looking to the next CPI report, which is in a little less than 2
Hæ?
weeks from now, particularly just regarding some of the
Jo.
election issues that the BLS is having. They put out a notice on their website about it earlier this week too, that they're reducing sample even more so than we previously thought, and a lot of it is because of the budget and staffing cuts that have come from the Trump administration, that they simply just don't have the resources to go out and collect data the way that they used to. So to see how that's going to come through in the inflation data, perhaps more so in the jobs data too going forward, is going to be really interesting.
Min private, Roy.
Start really with jobs report today and bring me the great analysis. We get granular with Molly Smith, Bloomberg News economics editor. Let us know when that story publishes, Molly, and introduce me to your editor. Unless his name is Ed Duffner. I know him. I'll have much more ahead. Patrick McHenry's on the way on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. You can check markets all day long. They're looking at tariffs
and jobs, front of mind for Wall Street today, and we are seeing red on the screen. A sell-off underway. We are off session lows, but the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all declining. Traders driving stocks toward their worst session since May. Weak jobs and manufacturing data reviving concerns about the U.S. economy. The S&P down 76, strong there of 1.2%. The Dow is down 451 now, a decline of 1%. And NASDAQ is down 355. The NASDAQ Composite Index, that is a drop right now of just about 1.7%. The 10-year, 4.23%, with a 2-year currently yielding of 3.72%. Spot gold is trading higher right now. We got gold surging $53 the ounce. Gold at 33.43, up 1.6%. And a retreat for crude, down 2.6%, 67.43 for a barrel of WTI. President Trump has sent letters to 17 of the world's largest drug makers, including Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer, insisting they immediately lower what they charge Medicaid for existing drugs. Shares of all three right now are advancing. We've got Lilly up 2.6%, Novo Nordisk up by 2.2%, Pfizer shares up by 0.4%. Again, stocks lower with the S&P down 1.2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back to go to Washington. Once again, your host for Joanne.
Okay, Charlie, welcome back today. Great to have Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. There's only one Charlie Pellet. And the market's a big part of the story today in Washington as the tariff rates are rolled out. Charlie just mentioned it. We got a big pile of paper. End of the day yesterday, more of this rolled through the evening here. We got a whole new date. I was going to say, Happy Liberation Day or whatever this is, but circle August 7 on your calendar. That's the actual date. I guess this takes hold at 12:01 a.m. August 7. So you got a week. Still want to make a deal. Of course, this was all supposed to take effect today, but we understand that the extra week was needed for Customs and Border Protection to update the tariff schedule with all of these new numbers. 15%, the big industrialized economies, European Union, Japan, South Korea, we talked about that. Those with a small trade deficit get 15%. Countries with which the U.S. runs a trade surplus get 10%. And if you're Canada, well, just, I don't know, call back another time. James Greer was on Bloomberg TV and radio this morning. The U.S. Trade Representative, of course, had a lot to do with the outcome. Here's what he said.
We'll be finishing the paperwork for the next week or maybe a couple of months. But these deals are pretty much set. They are set, right? We wouldn't make an agreement unless we all knew the contours of it and the countries knew it. And it's an exciting time because the president essentially reset the global trading system. And so we'll be, finalizing everything that's been agreed to on paper and we're monitoring compliance going forward.
It doesn't look like Wall Street is in love with this. Not that a lot of this is a surprise. We've got jobs data that you've been hearing about, kind of confusing things a little bit too, but it's decidedly lower today. The S&P 500 is down 75 points, more than 1%. NASDAQ down 350, 1.5%. We've got a big move in the bond market here. The VIX is back above 19. Even the companies with good earnings. Look at ExxonMobil turning negative, down a couple of dollars. Apple had a nice story to tell. It's down almost $5. And if you missed estimates, boy, you're going to be punished. Amazon, not inspired by the forecast, it's down $18 or 8%. So we've got a lot at play. But we want to talk about the fact that we actually have these numbers now, the tariffs, and as well, what's happening on Capitol Hill. With our good friend Patrick McHenry, Bloomberg Politics contributor. I always love saying that. The former Republican Congressman, former chair of Financial Services, who actually held the Speaker's gavel for a short time. Mr. McHenry, great to see you. Happy Friday. Was talking about Jay Powell earlier today on Truth Social, as he's been known to do. Too little, too late, he writes. Jerome Too Late Powell is a disaster. Drop the rate. It's funny, Donald Trump never, I guess, talks like this to his face. But is he starting to sound like he's on the right side of history? It's time to start cutting. What do you think?
Well, I think it is. But look, the Federal Reserve is an independent monetary authority in our system. It's well designed that way. The Supreme Court agrees. This is long-standing practice for the
That's one. Two, there's the political effect here, which is when the American people see an economy that they don't like, who is to blame? And the president's reminding them to blame the Federal Reserve, not the Republicans they elected to run Washington. So that is a useful political tool that is at the president's disposal, that this president has used more than other presidents, but he's not the only one to use this, that can play the Federal Reserve system. LBJ and FDR were quite notable in using it as well. And he's not the first, but he is obviously the loudest, the most adept, and stoking those flames.
We tend to think of Patrick McHenry as an old-style conservative Republican a la Ronald Reagan. Correct me if I'm wrong, Congressman.
That's about right.
Tariffs are not part of that ideology. Where are you with this tariff regime now that we actually have the numbers? How worried are you about what happens to the economy in the second half of the year?
Well, there are two issues here. One is allowing China to come into the first world trading regime, but getting the rules of the third world. And so I think some of our trading agreements have benefited other countries to a much more substantial impact to them than to us. We've given away a lot of our native industries in some of these deals. So while you can be a free trader, you don't have to necessarily agree with the contours of each one of the trading regimes that we set up each negotiation. The president's resetting that, and he believes by resetting the tariff, we're going back to much more friendly conditions in this global trading regime. So some of this is quite practical. It's funny, you haven't seen Hill Republicans who are free traders speak up in any organized fashion. So that is what he's speaking. Now, how he does it? Of course, look, I mean, as somebody who thinks we have benefited overall by being the biggest trading partner in the world, has given us the ability of a strong dollar policy, has made us the reserve currency for the world, it's given us a greater borrowing power. There are a lot of benefits that come from our strength as a trading partner. I think we have to maintain that edge. We have to be the place that people want to come to, people, intellectual property come to, a place for capital, and also a place that feeds the world in trade. And we don't want to undermine that. So that's the countervailing piece that I think has not been hotly pushed back on this administration. I think it should be sharpened up.
Interesting. Well, we love talking to you because you have a real sensitivity to the economy here, and of course, following your chairmanship, you have such a good sense of what this means for the Federal Reserve when we start talking about interest rates, the idea that this could into the data. But we've also got this softer than expected jobs report today, and you know a lot of people that put it out there is Jay Powell would have been cutting in February if it were not for Donald Trump himself and the tariff regime. Do you believe that, and do you think that we do see some kind of inflation spike in the next few months?
I think that's what the market's trying to figure out. But the president's been given the benefit of the doubt by elected officials, by other Republicans in Washington, because you've not seen the economic harm of this tariff fight. And I think there's a notion, understanding that the real culmination, all of this discussion about tariffs, is the trading relationship with China and the world. And everything the president has done this year with national security, international presence, security negotiations and endeavors, and tariff conversations are all laying the predicate for a big deal with China. And so they want to see that. They want to see that big deal. And they're willing to go along with less optimistic economic data in order to get to that deal. I think the markets see that. But the data is now showing that this uncertainty and this cost structure is creating a burden on the U.S. economy. The question is the extent. I think that's why the market is that's why you see books up and Congress and the House. And so I don't think you're going to hear much until September about tariffs or any of you got discussion around the effects.
Well, of course, the whole conversation, numbers come back, it's gonna be about a shutdown. I know you're hearing this as well as we are. Democrats say they're out because of the rescissions package. Do you think we shut down in the fall?
I think so. I think you need Democratic votes to the Senate, United States Senate, in order to keep the government open. I think what you'll see is a move for continued resolution to keep the government open, and that passed the House. And then it gets to the Senate, and it's really up to the Senate minority, the Democrats, on whether or not they're going to allow that to go to the president's desk. I think the incentives right now for Chuck Schumer and the Democrat leadership in Washington is to show they have some fight. But they're going to fight President Trump. And so they're going to try to lay the blame of a government shutdown at the president's feet. It's going to be a huge battle for the fall, and I think that will cloud the rest of the debate, the public policy debate, that could otherwise be quite bipartisan.
Patrick McHenry, I have to ask you about what's going on in your home state before you leave us. There's a new poll out on the North Carolina Senate race. Now that your former governor, Roy Cooper, has jumped in here. Emerson College polling finds Cooper with a 6-point lead in this race over Michael Whatley, 47 to 41%. You've got 12% undecided. Does this sound right to you? And how much of an uphill battle will Michael Whatley have in this race?
So, two things. There's something for everyone in this point. If you're Roy Cooper, you said, well, look, I'm leaving. Need for what is a Republican held seat. So they get to have that narrative. But the Republicans have the narrative of saying, we've got a guy who's never been elected to anything. And he's within 6 points of a popular two-term Democratic governor. And so therefore, what we know is that this will be a very expensive, probably the most expensive Senate race in the country this election cycle. And it will be a nasty dogfight based off the fact that we are narrowly, the Republic of North Carolina is a narrowly divided state. So watch out. It's going to be long and nasty.
God knows it. We heard from Donald Trump on this. He posted about this as well on Truth Social. Michael Whatley has my complete and total endorsement. This is the bottom of a very long post. He will never let you down. All caps. Exclamation point. We're going to have to keep talking about this with Patrick McHenry. I hope you're having a great summer. Thank you for joining us. Friday edition here. Polling results. Again, what will likely be the most expensive Senate contest is going to have to be between North Carolina and Texas here, right? The primary for sure in Texas. I'm Joe Mackey in Washington. Happy Friday to you. We're going to assemble our political panel next. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Lisa Camuso Miller, with our eyes on the state of Texas, aforementioned redistricting, and much more to talk about on the fastest show in politics. It's all ahead on Bloomberg.
for more Jobs Friday briefing.
Har lyden nå, ja. Meg og Slumdog. Jeg sitter så feil med. Jeg trykka så jævla feil i stad. Jeg skulle kjøpe 0,2. Ja, 0,2. Og så kjøpte jeg 1. Hvis jeg ikke har hemorrider, så har jeg fått det nå, ass, for å si det sånn. Se bare hele gevinsten min ble borte, liksom. Dritteppe. Faen, ass.
Appeal to Latino voters in the state because the assumption is that Latino voters in Texas are going to go Republican. You still have a chance, even with these 5.
Ja, jeg vet det, for jeg skal kjøpe 1 kontrakt på Nasdaq. Det er derfor jeg skjønner. Jævla fittedritt, ass.
And of course, you have the reality of what is going on in the country today. I mean, we have a jobs report out today that doesn't look very promising. We have higher costs coming down the pike as a result of these tariffs. We have a increasingly unpopular immigration policy by the president. He has long owned that issue, except many people feel he's gotten over his skis in terms of deporting children. Alligator, this alligator at 500 square, I mean, the list goes on and on. So it depends on the politics of the moment as well. But, you know, what's so fascinating about this effort is for the first time in history, it's being driven by the president. And he is a lame duck. So you have a lame duck.
Ja, bra krypto.
And got nothing done. He doesn't want that again. So if anybody thinks Donald Trump is going to just go quietly into the night, that is not the case. He is pushing hard to retain this Congress in the Republican favor so he can do all of the things he would like to do. And we've never seen this from a president pushing states to redraw districts or redraw their lines in the midterm or mid-decade.
Is that Donald Trump, I guess, is not running for I want to ask you, while we're talking about we'll see, Jeannie, about Democratic messaging here, because this is one of any number of issues that Democrats are trying to frame arguments around right now, kind of testing things before we get real about the midterms. And while they're home for August recess, the big target here is the big, beautiful bill. Now, Lisa, you know what it's like to get in a room with crap talking points. We got them from, these are Democratic talking points that came from the group Third Way. We talked to Jim Kessler, Matt Bennett, and others from Third Way. There are 3 cell lines here, Third Way and GBAO, that were tested and stood out to be the most effective here. Number 1, criticizing Republicans for cutting $1 trillion for Medicaid. That number is important. 2, focusing on the law's impact on the national debt. And 3, homing in on the impact of Medicaid cuts in rural hospitals. If you listen to this show, none of these are going to sound new to you. My question, I guess, Lisa, is will they work?
Well, I mean, that's why I brought it up in the first few moments of our conversation, Joe, is because I think that those are factors that very well could be. That's about the time that we'll start to really feel that pinch as it relates to our healthcare expenses and the impact
Lisa,
that Medicaid
to
will
interrupt
have.
you here. We have an absolutely incredible headline that just crossed the channel. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lisa. And Gene, listen to this. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting says it is shutting down. We've got a press release here that producer Janet just put in front of me. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting addressing operations following the loss of federal funding. It is dated August 1, 2025. CPB announcing today it will begin an orderly wind down of its operations following the passage of a federal rescissions package and the release of the Senate Appropriations Committee 2026 Labor, Health, and Human Services Education Related Agencies Bill, which excludes funding for CPB for the first time in more than 5 decades. This is the organization that we've talked about a lot with the rescissions package that funds PBS and NPR. It's unclear how either of those 2 networks will be able to exist without the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, certainly without some significant reforms. This is a big deal. Just breaking right now. Corporation for Public Broadcasting is shutting down operations following 60 years of service. We're gonna have a lot more on this, I suspect, and I'm waiting to hear from the president. We'll keep our eyes on Truth Social here. We'll get into this with the panel as well. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Caluso Miller are with us as the headline crosses the terminal. The CPB is going to close down. Live from Washington, I'm Joe Matthew. Kaylee Lyons will join the conversation in our second hour. The panel stays with us. We'll welcome our global television audience to the fastest show in politics, the Friday edition. Stay with us on Bloomberg Radio.
Jeg var heldig der, jeg gjorde 2500. Jeg kjøpte en halv kontrakt helt der nede. Det kom melding nå nettopp på Bloomberg at de stenger, Trump stenger den derre jeg må ha sånn der språk, ja. Trump stenger en sånn NRK i USA. Jeg vet ikke hva det heter på norsk. Ja, offentlig krigskall. Fuck norsken min, ass. Jeg bare pisse. Hva har? The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is shutting down. Du får ikke funding fra Trump. Han er faen meg verre enn Putin.
Stations across the country could be shut down. It's one of the very concerns that were raised by those who were reluctant to support the rescissions package that the Republican Senator Mike Brown.
Mike Brown's.
Fy faen, han Trump får gjort det, ass. Han er faen helt han er ikke god, ass.
To help fund Native American NPR stations that are near tribal regions of the country. In states like his, there's no paper on that. We're not sure exactly how that would work. And to Kaylee's point, this could in fact result in the closure of dozens, if not hundreds, of radio stations.
Ja, den mannen der er faen han jeg liker at han ikke er woke, men han den mannen der. Han viser seg fra en dårlig side.
Yeah, another red line just crossing the terminal based on a True Social post from President Trump, who says he has deployed 2 nuclear submarines, citing specifically what he calls the highly provocative statements of the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev.
Og så sender du 2 atomubåter mot Russland.
Will be positioned in the appropriate
Nå kommer gull i hvert fall til å gå.
Well, isn't that right? It's going to be interesting to see how all of this lands on Wall Street, by the way, already upset with some of the news that we've had. It looks like we might be reaching a new lows this session.
Yeah, and the bond market moves are nothing to sneeze at either, so let's get a check on that now as we turn to Charlie Pellet.
Fikk dere det? Trump kjører atomubåter mot Russland.
Fast-moving markets to the downside now, with the S&P tumbling 106 down 1.7.
Da går gull. Da skal aksjemarkedet krasje.
Composite index down 485 for NASDAQ, a drop right now of 2.3%. Our NASDAQ 100 index down 2%.
Den ene dagen er long aksjemarkedet. Det var smart.
2.2%. 2 of those names after earnings, both lower. Apple right now down 2.7%. Amazon after earnings now dropping by 8.2%. Traders driving stocks toward their worst session since May as weak jobs and manufacturing data revive concerns about the economy. Our Stuart Paul a whole lot more on the economy coming up in just a moment. 10-year currently trading 4.22% of the 2-year, 3.70%. Spot gold surging $58, up 1.8%. 348. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.4%, 67.64 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin down 1.5% at 114,746 on Bitcoin. Earnings news. Lots of companies reporting. ExxonMobil and Chevron posted better than expected results after record oil production cushioned the impact of lower crude prices. ExxonMobil down now by 2.2%. Chevron down by just about 4.5%. Again, a number of developing stories after this hour. President
Den atomubåtkrigserklæringen kan fuele gull her, altså.
73,000 jobs added, downward revisions. Also something to pay attention to as we're looking at over the course of the last 3 months. On average, the slowest jobs growth we have seen since back in the pandemic era. Raising the question as to whether or not maybe it was Governor Waller, not Chairman Powell, who was singing the right tune at the Fed's decision this week to not lower interest rates. Waller, of course, was citing concern over the labor market. And as we consider the overall state of the labor market, we actually had a chance here at Bloomberg TV and radio to catch up with the Labor Secretary, Lori Chavez-DeRemer, earlier today, and this is how she characterized the figures.
Certainly, we know they could have been better, But, you know, we look at the positive because we still have a net positive, almost 500,000 new jobs since the president took office. What has happened on the ground? The one big beautiful bill by Congress, the president leaning in and keeping the promises made by negotiating fair trade deals for the American workforce. And now what we need is the Federal Reserve to jump in and lower the interest rates.
Halla! Vi trenger en liten krig for at jeg skal komme ut av min posisjon som jeg trykket på feil. Og da trenger vi 2 atomubåter for at jeg skal komme ut av min posisjon. Det var faen meg som Gud bare... Jones, du har hatt det helt jævlig siste uka. Vet du hva? Gir deg klapp på skulderen. Sender ut noen atomubåter for deg, så du bare kommer ut av den jævla posisjonen din. Så er du i mål. Da, ja, jeg aksepterer det. Så da kommer jeg faen meg i mål. Deilig med litt krig. Det blir jo ikke krig, da. Det blir skremmekrig. Eneste som er litt skummelt med denne greia der, er at Trump har blitt sett på som en taco-nut-case nå ganske lenge. Så problemet nå er at nå må han faktisk gjøre noe. Han kan ikke true lenger. Han har truet nå så mange ganger, skjedd en shit. Nå må han faktisk gasse på. Nå må han faktisk gjøre det han sier. Putin bare, 2 atomubåter. Donald Trump kan ikke gjøre noen ting. Han bare snakker. Nå hørtes jeg faen meg ut som en somaler, men det får bare være. Gå nå opp da, gullhelvete. Var det all hjelpen jeg fikk på krig? Det var kortvarig lykke, faen. Jeg skal ikke ha daychart, for faen.
Maybe that would have been a different decision had they had these figures in hand. Do you think Chairman Powell maybe knew?
I don't think he made mistakes. He's been put in an impossible position. You guys make it hard.
Tim, Du kjøpte gull når jeg ringte deg i forgårs. Vær så snill å si at du gjorde det. Og så jævlig bra. Så jævlig bra. Det var faen meg bra. Jeg ringte Tim i forgårs, for det gikk jo til helvete. Så jeg Tim, vet du hva, nå tror jeg nå kjøper du gull, og så sitter du.
And so if prices continue to rise, we expect to, I don't think we're affected, and markets disagree right now. So you see a big one-day change between yesterday and today. Yesterday, markets thought to cut the federal Fed between 1 and 2 times. Now markets are certain to cut the federal Fed by at least 50 bits.
Tåler du å sitte far vei av krypto? Det mange chattene som ikke tåler det. Good. For da kommer dere til å tjene så mye penger som jeg aldri har gjort før. Jeg kan love dere det. Hvis dere har nok marginer, så kommer dere til å tjene så mye penger. Jeg er litt tidlig ute på det meste, egentlig, og det er noe jeg må bli flinkere med. Det er ikke så jævla lett. Jeg er ofte alt for tidlig ute. Nei, jeg har ikke nerver. Jeg bare blør ut av ræva litt av og til. Utover det så har jeg ikke nerver. Jeg tror ikke jeg er immun, jeg tror bare at jeg holder pusten så mye, så jeg tror jeg popper sånne polypper opp i magen, så jeg bare driter blod. Det er ikke hemorrider. Jeg sitter sånn. Nå holdt jeg pusten igjen. Men det som er jævlig irriterende av til, er at når du har rett, du treffer på alt av makro, bevegelse, alt sammen, og så rører faen ikke markedet på seg dit det skal. Det er bare sånn, skikken ditt fikk deg å tenke, hva er det folk tenker med nå? Hva er det de driver med? Hva faen er det de driver med, tenker jeg. Jeg husker første varskoen jeg fikk når jeg jobbet som aksjemegler, 2008. Det er ikke noe gærent å jobbe som taxisjåfør, ikke det hele tatt. Da sa gutta på bordet, største advarselen når vi er en boble, er noen taxisjåfør som kommer med aksjetips til deg, og sitter med en Rolex. Da må du bare, da er det en boble, liksom. Og det er litt sånn nå. Det er litt sånn nå. Hva skal vi kjøpe for noe? Nei, jeg skal kjøpe AI. Hvorfor da? Nei, for det skal bare gå. Kjøp AI og krypto. Hvorfor skulle du kjøpe krypto? Nei, fordi Trump sier det er dritbra. Ok. Ja, ok. Da skjønner jeg det. Hvorfor skal du kjøpe AI da? Nei, for det er fremtiden. Ok. Inntekt og sånn da. Hva mye verdt, liksom? Nei, må bare kjøpe AI. Ok, det er greit. Det har vært helt riktig også. I faen meg et helt år. Det er det sjukeste. Det er faen meg det sjukeste. Det har vært helt riktig å bare drite i makro, drite i inntekter, drite i oppsigelser, drite i inflasjon, drite i alt. Du skal bare kjøpe. Helt til markedet sier bare, og da sitter alle der bare, oi, hva skjedde nå? Nå er vi ned 1 måned på Nasdaq på 1,5 dag. Dette er bare et sånn lite promp, altså. Dette er ingenting. Trust me, når dette markedet faller, så faller det så fort. Og det er selvfølgelig long, for jeg har vært short alt for lenge. 3, 4, 45, 80. Faen, jeg skulle trene, og jeg kan bare drite i det, da. Jeg er bare glad for at du tjener penger. Det er det som er viktigste for meg. Ikke hva vi tjener hver dag. Hva vi tjener på måneden. Det er det viktigste for meg. Hvis vi er i pluss, liksom. Det er det viktigste for meg. Faen, Nasdaq faller. Helvetes oldemor. Nasdaq er ned 462 poeng. Ja! Ja! Morten sin bil går fint! Min bil er jo fucka. Tror Nasdaq passerer 24 fortid. Alt tilsier at ikke skal det sterke, Tim. Det er kun 7 selskaper som gjør det bra. Resten av Nasdaq går til helvete, så jeg vet ikke. Men det blir antageligvis rentekutt nå i september, og da kommer sikkert markedet til å gå i en ny all-time high. I september. I september så blir det rentekutt, antagelig. Og da kommer markedet til å gå som faen. Og dollar kommer til å gå rett ned, og gull kommer rett opp. Familiebryllup. Tusen hjertelig. Hæ? Han nevnte selvfølgelig rolleposter, ikke rolleposter. Ja, vi har skjønt ikke en dritt. Jeg hater ikke å ha regninger og ikke ha penger. Er det noen som kjøper en hemorride for rumpa? Tusen hjertelig. Takk for masse regninger. Jeg blir så glad når du kommer med det. Ja. Sånn er det å ha masse regninger. Jeg må drive med sånn der vipstigging snart. Helvete. Kanskje jeg skal begynne å battle på TikTok. Jeg vet ikke hva det betyr helt. Men jeg hører de tjener masse penger på det. Feil passord, er det mulig? Er det mulig? Jeg hater dette her.
Traders are worried about jobs weakness and the impacts of President Trump's tariffs. Stocks lower across the board. It's down. Yes, Nasdaq all in the red. Right now, we are looking at a 110-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down by about 1.8%. For the week, looking at a loss in the S&P right now of just about 2.5%. The Dow now down by 600 points. Apple right now down 2.6%. Amazon the 10-year yield 4.22% for 2 years, 3.71%. Gold up 1.8% to 33.48 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.6%. President Trump has announced the 17 of the world's largest drug makers, including Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer, insisting that they immediately lower what they charge Medicaid for existing drugs. Lilly shares still up 2.5%.
Verste var at jeg betaler regninger, ass. Det er noe dritt. Nå først reagerer Gull på at det er atomkaos. Nå skjønte alle bare, oi shit, det var litt dritt da, med at de skal true med atomkrig, liksom. Ja da. Det tok på markedet en halvtime å skjønne at det var litt negativt. At de sender atomdrevne ubåter mot Russland. Ja. Det er jo, normalt sett er jo ikke det så bra. Helvetes Faltrum! Bom, bom. Jeg mistet så jævla syn etter jeg begynte å trede, ass. Ser ikke en shit. Jeg husker jeg begynte å miste synet når jeg begynte som aksjonær. Ble jeg nesten blind i en uke. Ringte legen, fikk helt hetta. Jeg klarte ikke å se noen ting. Gikk fra å være langsynt til å bli nærsynt. Det var litt skummelt, da. Og der pleide å anstrenge øyet. Jeg fikk meg sånn for å anstrenge... Hva faen? Hva faen? Det var fordi jeg anstrenger øya mine, tydeligvis, da. Det var det jeg fikk beskjed om, i hvert fall. For jeg drev og nititta på de grafene og sånn, når jeg begynte som aksjonær. Jeg kunne jo ingenting, ikke sant? Så jeg måtte prøve å finne min edge, for jeg skjønte ikke en shit. Så jeg hadde alle grafene oppe samtidig, på alt. Råvarer, forex, everything. Så begynte jeg å lære å screene markedet. Hva var det jeg begynte på? Jeg vet jeg må begynne å bruke det. Det er dumt, jeg ser jo ikke en dritt. De myser hele tiden, det er helt forferdelig. Åh, jeg er sulten, ass. Jeg har bare spist en pølsedag og en rundstykke hele dag, liksom. Wall Street rystes. Er det rart, eller? Tullinger. Skulle rystes for faen meg 3 måneder siden. 3 måneder siden skulle Nasdaq ha ramlet. På det tariffpisset til Trump, det var ikke ferdig det hele tatt. Bare glemme det. Det var ikke noe avtale med Kina. Sa det samme i går. Å, vi lager en avtale med Kina. Ja, ja, din tulling. Du sa det for 6 uker siden. Nå må ikke opp 2000 poeng på den dritten din. Det er realiteten. Han har bare landet rammeavtalen. Vet du hva rammeavtale betyr? Rammeavtale betyr ingenting. Det betyr bare at vi er i dialog. Det er det betyr. Han gikk ut og sa for 6 uker siden, vi har en avtale med Kina. Og markedet bare pshum. Jeg håper hele kryptoimperiumet hans bare krasjer til helvete. Det er det jeg håper. Kryptopeppa, ikke dine, men hans sitt imperium. Han har basert alt nå på krypto. Han har faen meg alt. Men Kryptopeppa, kommer et krasj nå? Jeg tror ikke det skjer nå, for det burde ha skjedd for lenge siden. Men kommer det et krasj nå i krypto, så kommer krypto til å gå så jævlig til helvete at du kommer ikke til å skjønne det engang. Det kan jeg si til deg. Da kommer alle bare, oi. Å, fy faen. Det kommer til å svinge. Å, herregud. Da kommer alle til å bare... Var det ikke det som var trygt, da? Nei, det er det som kommer til å skje. Og da skal jeg kjøpe. Jeg faen meg ser ut som en sånn der... Jeg skjønner ikke hva som har skjedd med håret mitt. Det ble bare borte, jo. Det er som en sånn donut på toppen av huet. Det er helt kullete. Jeg gidder ikke gå og bli skallet nå, ass. Helvete heller. Det er ingen i familien min som er skallet, liksom. Det er bare jeg som har brukt testo, som har fått dårlig hårfeste. Bare piss. Kan jo være sånn å bryte opp nå, det. Det blir atomkrig, kanskje. Kjør vekst, altså. Jeg har kjørt masse vekst, det hjelper ikke. Du må kjøre vekst til siden av, vet du. Vekst er sunt for kropp, hår og sjel. Jeg fikk jo vekst av legen på grunn av hjertet mitt. Mange som ikke skjønner helt greia der. Nei, så jeg fikk vekst av legen på grunn av hjertet mitt. For jeg har kronisk betennelse. Og vekst. Altså, veksthormon demper jo betennelsen, da. Men sånn som jeg kjørte vekst, var jo ikke akkurat på den måten. Jeg kjørte vekst som man gir til hester. Sånn dosering kjørte jeg. Det var veldig artig. Ser vi ny topp nå på gull? Det tror jeg vi gjør. Det tror jeg vi gjør, folkens. Er vi heldige, så ser vi 62 på gull. 62, ja. 62, ja. Tror du Nasdaq går opp? Ray-K, jeg tror Nasdaq skal krasje til helvete, men jeg har kun kjøpt Nasdaq i dag, for det har falt 1000 poeng på en dag. Eneste grunnen. For det har vært riktig å gjøre hver dag i hele år. Hver dag jeg har sagt at NAS skal ned, så går den opp på grunn av AI. Hver dag jeg sier at det skal ned på grunn av ræva nyheter, så går det opp på grunn av AI. Så hvorfor i helvete skal det gå ned nå da? På bra nyheter. Så jeg tror Nasdaq skal opp på grunn av AI. Tror jeg Nasdaq skal opp på grunn av verdier? Nei. Tror jeg Nasdaq skal gå falle til helvete på grunn av PE på langt over 40? Hele USA går i dass, inflasjonen stiger. Ja, jeg tror Nasdaq skal krasje. Det er det jeg tror. Hvorfor jeg kjøper er fordi det er 7 selskaper som bestemmer hele Nasdaq. Det har vært det hele år. Så nå bare går jeg with the flow. Så jeg kjøper den Nasdaq imot min vilje. Det er det. Til og med når IT-mannen min sier jeg bare, faen, nå må jeg kjøpe Nasdaq. Og bare, ja, du må gjøre det. Så sier jeg, hvorfor skal jeg gjøre det? Han her kan ikke aksjer. Nei, for det spretter jo alltid opp igjen da. Når du har den innstillingen. Det er ikke rart ting går opp. Se, nå går gull opp her. Kom igjen, gull. Å, fy faen, den der Nasdaqen er dritt, ass. Mye er vi ned på Nasdaq nå? Vi er ned 4... Oi, ned 700 poeng på nesten på på Wall Street. Hva var det jeg sa? Ja, skal ikke le av det. Jeg sitter jo ballfeil. Jeg har gått lang i dag. Skal vi se. Amazon er ned 8%, 8,5%. Ja da. Fikk med atomgreiene, eller?
Nei.
Donald Trump har sendt 2 atomubåter, sånn krigsskip, mot Russland.
Hvorfor var det da gull gikk opp?
Ja, det skal gå mye mer på det.
Men var det egentlig gull gikk opp?
Ja, det var da Nasdaq også Gikk rett ned dass.
Fikk ikke vite det før nå.
Jo, det skjedde, jeg ropte det til deg da. Men du får ikke gjort noe, for vi får vite etter det skjer. Jeg kjøpte litt Nasdaq nå. Nå er jeg mer feil av Nasdaq på en dag enn jeg har vært short Nasdaq på en måned. Hør på det her! Hør på den dealen her. Jeg har vært short Nasdaq i en måned, bare ventet på at det skal falle til helvete. Og så var vi nede i går med 500 penger, så gikk jeg long Nasdaq. Og nå er jeg mer feil vei på Nasdaq på en dag enn hva jeg var i en måned på hver short Nasdaq. Slå an da. Fy faen. Ikke på privaten. For å si det sånn, store posisjoner. Det er bra å le av. Herregud. Men hvis du treffer skikkelig på Nasdaq nå, så får du den rett opp som et helvete.
Jeg kjøpte mer i stad.
Ja, men du har sånn at du har nok marginer.
Ja.
Det er som er 10 penger. Se på regningen jeg fikk fra Morten da.
Du må se på det. Skal jeg betale det?
Nei, jeg betalte alle nå. Jeg har ikke noe penger, jeg. Brukte på alt.
Betalte alle?
Ja.
Hva kaster den?
Jeg betalte regninger for 25 000.
Deilig. Jeg betalte akkurat en forskjøra på
Ja,
50.
jeg har hatt nødstrøm i 3 måneder uten å vite det. Slå den da.
Hva er det for noe?
Nødstrøm betyr at du er ikke kvalifisert for egen mobilabonnement engang. Det er nødstrøm.
Er det de du kontakter i selv?
Ja, nødstrøm på 12 000. Jeg bare, hva er det her for noe? Nei, du...
Varsel da.
Ja.
Om bryllupet. For du lurer på faen for ikke lisent på.
Jeg driter det. Folk kan få gifte seg som de vil.
Jo, men hør på det her.
Ja.
Det er familiebryllup.
Ja.
1. august
Ja.
til 10. august. Det er bare indiske bryllup som er sånn.
Det er ikke indisk, det er pakistansk.
Ja, whatever.
Og jeg vil ha mat. Jeg skal høre med Sogran om jeg kan få mat.
Og du kjenner det?
Om jeg kjenner dem, ja. Jeg vokste opp med dem.
Det er 10 dagers bryllup, Joachim.
Jeg skal sende melding til deg. Har du noe pakistansk mat? Jeg er sulten.
Nei.
Jeg kan ikke. Jeg skal ikke gjøre det.
Ingen kan vel si noe på det. Stakkars mennesker. Det gifter seg bare en gang, da, forhåpentligvis. Nei, jeg skjønner ikke. Vær så god, Joachim.
Jeg orker ikke. Jeg får angst av regninger.
Du sa du hadde betalt.
Jeg har betalt dem, men jeg orker ikke se på dem.
Da kaster jeg det på gulvet.
Hvorfor må du hive på røva? Det må jo bokføres. Jeg har ikke spist noe mat, jeg.
Nei, kan du gå?
Jeg må vente litt. Jeg sitter med posisjon og gull, så jeg kødder ikke. Jeg får hemorrider av det.
Pluss da.
$3 til.
Å, herregud, den stopper jo.
$5 til. $5 til. Ja, jeg kjøpte den på topp. Selvfølgelig gjorde jeg det. Jeg måtte gjøre det. Jeg vet hva jeg skal gjøre for noe. Jeg skjønte ikke hele proporsjonen der, men det var jeg skulle kjøpe Nasdaq. En kontrakt i Nasdaq. For de ligger under hverandre. Og så bare gull i stedet for. Nei, for jeg skjønte ikke hvorfor jeg er 1 der og 0,2 på alt. Jeg forstod det ikke. Altså bare, det ligger jo under Nasdaqen.
Morten kunne hjelpe oss.
Ja, så bra.
Du skal bare bli ferdig.
Ja, jeg skal bare bli ferdig.
Ja. Da kan jeg kanskje henge opp diplomene i dag også. Han sa han har sånn lasergreier. Laser.
Det er det han driver med.
Men det er ikke stritt.
Hva faen må han gjøre? Da får han ikke strømregninger.
Ja, men når stenger ikke det?
9.
Kanskje det er bare fått gjort det i dag. Jeg kjøpte noe der. Du har ikke nesten skal opp i dag. Du kan gå opp i dag.
Nei, jeg vet ikke. Jeg har gitt opp Nasdaq litt, for det er ikke Nasdaq lenger. Det er Nvidia. Det er bare Nvidia, liksom.
Tilledningen din var Jonas.
Var du ute med Gustav i stad? Hva hadde du mindre inn i buret, eller Lucy?
Nei.
Ja. Synes han beit den i rumpa?
Nei, vi var på siden der det pleier å gå, vet du.
Ja.
Og så drev han og fanget hun. Så begynte jeg å knuge på han. Bare lot han ikke være.
Gustav? Begynner å erte bikkjene? Det er kult, da.
Å, fy faen, kan det gå opp igjen, eller?
Nasdaq eller gull? Nasdaq er ikke så farlig, tror jeg.
Hvis det er atomdrit, så kan du falle mer, da.
Ja, da faller han mye. Men han har falt nå 1 måned på 1 dag.
Ikke sant?
Jeg tror ikke at jeg hater Trump, sånn nesten, på ordentlig. Han har ødelagt det markedet her så jævlig, med så mye fake drit. Liksom-avtaler her og liksom-avtaler. Jeg liker at den er mot wokeness og menn er menn og kvinner er kvinner, herregarderobe og sånn. Det er greit. Jeg liker at han kaster ut kriminelle illegals, det synes jeg er greit. Men måten han opererer i finansmarkedet er noe av det mest bedritende jeg har sett i hele mitt liv. Null hensyn. Bare lommeboka hans. Måten han opererer på er helt forkastelig i finans. Helt forkastelig. Det er liksom null forutsetninger i en dritt. Bare piss. Nødstrøm er første gang jeg hører. Ja, fy faen. Den strømmen er 10 ganger så dyr, tror jeg, som vanlig strøm.
Har du hatt det lenge?
Jeg trodde at jeg ikke hadde det. Jeg har hatt det i 2 måneder, for faen.
Sykt. Da er det veldig dyrt, ikke sant?
Ja, for jeg lagde jo avtale med den Gudbrands energidriten.
Ja, da har du...
Og så hadde jeg ikke gjort det likevel, og da hadde jeg ikke noen leverandør, og du har krav på strøm i Norge. Og da ser han på meg som litt sånn tilbakestående, og bare, ok, han gir nødstrøm.
Han hadde nødstrøm.
Såpass.
Det var dyrt.
Nødstrøm, hva er det for?
Når du har en strøm...
Bare folk med Down-syndrom som får nødstrøm, og meg da.
avtale, så får du bare tildelt nødstrøm, tydeligvis. For jeg jobber i egen.
Ja, men jeg tror ikke jeg er kredittverdig.
Det er ikke noe med det, eller?
Jo, for jeg tror derfor ikke jeg fikk strømavtale. Jeg må ha kontroll på de regningene. Det kommer regninger overalt, alle steder. Jeg har null kontroll, jeg. Det er 100 regninger som flakser overalt. Hvorfor kan ikke jeg bare få alt på VIP, liksom? Sånn som noen andre gjør. Nei, de sender regningen til Morten. Var ikke du som fikk regninga? Ja, du fikk SMS, det er jeg som bor her. Det er logisk.
Du er registrert på rollercoaster, så noen bytter på.
Jo, men at du får mine regninger, det er jo faen ikke rart ikke jeg får regninger.
Dere har endret det?
Det er jo lenge siden. Står i mitt navn.
Nummeret?
Ja, jeg er så dritlei av hele Norge. Jeg vil bare ha en øy med en kråke. Hæ?
Du må jo bli ferdig.
Jeg kan ikke stikke noe. Jeg har sett hva jeg ligger her, eller? Hadde du sett det her, så hadde du hoppet et vindu der.
Jeg klarer jo heller ikke, ikke sant?
Hva da?
Hvilken?
Den der hvite? Skal hun kjerringa som skal hente den, kan du ta den?
Det er ingen som skal hente den.
Hun som skulle få for 1000 kroner?
Hun har jo ikke sagt noe mer.
Nei, fordi du skulle betale mer for den.
Du skal ikke hente den av poenget nå. Vi må fjerne den.
Ok, så hun vil ikke ha den, ikke?
Nei. Jeg vet ikke. Jeg kan ikke vente på den i hvert fall. Jeg skulle vært ute av lokalet i går.
Jeg som ikke klarer å løfte en chihuahua skal bære den dritten her. Det blir lett.
Så må jeg egentlig rekke å dra til IKEA og kjøpe sånn, jeg vet ikke hva det heter det, som man henger malerier på, sånn klistergreie. Hva er det det heter?
Ja, sånn plass som...
Hva er det der?
Jeg vet ikke om det er...
Nei. Hva er det det heter? Rammehenger? Og hvis det ikke går, så tar vi det på alvor. Jeg må få til litt om det. Slutter det, ja. Det er ikke noe veldig spesielt.
Det er sånn som du får det høres ikke kjent ut, eller?
Ja, bare at jeg tror den her er kraftigere. Sånn klister. Fordi de er jo 40 eller 45 centimeter hver av de svarte, så hvis det er to på de, så burde du jo holde på plass en i to.
Kanskje på bildet som har en helt titt til veggen og hele som måtte ha litt mer vekt. Kanskje det går
Jeg tenker jeg kjøper, og så prøver vi en eller to. Funker det ikke, og den ikke klarer å holde vekta, så tar vi og driller. Og så leverer jeg tilbake den. Jeg kjøpte egentlig to med en, så vet ikke hva det er.
Det var ikke skuffa inn på det.
Ikke sånn, det er bare sånn benk. Og så er det skap. Og så hyller da, men jeg kan ikke bruke alle. Hva tenkte du på at jeg har det der? Eller, hva tenkte du på å lurte på om jeg hadde hyller?
Da synes jeg kanskje da de som
i
skuffa.
Det er sikkert i bilen til at hvis jeg leter lenge nok. Det er en sånn papirlapp, liksom. Nå stenger ikke jeg da.
Kanskje ikke på telefonen.
Ja, stenger. Furuset stenger 10, Kjøpen stenger 9.
Nå kan vi få en breakout på gull. Dere kunne jo dratt til IKEA først, det da. Du skal hente en sånn der sak. Har du ikke det på Klaus Olsson, eller?
Jeg angrer på at jeg har rørt Nasdaq.
At du...
Jeg angrer på at jeg har rørt Nasdaq.
Ja, det er jeg jo. Nå faen meg shorten min snart til pluss, så jeg er like mye minus.
Nasdaq er ned med 408 poeng. Dagsen er ned 600.
Ja, Dagsen skal falle til helvete. Alle som kjøper den driten her fortjener å få juling, liksom. Alle som har gjort det nå i 3 måneder, bare kjøper uten å vite hvorfor de kjøper. Alle fortjener å tape pengene sine.
Men nå kan man kjøpe.
Nå kan man kjøpe. Så kommer jeg da på en dag tape like mye som alle har tapt på et år. Dritbra.
Du har ikke tapt det. Hvorfor sier du det?
Nei, jeg har ikke tapt det. Men det sitter jo minus da.
Da kan ikke du se det.
Jeg vet hvordan det kommer utover også. Det er så morsomt. Det er sånn step 1 nybegynnerfeil. Du har short hele måneden, og når det faller, så går du lang. Fy faen, er det mulig, Jones? Og Kukain er på... Hvor er han da? I utlandet? Og Kroatia. Heter det Kroatia, eller heter det Kroatia? Kroatia. Men det skrives Kroatia, tror jeg, sånn som hun skriver det. 22.700 på Nasdaq. Fytte satan. Stum S som brygge. Kroatia.
Kroatia.
Han sier det er stum S. Da er det uten.
Kroatia.
Ja, stum S.
Croatia.
Ja, da har du feil. Jo.
Croatia. Jeg har displayt. Jeg vet ikke hvem som er best. Jeg må ikke for det.
Oi, nå bryter det opp her. Nå kommer jeg snart til mål. Ja! 62, here we come. 62, 62, here we come. Eller blir vi lurt nå?
på en ting. Hvis jeg kjøper de greiene der på firma, gjør det bilde opp pengegreiene, og så skal ikke jeg bruke alle, og så går jeg tilbake til butikken og sier at kan jeg få refusjon i cash?
Sahar sa ingenting.
Say no more. Genialt. Det har ikke du sagt til meg engang. Jeg fant ut av det selv nå.
Indre deg er litt kriminell.
Hvem?
Ditt indre.
Mitt indre? Ja, den kom på det helt selv. Med big brain. Helt rått.
Kom igjen da, Gol! Gol! Gå! Volumet dør ut hver dag altså, på Gul. Irriterer meg noe jævlig. Det da var en lureritrade. Lurte oss. Men er det han prater med deg?
Just det, jeg vet ikke. Er det egentlig? Ja, stenger ut. Husk nøkkelkort og ren bil før takstimen. Hvorfor skal bilen være ren?
Center Pauline.
Oi, hva skjedde nå? Nå droppa Nasdaq enda mer her.
Liksom.
22.700.
Panda.
Skal vi sjekke hva som dropper her.
Gidder jeg faktisk ikke. Men var vi ikke her i stad?
Jo. Det var vi.
For det så jeg på den gamle
Vi er på der var det stad før det snødde. Nvidia som lagde en ny low. Nå er jeg snart ute av den posisjonen min.
Gull da?
Nei, det er gull jeg snakker om nå.
Nei, jeg tror du sa short.
Nei.
Nå var gull.
Eh,
Ser du det?
Nei, jeg ser det ikke.
Jeg ser det. Er du klar?
Nå er
Der
det
går
klart.
den.
Der går den.
Jeg så det på! Hadde jeg fått se
Nå er det gull. Jeg tror gull hadde 62.
Jeg så det.
I dag 62. Åh, jeg er glad for Prepina. Hun har vært faen meg hard, ass.
Ja.
Så bare, hæ? Hva?
Nei, er den her?
Nei.
Mute meg.
Ok. Var det det vi fikk? 50 og ned igjen?
Det blir de.
Gull burde gått mye mer. Mye mer.
Skal jeg fortelle deg når du snur? Skal jeg fortelle deg når du snur? Er du klar?
Klar.
Vent litt.
Nå.
Nei. Vent litt nå.
Nå.
Nei. Skal jeg si det til deg? Det der er ikke nok. Og så ned igjen.
Nei.
Jo.
Nei.
Jo. Det var veldig vanskelig å lese nå. Litt mer ned. Nei, litt mer ned. Jeg angrer meg så da.
Jeg gleder meg å gå på dass etterpå. Jeg gleder meg å gå på dass etterpå.
Noen ting burde ikke dele offentlig. Bare sånn at den-
Ikke dele offentlig at jeg blør ut av ræva.
Lite fra meg til deg.
Så dette må ikke snakke om at jeg blør ut av ræva, jeg driter. Ikke normalt.
Du er ikke normal.
Ja. Empra er helt enig.
Se, jeg fikk rett øye. Jeg skal fortelle når du snur. Er du klar?
Jeg er klar.
Jeg sier ifra. Enten nå, eller der. Hæ? Men den funker jo ikke.
Nei, den
funker faktisk ikke.
Nei, men det er ikke så
Jeg ser det, men den vil
Nei, det er ikke noe volum her.
Ok, skal jeg fortelle deg igjen når du snur? Enten
Vi ser på Nasdaq din nå, nå går den opp.
Oi, helvete, jeg glemte å ta ut shorten min.
På Nasdaq?
Jeg har en gammel. I have an old one here. Helvete. Jeg har fjernet litt og litt av den i hele dag, da.
Det er bra. Det har jeg også gjort.
Bare en.
Jeg sitter nå minus lungene mine. Fra å være netto-short. Dette helvete talentløst. Det er så talentløst, det.
Jeg rotet til med regnskapet mitt i stad.
Du kan rote til noe.
Jo, jeg slettet en betaling.
Det går bra.
Men så ble den bokført, eller under ikke bokført i bilag, og så prøvde jeg å slette det bilaget, og det går ikke. Det er altså ikke forfallsdato for midten av august, da. Derfor skjønner jeg ikke hvorfor den ble bokført, sikkert fordi fakturadatoen var i går. Tror du ikke det er derfor? Fakturadatoen?
Det hørtes ut som Fredrik.
Faren din har alt for høyt blodtrykk. 295. Det er farlig.
Hva skal du gjøre for noe? For går du ikke ned da?
Blodtrykket? Får du på blodtrykksmedisiner?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det. Jeg vet ikke.
Derfor. Ok, skal jeg fortelle når gull går opp igjen? Enten nå, Jeg er fortsatt der. Jeg sier at man kan skrive, men da var det $1 da. Han skrev $1. Snudde dere sånn da? Nå får han 2 ganger.
Det er gull, sa jeg.
$1.
Ja, nå hoppet Nasdaq med 50 poeng da. Nvidia som rettes opp med 0,3. Ja, du kan bare kalle Nasdaq Nvidia. Det er som han sa da på Bloomberg, han sa at det er ikke S&P lenger, det er SM7. Og for det er S&P 500, og bare S&P 7, så. Det var jævlig bra sagt.
Magnificent 7.
S&P 7, så. It's no more S&P 500, it's S&P 7. For real. For real! Det er det jeg har sagt hele tiden. Hele fuckings det jeg har sagt akkurat det. Alle ser på meg som en jævla nisse. Hvordan kan du si det? Jo, jeg har rett.
Det tar litt tid for å forstå det.
Det er faktisk ganske teit å være for tidlig ute. Det er ikke alltid bra, altså. Jeg kjøpte Nasdaq der nede, forresten. Vet du mange longe i Nasdaq nå?
Det skal man vite. Det er jo ikke man vite hvor mange jeg selv har.
Jeg tror ikke jeg skal si det, for det er galskap.
Ok, jeg har 1.
Jeg er mer enn deg.
2.
Jeg er mer enn deg.
3.
Jeg er mer enn deg.
Jeg er mer enn 3.
Jeg er mer enn det også.
Du har 10.
Jeg er mer enn det også.
Å nei.
Jo da.
Jeg vet det.
Nei, jeg vet det.
Men da, hvor mange er det jeg har egentlig nå? 05, 05, det er 1. Pluss 1, det er 2.
Stemmer, Alex. Men problemet er det at jeg må ta meg selv i det, fordi jeg er så redd for å gå glipp av noe. Og så er jeg veldig på hele tiden, og så, ja, det her er liksom det jeg kan da. Og det høres så teit ut. Men da har jeg så jævla kjapt for å så snu meg rundt med en gang, ikke sant? Når jeg ser tall og sånn, så bare, er jeg der, ikke sant? Og så tror jeg at andre er der. Men det er de jo ikke. Helt. Alltid. Helt. Og da er jeg for tidlig ute. Det funker jævlig bra på aksjer. For liksom, der er det om å være tidligst ute. Men på indekser og sånt, så er det kanskje ikke alltid like lett. Kommer jeg mål nå, så drar vi.
Jeg må egentlig dra nå, jeg, for det stenger.
Kan ikke du dra først da?
Kom igjen da.
Her har han snudd hele tiden.
Snur det, ja. Men det ser ut som du skal gå opp nå, faktisk.
Jeg har 2%, ja. Jeg klarer ikke trade på telefonen min, det går til helvete.
Sånn, er du klar?
Ja, la oss se. 2,
Nei, fort. 1.
2, gå!
Nei,
1,
si det.
ja, 1, 2, gå! 1, 2, gå!
Se om du rører på seg før du sier gå.
1, 2, 260! Nå! 260. Jeg er så glad for at Gustav har endelig... Han har liksom fått et hjem, han. Han har liksom... Han har fått...
Det er veldig fint.
Så ser jeg han da. Gustav, aldri produktene. Er usikt da, kompis?
Eller?
Nå ble det rett ut det jeg sa det.
Nei.
Sa han meg. Han satt inne i huset sitt. Vi må kjøpe potetgull fra han. Han elsker potetgull.
Det er ikke bra for mye nå. Skal jeg lage biten bilden? Sa du til Discord at jeg vant skadekrasjet?
Nei.
Vet du at jeg krasjet en bil?
Jeg tror hun skjønte det, for du var jo pissed opp fra en annen verden i går.
Nei, men det var en annen grunn. Ikke for en bil.
Ja. Det er så mange grunner. Du er så pissed opp hele tiden. Så jeg vet liksom aldri grunnene da. Og se Nasdaq nå, så her.
Det er du, hvis du kjøpte der.
Jeg kjøpte der nede.
Jeg kjøpte 16 på hjemme.
Men jeg gikk ikke se på den engang, for jeg skal ikke ta den ut før den er opp 1000 poeng.
Er vi der nå?
Vi er der.
Gull funker ikke.
Jo da. Det er bare de der nissene som skal selge der oppe, for de bare, å, de snur hele tiden på 49, så nå må vi selge. Selg gull 49, selg gull 49. Og så skjønner de ingenting av gull. De bare ser at den stopper på 49. Selg gull 49, selg gull 49. Og så får du en tekst med det nå snart. Oi, kjøp. Jeg kødder ikke. Jeg er medlem av så mange sånne gullgrupper. Og de skjønner jo ingenting.
Jeg er så sulten, ja.
Ja, det bare vrenger i magen min, og jeg blør ut av ræva.
Skriver du noe?
Det er min måte å prate på.
Attraktivt.
Det er ingen damer på her som jeg skal være fin for, så.
Nei, hva med din egen dame?
Ja, det er noe.
Det var en hemmelighetsspesial.
Ja, det er sant. Haha, Trump sparker statistikksjef etter ræva jobb. Er det sant? Gjorde han det? Gjorde han det? Gjorde han det, Robert? Sparket han? Er det sant? Jo, vi sparker sjefen for non-farm payroll. Er det her lov? Skjønner ingen at han var helt koko i huset? Du leverte dårlig statistikk. Fuck off!
Hva sier jeg?
Nei, det trenger ikke han fant det. Nei, men det blir et diktatur.
Så nå skal han ansette en ny som skal komme med bedre tall?
Ja.
Ok. Det gir jo mening.
Ja.
Han her må jo bare på fiken snart. Faens tull. Jeg fatter ikke at folk tar han her seriøst nå. Det har klikket for han. Han har vel ikke alltid vært sånn?
Jo.
Det har jo revnet for han.
Nei, han har jo vært sånn. I hvert fall all den tid jeg visste om fyren. Det han ikke liker, det er sparken.
Ja, men det der er jo ikke... Det der er jo altså... Han sa jo opp i noe sted, så kuttet han ut statseid som nyhetskanaler. Fundingen, han stoppet fundingen til dem. Så som minoritetsmennesker som har sånne egne sånne indianerkanaler, eller hva faen skal kalle det for noe, sånne... Ja, indianer og sånn da. Det høres ut som en rasist, jeg er jo ikke det. Men basically indianere da, urbefolkningen i USA som har sånne non-profit greier da. De risikerer å miste alt nå.
Ja, det blir bråk.
Jeg må sjekke hva folk kommenterer, altså. Det her er jo helt sinnssykt.
Nei, skal jeg Morten dra?
Ja, jeg må sitte her litt til. Jeg kommer etterpå, ja. Eller dere kan dra.
Vi skal ikke dra til Oslo uten deg, er du helt...
Nei, men dere rekker jo Ikea da.
Skal vi kjøpe på firma?
Hvis det er sånn miniregninger, så er det bare tull. Hvis det er liksom...
Hvor mye er det det verdt da? Over 1000?
Ja, ikke under.
Mer enn 1000?
Ja.
2000?
Ja, 500 kroner å ta det er bare mas. Nå får Trump mye motstand, altså. I'm waiting for when Trump will blame Powell for not stopping the war within Ukraine. Released Epstein files.
Jones rettet seg opp med 200 poeng. Eller 150.
Ja, men jeg tror ikke... Nå tror jeg det er jævla mange som blir skuffet over Trump. Det siste er jo bare tullete. Du kan si hva du vil om Trump, liksom, men det der er teit. Nå skal han gi sparken til Powell, fordi Powell gjør det som sier i Fed. Det er ikke Powell som bestemmer en shit.
Det er regjeringen. Han er bare...
Ja, han er samme som... Han er liksom sjefen da, Fed-sjef liksom. Han er ikke noe... Det er ikke noe...
Han vil gi sparken til noen.
Nei, nå vil han gi sparken til hun som statistikken for non-farm payrolls. Altså, han er jo... Han er jo dum, liksom. Han får mye hat på dette her. Oi, nå gikk jul opp plutselig. Mm. Her har han snudd helt av gull. Hvis han bryter opp på nå, så bryter han.
Hard look at these, you know, he's making 5-year commitments for these super intelligence employees, and he's making 10-year commitments with the money he's spending on data centers. So all of this money, he has a free pass so long as his core business is growing 22%.
Okay, totally makes sense. Sort of the free pass, like Elon was, you know, allowed to be CEO of many different companies, and investors were fine with it until they weren't. Jack Dorsey, the same thing, right? It works until it doesn't.
Se gul.
Yeah. What about though?
Oi, oi, oi! Gul i mitt hjerte, gul i mitt hjerte, gul. Nei, ikke si sånn da, for nå kommer jeg ut av den jævla transaksjonen snart.
Jeg vet du ikke tar når det er i pluss.
Nei, jeg tar den. 62. Go, 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 go. Go, go, gold, gold. Go, gold, gold. Gold, go, gold. Nei, 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 nei! Gå. 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 Ja, på sykehus. Alle blåser, så går det opp. Hvis alle blåser samtidig, så går det opp. Du blåser ikke ordentlig her. Du høres ut som det er retard. Det er bare sånne plystreputring i bakgrunnen. Det er så har sånn blåser, liksom.
Nå går det. Nå går det. Kom igjen. Jeg ser det. Blås mer.
Jeg kødder ikke, liksom. 62. 62!
Does things for you, where you see the world differently and it helps you. I don't think we know what that is yet, and he doesn't either. That's why it's
Er det kanskje bedre? Morten bare, vi kan prøve her litt sent nå, kanskje. Må finne noen klær å ha.
Ben tar på seg.
Han var søt, men vi skal bare ta det i morgen.
Jeg kan være mora. Det er mye lettere mora, da.
Jeg tenker bare på det der dama, da.
Hun gir jo faen i det, da. Vær så snill, da.
Jeg skulle vært ute i går.
Ja, så sa han at du skulle legge deg når du er ferdig. Vi har prøvd. Da hadde jeg bare drit i. Så skal du kjøpe en litt gave til deg. Sånn hyggelig. Sånn, takk for at jeg fikk. Takk for at du lurte meg for kvadratmeter.
Og jeg betalte nesten 20 lapper hver måned for et fucking rom. Hver regnskapsfører med blir lurt i natt og begynne.
Du kan spørre chatten her om de har blitt lurt i regnskapsføreren før. Det tror jeg alle har blitt.
So they're worried about the next shoe to drop. They're advertising very robustly.
Ja, de fleste gjør sin egen regnskap.
Hæ, hvem faen gjør det?
Nesten alle Norges handler som betaler regninger.
Sort of on April 10th because they lost the de minimis success.
Du har egentlig ikke krav på regnskapsfører, men du har en omsetning på bestillingsmeter.
Nei, det er revisor. 5 mil.
Nei, 5 mil?
5 mil, da må revisor.
Jeg vet ikke hva jeg kunne som sa at man jobber med de greiene. Du bare det der hørte ikke fra meg. Det er egentlig greit nok sånn.
Ja, det er sikkert ikke krav å ha regnskapsfører, men det er veldig lett og ålreit å bruke det. Eller kanskje det er krav. Sør med ChatGPT nå om det er krav.
Du jobber med det og sa det til meg, ikke?
Ja. Oi, 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 se gull! Og Nasdaq. Jeg sitter så feil nå. Jeg har hatt så vondt i magen, for jeg har hatt 10 ganger så mye som jeg skal ha. Jeg har bare satt sånn bare. Den kjenner jeg langt oppi ratata, ass.
It might not sell to the highest bidder in the last, you know, 1 gig of capacity. So we saw that in both Azure over at Microsoft and in Google Cloud. Slower, growth rates, but really high.
62, here we come. 62! Så skal du lure på hvorfor jeg sier 62.
for det er der du har den. Ellers er det der den bryter.
Jeg har den ikke på 62. Jeg skal ha den på 62.
Du er i pluss nå, du er en dritt.
Din dritt! Jeg er ikke pluss nå! Din dritt! Hvis den går til 62 så har, så skal vi kjøpe en veske til deg i morgen. Det lover jeg. Sverger, hvis den går til 62. Eller nei, det koster en veske. Ja, da må den gå til 450.
Jeg kan kjøpe en som er 47 000, men det er ikke så fin. Det er velur, jeg vil ha skinn.
Highly provocative statements from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. S&P 500 index off session lows, but
Nei, 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 nei! Gå opp.
2%. The 10-year 4.22%. The 2-year 3.70%. And spot gold up $61 the ounce, up 1.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.8%, 67.32 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Better than expected results after record oil production cushioned the impact of lower crude prices. This is coming in a week where you've got oil headed for its biggest weekly jump since Israel attacked Iran in June. Let's get to it. Longtime oil industry watcher Dr. Ellen Wald is back with us. She's president of Transversal Consulting and senior fellow of the Atlantic Council. She's also author of Saudi Inc., which talks about the history of Aramco and Saudi Arabia. Joining us from Boca Raton, Florida. Ellen, great to have you back with us. Exxon Chevron's result last quarter, was it full of special caveats and nuances? Walk us through what we got from those companies and what it tells us about kind of the oil market and the oil business.
Yeah, exactly. Very much expected given how
Hva da? Se på Nasdaq da. Gå rett opp. Den skal opp så jævlig. Gud skal til all time high. Jeg har bare spist en gang i dag, jeg.
Vi har spist en pølse hver gang.
Det er ikke rart jeg ble tynn på feil steder.
Generally looking good, especially as OPEC is expected to increase its production. But really the big question that we see going forward here, I think, is mainly oil prices. And the big question here is really, what is going to...
Det var 62 jeg sa, ikke sant?
The resolution or the deal with Europe has definitely brought some more stability.
Den var på 62.
Den har ikke vært på 62.
Nei, det er langt dit. Er du gal? Det er jo enda høyere enn det her.
Is very, very good. Obviously, considering how much oil and gas and other energy products Europe has agreed to buy from the United States. Really, the question is, can the U.S. actually supply all of that oil, given the fact that the amount that they're talking in terms of the dollar amount is basically like the total amount of oil exports that the U.S. exports already. So there's some questioning there, but overall, it definitely looks good for American producers and oil companies in the United States, even if the exact details of that, I think, remains to be seen and actually hammered out. So the other big question coming up is just this tariff and secondary tariff issue with Russia.
So that's the trade side of this. I'm wondering about the U.S. economy side of this, and it's kind of front and center today, at least when it comes to the jobs market, given the headline miss and the revisions that we saw over the last few months, the BLS numbers that we got earlier today. What, in your view, does a potentially weakening job market or cracks starting to appear in the job market due to the long-term demand picture for oil?
Yeah, so weeks in the job market practices there are definitely not a good sign for oil demand in the United States, and I think that we saw that with the weekly EIA report as well. There was some kind of we would have expected a much, we would have expected higher kind of weak, and in fact, some people were actually questioning whether this was a reliable number, but I think given kind of the revisions in the jobs report, I think we have to say that, yeah, this is definitely concerning. I think that it depends what we see going forward in terms of oil consumption, particularly as we're leading up to kind of end of summer, kind of the summer finale when oil consumption goes up around the gas consumption rate. Will it go up as much as expected? I think is really the number one thing.
Ellen, I want to go back to something you said about, what we get in terms of possible sanctions from President Trump when it comes to Russia. He has said he expects to hit Russia with sanctions on August 8th, so a shorter deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin to basically halt the war in Ukraine. Those sanctions, as we've been reporting out, would likely take the form of tariffs on countries that buy Russian energy. So I'm just curious, tie together the importance of Russia in the oil energy market, but also the complicated relationships, whether it's Russia, China, Russia, India, because it all kind of comes together.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, this is just about a minute left, so it's
Really matters.
This is really fast. I think that if we do see any kind of secondary sanctions on countries that buy Russian oil, either we're going to see these countries dropping their purchase of Russian oil, and that's going to put more demand on other oil sources, the U.S., OPEC, Saudi Arabia, etc. And that could definitely cause oil prices to go up in the short term. But if they decide that they don't care,
Er du ute eller inne?
then we're seeing more prices for Russian oil, and that could definitely cause prices across the board to come in getting worse.
Den ligger alene i havnen og vil ikke være med.
Han kan ligge her. Han legger seg da.
If you want to understand Saudi Aramco, Saudi Arabia, about 4% this week overall, still down about 4.5%.
Hæ?
Nonetheless, as we mentioned in the lead to her,
So move up in crude overall, but it moved down 1.5%. The NASDAQ down 2%. Update two on that story just in the last half hour. President Trump said he was directing officials to fire the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after a report showed that U.S. job growth was sharply over the last 3 months.
we come back. Weekend.
De bikkjene. Ja, men hun fikk lov til å være der, så jeg sa bare Teddy. Første hun gjør det sånn. Ja, helvete heller. Nei! Nei! Faen! Ta ut begge! Helvete.
Bare ikke fjerne eller slippe han. Hvor sitter han?
Du må kjenne homo, da.
Nei, det skal ikke jeg kjenne hva han med. Cirka hvor var det?
Der kan sånn. Du må kjenne homo,
Nei,
da.
jeg skal ikke kjenne på tiss. Jeg vasker sånn cirka.
Nasdaq ramla med 60 poeng.
Er det over det her? Nei, det er lov.
Ja, vel langt over det i lov, men det ramla med 60 poeng. Og jeg kan fortelle deg hvorfor. Tipper at det var en video. Skal vi se. Ja, det var det.
Tissa mindre også? Ja.
Mm.
Har du tissa mindre også?
Ja, hun forsøkte, men jeg skremte.
Har hun gjort det?
På samme sted. Har du lukket dem i gangen, eller?
Nei, det er ikke noe.
Du blir ikke lov til å gå i gangen.
Jo, men Teddy er der. Er vi ikke lukket han ute? Han vil ikke gå inn.
Han kunne vært her. Nå.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Bill Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television. All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Messer along with Tim Stenivek live here at Bloomberg headquarters. Yes.
What's the most read story in the last hour, Carol?
Does it have to do with President Trump about the jobs report?
It does. President Trump said he was directing officials to fire the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics just hours after the report showed that U.S. job growth cooled sharply over the last 3 months. Here's what he said. I've directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. He accused her without evidence of politicizing the jobs report. He said, quote, she will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. Report numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes.
I would recommend too, you check out our podcast, check it out at Bloomberg.com because we had a conversation with Michael McKee, who's covered numerous administrations, numerous economic cycles, and a ton of jobs releases. So he really gives you the lowdown on all of that. In the meantime, we've got a market that we're off our worst levels of the session, but definitely off our best levels of the session. We are seeing selling on this Friday. In fact, down about 2% on the NASDAQ 100, a decline of 1.7% on the S&P 500.
I'm Tim Stenivek, and that is Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denisa Sakova. Lot to choose from today.
Lots to choose from, but it's a big sell day, and we should...
Klarte ikke bryte jævla dritt.
Was sorry with after Amazon earnings. I feel that's... And now it's down nearly 8%. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the report, but it's projecting weaker than expected operating income. And the biggest concern is that it's trailing the sales growth of its cloud rivals. Everyone has been talking about Amazon Web Services performance, which actually they reported sales climbed 17.5% in the second quarter. But what analysts are worried about is that the growth they're seeing at Microsoft and Google Cloud units is about 30% a year. So that's where we're seeing some of the reaction. The stock actually flipped to losses. Now it's down 3% year to date. One thing we're seeing is Amazon stock decline clearly reflects Wall Street frustration with the cloud. Amazon CEO was pressured by analysts on a conference call about the results and why their cloud service is not growing as fast as other competitors. And obviously this comes after incredible day for Meta yesterday. So the bar is very high for AI, and we can see the winners are rewarded very well, but small misses are hit pretty hard.
I will point out that we spoke with Lauren Martin over at Needham. She's got a buy rating on Amazon, a $265 a share price target, so some significant upside from where we are today. And she continues to say that AWS.
Men ikke la den være gangen, så det løst.
With highest growing fastest service revenue. She talked about the growth there, and so much. She says Amazon is a services company, which implies valuation multiple expansion in their view. So two sides to every coin. All right, let's talk about Moderna.
For sure. Another big decliner today. Shares are down about 8% now. It's coming off the company's cost-cutting efforts, failing to calm investors. And of course, the big issue that has been ongoing for quite some time is the decline of their COVID vaccine business. Of course, the ticker is mRNA. Moderna lowered the high end of its revenue forecast. There is about a $300 million cut. They're saying that this is largely driven by shifting the timing of a contract revenue, but this is adding even more pressure. Moderna has been cutting costs to offset waning sales of the COVID vaccine. Their second quarter loss was narrower than what Wall Street expected, but clearly this didn't bring enough relief. Moderna has been forced to make steep cost cuts as demand for the COVID vaccine has been going down. Of course, it has a lot of pressure under the administration, especially with Robert F. Kennedy, which is the vaccine critic, and U.S. health official rolling back long-standing recommendations about who should take the COVID vaccine.
And combining all of this, the stock is down 35% this year, and it's really having a tough day today.
That's just this year, not to mention the COVID era highs, when this was the company, it was out of the S&P 500, it was
Could you know
minting
wrong,
billionaires, it was, yeah, it was a far cry from where it is today.
All right, got about 30 seconds for Coinbase.
Coinbase, which was also a pandemic favorite once, then it fell, and now it had a stable year, which was disrupted by an earnings report. Largest US crypto exchange reported lower than estimated second quarter revenue, and it dropped in digital asset market volatility, ticker COIN. Stock is still up 25%. That said, it actually fell in 6 of the last earnings report. One interesting thing is the legislation that moved through Congress, it was approved. Some analysts are saying that this may not necessarily mean a boost for Coinbase, saying that more regulatory certainty is going to invite more competition. Still, stock is doing well,
Yep.
but some tension there.
Yeah, down 16%, so big move to the downside. Ouch.
Bitcoin
Ouch.
takes a hit today too, down to about 113,000.
It's doing okay this year.
Oh, jag gick runt på lite
Yeah, this
med
year
den.
it's fine.
Yeah.
November, it's doing pretty well.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denise Sikova. Check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Quick check on the markets, folks. We're heading into the last hour of trading for the day and for the week. We are down about 1.6% on the S&P 500 and a 2% decline to the NASDAQ 100.
And coming up next, we're sticking with our coverage of the latest out of Washington, of course, the heightened tensions between the U.S. and Russia, earnings, what it all means. Next, look on TV.
Det hjelper ikke å blåse på det. Oi. Gull hoppet opp.
Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. In
Nasdaq også.
The Department of Labor has reported disappointing jobs numbers for July, sending the stock market into a swoon at this hour. The department also adjusted May and June employment numbers down. And now CBS's Ed O'Keefe says the president has just ordered the government official overseeing jobs data to be fired.
What he says here is we need accurate jobs numbers. I have directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. She will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes.
Trump accused the official of tampering with the jobs data before the election to help Kamala Harris. Backbreak's Mark Hamrick says the news that employers added just 73,000 jobs last month is ominous.
This is one of those reports that we see only, once every several years, where you have to ask the question, are we at an inflection point in the U.S. economy? And the inflection point would be one where the economy is weakening substantially.
President Trump's threats tariffs are causing economic damage overseas, says CBS's Elizabeth Palmer.
Switzerland reeling from that unexpected 39%. So not only its stock market is down, its currency as well.
And here in the U.S., it has been a day deep in the red on Wall Street. The Dow is down more than 1.25%. Tesla has been ordered to pay $329 million to victims of a deadly crash involving its autopilot driver assist technology. Details from CBS's Jim Brasula.
The jury decision in Miami opens the door to
Jag tror med dollarna ner versus japanska.
and has applauded Tesla's reputation for safety. The federal court jury decided Tesla has significant responsibility because it's technology and that not all the can be put on a reckless driver, even one who admitted it.
Eurona med 1006 versus
She was
yen.
killed when she was hit on a dark rural road in Key Largo, Florida in 2019. President Trump today said he's ordered the deployment of 2 nuclear submarines in response to, quote, highly provocative comments by a senior Russian official. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says the president didn't say where the subs were headed.
The Navy never divulges the location of their submarines unless they are tasked to do it in order to send a message.
It's not clear if the subs are nuclear armed or merely nuclear powered. As New York City recovers from yesterday's torrential rains and flooding, Mayor Eric Adams says this is the new normal.
This is the new weather patterns that we have to face, that we're going to have to address.
And with less than an hour to go before the close of trading on a very tough day on Wall Street, the S&P 500 is down about 1.5%, the NASDAQ down more than 2%. This is CBS News. The pop star says he's been performing under adverse health conditions.
Justin Timberlake says he's been diagnosed with Lyme disease and it's caused a massive amount of nerve pain as well as what he calls crazy fatigue and sickness. In an Instagram post, the 44-year-old musician says he's explaining in the name of transparency after criticism about low energy appearances on his just wrapped 2-year world tour. He calls Lyme a relentlessly debilitating disease. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The mixed martial arts fighter Conor McGregor has lost his appeal of a civil court's finding that he sexually assaulted a woman at a hotel in Dublin, Ireland. In November, a jury found McGregor liable for assaulting Nikita Hand in 2018. He was ordered to pay nearly 250,000 euros in damages and about 1.3 million euros in legal costs. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are under 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday. Getting ready
Nå sitter jeg sikkert eller i huset sitt. Faen, dette tar tid, ass.
We talked about the Fed meeting, the Max 7 earnings, we talked about tariffs.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, credit where credit is due.
Jobs data, we talked about the jobs report.
I'm just more thinking of the surprises that we got today. The president calling to fire the, head of BLS.
I know.
Yeah,
And then also, what we heard about Marines repositioning right now.
This is like ice cream day at Bloomberg. It's supposed to be mellow. It's an August Friday. It ain't mellow at all. So we're going to get into all of this. The heightened tensions between the U.S. and Russia, the Fed, labor market, as Tim mentioned, all of this stuff. Max 7, those earnings. Gina Martin Adams is going to be along to kind of sum up where we are when it comes to the equity trade valuations and everything still coming at investors. And yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Russia.
Oh yeah, we will do that in just a minute. Also, Doge Pill, what one young man followed Elon Musk to Washington. It's a must read.
Hadde vi bare nesten på det i høyre? Nei.
Nasdaq går opp til 81 nå. Ja, det var nesten på det.
Do you need maybe a new Lambo? I mean, who doesn't? If you're Matt Miller, you're definitely
No,
not.
he's more of a Ferrari guy. Yeah, this Lambos are not my thing.
Oh, sorry, Matt. Also, Mike Chinita Burger, some chili cheese fries. Wait till you hear about the new menu at the new Tesla Diner. Our own Hannah Elliott, she's our auto columnist. She went there. So she's going to talk about that. Looking forward to that to kind of wrap up our week.
All that and more over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, checking the day's trade and company. Cheers, Charlie Bell. Thank you very much. Lots of moving parts. We got 53 minutes to go out of the closing bell on Wall Street, on track for a losing week for the S&P on the week, down by just about 2.4%. A lot of red on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. S&P right now.
Bare å stå der. Og ta den under bordet ditt, for eksempel.
That is a drop of 1.6%. The Dow down 556, down 1.4%. While NASDAQ is tumbling 469 points.
Sånn. Det er kult, da. Fra beina på. Nei, det knekker.
Nei.
Which is down by 3.1%. The 10-year at 4 right now at 4.21%, with the 2-year 3.70%. Friday's weak jobs report has bolstered bets on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Spot gold up $59 the ounce, up 1.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude now down 2.8%, 67.31 a barrel. Reaction to this morning's jobs report from Beth Hammack, president of the Cleveland Fed.
Today's report is just one report. We'll watch it carefully. We'll look to see if the dynamism in the labor market is picking up, because that's been something that we haven't really seen. If you have a job, you're able to keep your job, but if you don't have a job, it's harder to find one. But in aggregate, we're still seeing unemployment in that 4.2 range where it came out today, but it's been 4.1 to 4.3 for the entire year.
And you can watch the full conversation with Beth Hammack on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. President Trump, meanwhile, says he is directing officials to fire the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after that report showed job growth cooled sharply over the last 3 months. I'm Charlie Pelleton. There's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, as Carol mentioned, President Trump said the U.S. is moving 2 nuclear submarines to respond to what he called, quote, highly provocative statements from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. Trump didn't immediately provide details on what instigated his move, though his post Friday was a public exchange of heated rhetoric with the former Russian president, who currently serves as Russia's deputy chairman of the Security Council. We've got with us Wayne Sanders. He's Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst. He joins us from Maryland. Wayne, a situation such as this, where we publicly hear about a declaration of these machines of war moving into a different position, how seriously do you take that in the context of escalating conflict with Russia?
Yeah, I would say that I'm more concerned about the fact that President Trump actually said it out loud, probably the bigger piece of it. We have the Virginia-class submarines, we've got Los Angeles-class submarines, both of which are these attack submarine types. Then we have the nuclear submarines, the ICBM types, the ballistic missile submarines, as they're known, right? We have a lot of these, and we have 24 Virginia-class, we have almost 50 of the attack. We've got 14 that are these ballistic missile submarines. And a lot of them are always operationally deployed, and they are there to provide force projection for military power across for the United States around the world, right? So these things are out there most of the time anyway. When you think about a carrier strike group, they normally come with a nuclear-powered submarine as part of the complement whenever the president decides to move one of those carrier strike groups anywhere. So the fact that he's talking about where he's parking it, I think, is the key indicator here, is saying, hey, look, I've got these capabilities. I have these nuclear-powered submarines that you can't find, and I'm just telling you about where they're going to be. But at the end of the day, our technology is so good from a stealth perspective and others. We're 10 years ahead of China and Russia at a minimum from that perspective. So I think we're actually doing pretty well. But he's making his statement clear.
So you would argue that if this were, like, what would be the difference in your view if he had kept this a secret, had done this in a way that would actually communicate to the world about this repositioning? Would that actually mean that the tensions are more heightened than they would be if he's publicly saying this? Since he's publicly saying this, can we read into this in a way that's like, okay, we shouldn't take it as seriously?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked previously in terms of there's diplomatic, information, military, and economic levers of power that you can use in the military side of the house, and how you play a lot of those pieces. The fact that he's talking about it is probably a good sign from that perspective, because if you look at even Operation Midnight Hammer in the Iran strike, nobody talked about the fact that there was an Ohio class ballistic, or not the ballistic missile one, but they have 4 that are strike ones that fire 30 Tomahawks, right? That part wasn't talked about a whole lot, because we focused on the B-2 Spirit and the massive ordnance penetrator. But that was a key portion of it, and it was one that wasn't just discussed. He didn't talk about, hey, I have this capability parked off of your shore, off of your coast, the way that he is right now.
How do you read this? I can't make sense of the relationship between President Trump and President Putin. I don't know, friends, not friends, back and forth, sanctions, that's still a threat? I'm just trying to understand it.
No, I think the key is, from the public view, is making sure one of the best things that he can do is use his information platform to be able to make his intentions clear. And part of those intentions is, I'm not happy with what Medvedev did, and I'm going to make sure that everybody knows about it. I don't believe that from the perspective of where these are actually located, right? Like I said, these things are constantly operationally deployed anyway. So the fact that he said it, as long as he's not giving a latitude and longitude to where those locations are, I think Putin knows right now that most of the time there's probably some type of capability that is somewhere near strike distance of it anyway. And the fact is, he's just mainly talking about it.
And is it significant that he didn't necessarily mention Putin in this, right? Somebody else that he's kind of ticked off at. And so is that the way of kind of keeping it safe and being like, hey, it wasn't about you, it was about this other dude that's, Russian. Like, is that the justification or gave President Trump the ability to do that?
I would say yes, right? I think if you're looking at the difference between escalation of force and de-escalation of force with a clear deterrent, strategic deterrence message, this is a way to be able to do that. And like you said, I think that gives him a little bit of an out.
Yeah.
If Putin were to say anything, to come back and go, no, I was responding to Medvedev, because Putin, I think, clearly knows that there is operational capability around the world that we constantly use.
Do you think he gave Putin, again, speculation, but I'm going to go there. Wayne, do you think he gave President Putin a heads up?
I honestly don't know, because I don't know the inner workings between Medvedev and Putin. I think that understanding better the relationship between those two, and how easy it would be for President Trump to be able to say, I'm going to throw this out there at Medvedev, but it's not about you, or if these two were partnered together.
I'm going to read from the post that the president made on Truth Social, quote, based on the highly provocative statements of the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who said the deputy chairman of the Security Council, who's now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, I believe the submarines be positioned in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more.
Du skal ha han opp, da.
With you explaining the way that these submarines are part of carrier strike groups. Does it mean that they always travel together? They're always near one another? Does it mean the entire strike group? Or can these nuclear subs go without
Jeg har sånn til magen at du skjønner. Nei, gå ut og spise dritt. Ja, men du skal liksom ha meg ut. Jeg vet, vi bor i hovedstaden da.
Destroyers, your frigates, you have your nuclear powered submarines. So when you hear somebody say, I'm deploying the USS Gerald Ford and it's going to a specific location, normally you can assume that this is the rest of the complement that's going to go there to not only protect the aircraft carrier and the aircraft that are on it, but the submarines can be free flowing that are separate from that, because obviously with 24 Virginia class, 24 Los Angeles class, and 14 of these Ohio class ballistic missile submarines, we have a lot more submarines than we do carrier strike.
Sanders, got to leave it there. Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst. He's a career military officer, ultimately was a colonel in the U.S. Army, now at Bloomberg Intelligence. We appreciate him joining us this afternoon. Carol, that's just one of the things that investors are digesting, one of many this week.
Just a bit of a full plate there. Yeah, the week that was, it has been a packed one. As Jim mentioned, just the headlines we're dealing with today, the jobs report, the Mag 7 earnings, the Fed meeting, the tariff trade deadline that has been extended, certainly for some key trading partners of the United States. Let's tie it all together. I want to get an idea of the market, because the market's on track for the NASDAQ, down about 2.2% this week and down about 2.4% on the S&P. Gina Martin Adams covering it all for us. She is Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. She joins us from New Jersey. So, Gina, headed for a down week. Where are we? We've talked to you about kind of the grind slowly higher and higher, and maybe consolidation for equities on higher levels. What do you make of kind of the week's trade overall and the trade that we're seeing today?
Yeah, a little bit of something for everybody so far this week. It's just been, the big things I think this week were the double barrel inflation first in the Fed, and then with the employment numbers, which sort of, clearly set a case for stocks that was not what was hoped coming into this week. I think earnings have generally been a bright spot. Frankly, earnings expectations were so low for the second quarter that companies were easily able to beat those expectations by and large, with a few areas of weakness. But nonetheless, by and large, we're able to easily beat those expectations. And so that's helped to support risk tolerance to some degree. But if you look like at a day like today, a lot of this is just representative of the manic that set into the equity market by July. We were clearly trading, stocks were back, SPACs are back, some of the manic signals that typically characterize at least a near-term topping formation started to develop in July. Now we've got a little bit of a risk.
Hold kjeften din! Nå snakker du på hva det ser litt toppers ut i aksjemarkedet, vi har sett en liten stund nå. Fuck off! For å sagt kjøp hver eneste dag da. Nå når etter har falt, så er det liksom ute bare, det ser litt toppers ut, og det har vært toppers i et par-tre måneder, og meme-stokken gikk og sånn. Ja vel, hva må man så si det før det faller, kanskje? Jeg er så lei, ass. Fortell meg det før det skjer, ikke si det etterpå. Tech may be priced for surge earnings can't deliver. Ok, skal du si det etter at det ramlet 1000 poeng, eller skal du si det før det ramler, kanskje? Sånn som meg, som shorta dritten for tidlig ute, riktig nok.
When you come into this week and the Fed is saying that economic conditions are pretty sound and therefore don't warrant tightening, and then you end with this, or sorry, don't warrant
Tulling, ass. Jeg kan ikke ta noen seriøst lenger. Åja, du faller så mye da. Ja, for det er litt toppers i markedet, og jeg har vært litt nervøst og sånn. Ja, vel, for godt å sagt det ikke er farlig, da.
Debating as to whether or not we can characterize the economy as extremely weak. And that leaves us in this sort of no man's land of really struggling to interpret where we are in the overall growth trajectory. I think earnings have actually told us pretty much everything we need to know.
Skal du ha pizza? Pizza, gutta?
Har du bare bestilt seg? Kan jeg få så?
Ja.
Du fikk jo ikke sist. Hva var det du bestilte sist? Det var ikke noe galt.
Hva var det du bestilte sist? Det var
Ikke bestille.
Hva var det du bestilte? Jeg bestilte pepperoni, ost og skinke.
Nei, jeg fikk ikke så var det pepperoni vanligvis, kanskje skinke.
Ja, men hvorfor kan ikke vi ta halve pizzaen, da?
Men hva eksisterer?
Hva eksisterer? Hvorfor et språk er det?
Jeg vet ikke. I det siste så har jeg blitt så dårlig å prate nå. Blitt så dårlig å prate nå, skjønner du? Jeg driter.
Ja, nå er det dårlig, vi har ikke spist i dag.
Ok, nå skal jeg se på deres...
Pizza-gutta heter det. Men jeg skal trene og bole i morgen, altså. Jeg har ikke trent hele uka, jeg.
Hvem faen er det som bare bestiller tomatsaus og...
Ingen som gjør det.
Jeg tror det er nummer 2.
Vet du hva jeg egentlig har veldig godt, faktisk? Cæsarsalat med aioli og sånt. Jeg gikk jo lage det da.
Hvis du sier hva du vil ha, så kan
Du kunne lage det. Du har laget mat til meg 3 ganger på 7 år. Ja.
Men hadde du sagt hva du vil ha, så er det mye lettere å lage mat, for jeg vet...
Ok, jeg sier nå alle er vittner her. Jeg er keen på det du lagde til meg 3 ganger. Du lager den jævla gode kyllingen med sånn tomatsaus. Jeg kan spise det hver dag. Ok, kommuniser.
Hvis du sier hva du skal ha, så er det mye lettere å lage mat.
Ok, jeg sier det nå. Hver dag vil jeg ha den samme maten.
Jeg skal lage mat til deg halv 10 på gangen.
Nei, ikke nå. Hver dag.
Får jeg den avanserte maten min?
Ja, hver dag.
Da går jeg lei den og ville ha noe.
Ok, jeg kan ha en dag med kylling, en dag med kjøtt, biff, en dag med svin. Da er det variasjon.
Hva skal du vil ha med?
Hva jeg skal bidra med? Jeg skal trade væsker til deg.
Ja, hvor er det?
Nei, men først komme ut av den dritten her, da. Og så må folk skjønne hva faen makro betyr for noe. Og finans. Skjønner jo ikke. Det gjør så at jeg taper penger på at folk ikke skjønner noe. Det er jo helt
De har biff og
varmt.
tomatsaus, ostbiff og bearnéssaus.
Det skal hørtes helt jævlig ut.
Det skal være dritgodt.
Hvem faen kjøper pizza med bearnés og biff, da?
Men da får jeg ha lyst på biff.
Det høres helt jævlig ut. Vet du hva, nå kjente jeg oppkastet i kjeften.
Nei, jeg tror det er dritgodt. Vet du hva?
Nei, det høres ikke godt ut. La meg ha pizza med ost, bearnés og biff. Kødder du med meg, liksom? Du er helt fokka. Jeg skal ikke ha det på pizzaen min, i hvert fall. Jeg skal ikke ha halve min med det engang. Det stanker jo helt jævlig.
Ja, hva da?
Det er så godt.
Hva er problemet ditt? Det er dritgodt.
Hva er det du snakker om? Det er digg, det er dødt, det er godt.
Så alle sier det er godt.
De her er
Biff
fucka, da.
er dritgodt på pizza.
Ja, men det er ingen som har bearnés på pizzaen sin.
Jo, det er det.
Ja, kødder dere med meg?
Der fikk du alle imot deg.
Nei, de bare kødder. Jeg vet dere kødder, jeg. Og pommes frites. Ja, hvorfor ikke bare kjøpe biff og pommes frites og bearnés, da? Hvorfor skal du ha det oppå pizzaen, liksom?
Pommes frites er jeg uenig i. Pommes frites hører ikke til pizza.
Vet du, jeg fikk jævlig små, eller? Den der pommes fritesen tandoori som er rett ved jobben din i Oslo. Det er vel den der American Diamond. Æsj. Se gull, da. 62! To 60, 62, 62, 62, 62. Jeg er faen meg tredje av 12 timer i dag, jeg.
Det er kyllingpizza.
Det er helt kvalmt så lite jeg har tjent i dag i forhold til hvor mye jeg har jobbet. Vil du se hva jeg har tjent i dag etter tapene mine? Ja, men jeg kan vise dem før jeg tar svært tapet på det. Det er med, her kan du se jeg tar masse stopplåser også, siden folk sier, og Jones tar ikke stopplåser. De gjør faen meg vel.
De menneskene eksisterer ikke uten.
Jeg tar stopplåser hele tiden. Når det trengs. Men bare når det trengs.
Mafioso, tomatsaus, ostbiff.
He was a summer intern at SpaceX, and he was celebrated internationally.
Her snur ned helt da.
Vesuvius. You remember this, Carol? We did it on the program. It was a big deal. It's a really big deal. He won
På 50.
because he was able to do that. That was before he followed Elon Musk to Washington to join Doge. So now 20
Det høres ikke godt ut, for det er jævla tynn.
dedicated to seeing a great historical mystery through. Instead, he wound up at Doge, slashing, dismantling.
Ananas liker jeg heller ikke på pizza.
Luke is the subject of a Business Week feature by Susan Burfield, Margie Murphy, and
Nei, jeg går for de biffgreiene, ass.
This is available on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. Susan is Bloomberg Business Week senior investigative reporter. She joins us.
Hvor stor konto har her nå? Jeg kan vise om jeg har tjent på 6 uker nå. Kan du gjette? Dette er tjent på 6 uker. Men nå er jeg minus jævla mye samtidig da.
Why was he the right subject? How did you and the team land on him?
Yeah, so thanks so much for the chance to talk about this. So, as you mentioned in your introduction, Faragher was featured in a Business Week story, and it was about this pretty remarkable breakthrough he and a few others had made in helping detect passages in scrolls that had been
Det er på snart 7 uker.
And that story really stuck with me. For me personally, it was
Oi, nå går gull. Nå går gull!
AI, and thought, wow, this could be something really great. And he seemed like a really pretty incredible person. And so when and it was Wired magazine, I want to give full credit, when they published a story in early February and they named
Oi, se gull, hoppa!
who followed Musk.
Så artig, Jones. Jones meg en fin en.
His was the only that I recognized. And because of that, and because of what I knew he had accomplished, at a pretty young age, he had heard about the contest when he
Nå
was
hørte du
a
ordet, sånn.
SpaceX intern.
Så jeg hørte deg.
Essentially,
Ja, det hører jeg.
at the University of Nebraska, the very prestigious computer programming school within that.
Hvordan går det med folk som får helikopterkontoen? Bare spørre de om.
21 at the time.
Må ikke spørre meg, jeg aner ikke. Folk trader på egen hånd og alt mulig rart.
His was the first name that I recognized, and he seemed to me to be the most
De overlever. Det er bra. Følg opp til Botox, da overlever dere kanskje. Da overlever dere. Skal du tjene penger? Gjør det selv. Skal dere kanskje overleve, følg opp til Botox.
Det er bedre enn å ta på det selv, da.
Så ble han der, han Plunge, han som var helt gærne i går, foregårs, vet du? Plunge?
Og han er vekke.
Ja, han mente at gull, at jeg satt, var en idiot. Hvorfor er det long gull, Jones? Det skal ned. Faen, Jones. Hvorfor er det long gull, Jones? Faen, gjør det med vilje. Han skulle ikke være verdens beste trader for en long gull, Jones. Faen, altså! Faen, Jones, hvorfor er det long gull? Hva faen, jeg er helvete, altså. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det er long gull. Hva faller jo? Ja, sånn er det. Det faller, da går det ned. Så går det opp, da går det opp.
People in need with services in Lincoln, Nebraska, where he grew up.
Bam, 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 bam. Oi, oi! Se gull! Jones er meg flott kar!
Well known, definitely in Nebraska, but really beyond that because he
Ser vi 62?
created a miniature surgical robot that went up in
Jeg kjenner hjertet mitt. For jeg har jo den jævla kontrakten fortsatt.
in a family that really prized making things and doing things. And
Han sa at du tar aldri stopp oss, vi har prøvd bare å sette $80 ut for å rekruttere folk, jeg skjønner ikke. Gjennomfører aldri igjen.
Se der da! Jeg har hatt dama så mye kontrakt at jeg spyr ut bakfra. Jeg skal ta nå, eller? Åh, jeg svimler oss. Ute! Ja! Ja! Helvetes oldemor! Boom, 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 boom! Ha! Vet du hvor mye av min som sa, eller? Woo!
President Trump unexpectedly reporting
Visste du det? Faen, Jones!
expire at the end of January. So again, Federal Reserve Governor Adrian Kugler unexpectedly stepping down early from the central bank's powerful board of governors. So an early vacancy.
Jeg satt faen meg med 2,75 kontrakter. Jeg bare tørte ikke si det høyt. Fy faen! Nei, 2,75 kontrakter! herregud! I dag er jeg kristen.
Bloomberg Business Week senior investigative reporter. Her story
Faen, Jones.
Bloomberg.com. It's all about
Hvor mange kontrakter er det?
going to Doge, and that's exactly where I want to pick up the conversation. How did he then go from this small town in the middle?
Åh!
Og i steg grafen da?
Vet du hvor mange kontrakter er nå, da?
Mindre.
Jeg har litt mindre. Jeg har fortsatt jævla mye. Ta gevinst. Ta gevinst. Kjøper inn en litt lenger ned.
Jeg bare, nei, ikke kjøp inn.
Jo, men jeg angrer på at jeg tar gevinst, ikke? Straks helg. Det betyr at jeg skal videre opp. Nå går vi. Ja, gå videre opp på det. Stopp! Yeah, wow!
Wow! Hva skjer?
Oh my god! Helvete. Oi, det er 900 og... Jeg hadde gull for 10 millioner kroner.
Det var ikke rart du hadde noe til magen sist da.
Jeg er ufør, da.
Started recruiting for it on X, and Faradar, we understand, is among the first to apply. So he was very eager, as we understand it, to work with Musk.
Fytte helvete. Det var 62 jeg sa, var det ikke det jeg sa? Jeg fikk vondt i magen, da. Jeg kom meg ut. Jeg har fortsatt masse ennå, da. Jeg kom ut med den jævelen. Fy faen, ass. Jeg har vondt i hendene mine overalt, jeg. Nå er jeg klar for å spise, ass. Det var faen meg deilig.
Someone as Faradar was without a college degree or without 5 years of experience would not have been hired. But Faradar and others...
Du, nå er jeg så glad, ass. Helvete. Nå må jeg få ut Nasdaqen min til slutt, så er det også bra. Nei, i dag har vi... Ny topp! Hva er det jeg sier? Jeg sa 62, var det ikke 62 jeg sa? Jeg sa 62. Hvis jeg treffer på 62 nå, da er jeg synsk.
Og så ramler det rundt den.
Nei. 62 har jeg sagt. Skal jeg høre på det? Jeg kan det nå, for den er ute av skiten min. Fy faen, ass. Nå er jeg så glad. Jeg må bare ut av Nasdaqen, men helst vil jeg være short her. Helst.
Kugler to resign effective August 8th. She'll step down from her position on the central bank's board, the Fed announced on Friday. Here's what she said in a statement released by the Fed, quote, "It has been an honor of a lifetime to serve on the board of governors of the Federal Reserve System. I'm especially achieving our dual mandate of bringing down prices and keeping a strong and resilient labor market."
All right, so he's never going to go home tonight. We're so convinced because, man, there's been so many headlines, and we knew we had to turn back to our own Michael McKee. He, of course, is TV, radio, international policy person. I don't know why I don't get your title. He's just man about town, and we just got to go to him.
He's whatever he wants to.
Whatever you want, yeah.
So, Adriana Kugler, what do we need to know?
Nå kommer den Dr. Gold-konto kommer til å sprenge taket. Kommer til å doble den jævla kontoen. Vent og se. Bare må ha litt mer opp, så jeg kan trede ordentlig. Jeg skal doble den kontoen.
It's just a formal resignation letter to the president, and some of that was quoted in the statement that you were just reading. But she did miss the last Fed meeting.
Mye spektakel for meg, men jeg var så jævla feil. Så jeg var først i går minus med 12 000, og så tradet jeg inn 18. Altså det vil si 12 000. Nei, da tradet jeg inn 20, så jeg endte opp med netto 8. Og så er jeg opp nå hittil i dag med 15 000. Egentlig opp med 130, for jeg var i feil vei med 30. Så jeg har realisert tradet inn 15 000, og så har kontoen min rettet seg opp med 135 000. Men jeg er minus, og det spruter på Nasdaq-kjøpet mitt. Men det er veldig bra. Så på uka er jeg opp med 30 000. På måneden så er jeg opp med 120. Jeg begynte med 30 000 kroner på den kontoen her. Så kontoen begynte jeg med 30 000 kroner. Og så har jeg tradet inn 19 300 dollar på 30 000 kroner. Og så putter jeg opp 50 000 i marginer. Det er det jeg har gjort.
So it makes it for an interesting situation as far as the president is concerned.
Du går bare videre, sa han.
It's very common for a member of the Fed.
Fy faen hvor god jeg er, ass. Ta bare litt tid for folk skjønner det, liksom. Nei, jeg er faen meg god. Jeg må innrømme det. Jeg er jævla god, ass. Ja, dollaren svekker seg videre. 0,2. Tar vi gevinster igjen nå, eller? Så kjøper jeg på nytt, da. Jeg må det. Nå skal jeg gå 300 dollar til.
Nå er vi på 60.
61 nå. Jeg sa 62, var det jeg sa.
Most of the time, what ends up happening is the president hasn't nominated someone yet to take the job, or the Senate hasn't acted on the nomination. So the person stays longer because the position's not filled.
So let's get to what happens now, and to that question that Carol was alluding to, the president's ability to appoint somebody and what that process looks like, and any names on a short list, Mike?
Well, the names are the names that you've all heard, the two Kevins, Hassett and Warsh. Scott Bessent, although that's still a lot of work. Hard, yeah, it's still hard to kind of put that one together. And then
these would be for her position as Fed governor. That would be
well. The other person obviously is Chris Waller. And now, the problem for the president is that he doesn't know if Jay Powell is going to resign his job as governor, which he can stay until 2028 when his term as chair is over. So the Kugler seat might be the only one he has to appoint somebody new to the Fed to be the chair. And this was a decision that they were hoping to make sometime in October or November. They could still wait and leave the seat unfilled for the time being, or Kugler could agree to stay on, although her letter to the president and the press release suggests that won't happen. Move up the opportunity for the president to move. Now, what is his gamble? Is he going to bet he could put somebody else into a seat if Jay Powell leaves, or is he going to appoint somebody to the Kugler seat now, which if the Senate acted reasonably expeditiously...
Fy faen, det går mer!
And create this shadow Fed situation. Now, expeditiously, I have to warn everybody, the Senate's going out now for August. No budget. And so a government shutdown is...
Den er ut på Nasdaqen. Den er feil vei med 100 Nei, vi er feil vei der nå. Jeg er feil vei på Nasdaqen med 137 000 nå. Jeg har tapt på Nasdaq i dag. 137 000 kroner minus. Eller i går og dag da.
chairs, when their terms are up, generally resign as a member of the Board of Governors, but they don't have to. And Michael Barr was the vice chair for supervision. He resigned that job when Trump was elected. But
Hvor lenge tjente på World Law? Ikke så mye.
Given that she was a voting member.
Jeg realiserte... Jeg var i minus som faen i stad. Jeg realiserte...
It probably doesn't have a huge
Det her.
amount of influence because she's always voted with the chair, and it's unlikely that anybody else is going to, I'll almost guarantee that if she actually leaves the seat there, that seat will be empty at the September
She
meeting.
said she'll leave effective August 8th.
Right.
Jeg holder alt hodet kaldt, jeg. Selv om det går til helvete. Det er når det går bra jeg ikke har hodet kaldt. Jeg er litt motsatt av alle. Når det går bra, så får jeg helt raptus. Når det går dårlig, så sitter jeg helt stille.
She wouldn't change the vote. The only two people we know about now who wanted a written
Jeg sa 62. 62 var targeten min på gull. 62.
change what the ultimate outcome is.
We still have another hour and 17 minutes, so you might not want to leave, because there might be another headline that we have to come back
You
to.
guys had free drinks or something like that, so I came back and this happened. Sorry that you couldn't find the drinks.
So is there a Friday we needed maybe a drink to wrap up? This would certainly be it. My thanks again. Michael McKee, of course, here at Bloomberg News. Let's get back to the trade, folks. We've got about 16 minutes to go. Once again, here's Shirley.
Hi, thank you very much. The stocks lower across the board. Lots of moving parts to this market on this Friday. We head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main news averages are in the red amid Trump's tariffs and the jobs disappointment. The S&P is down 1.6%, with the Nasdaq down 2% to April lows. Taking a look at the Dow, Sherwin-Williams, Home Depot, and Johnson & Johnson leading, with Amazon, UNH, and Salesforce under pressure. Moderna, Exxon, and Chevron in the red after earnings this morning, and with the Fed's
Meanwhile,
Trump is attempting to fire BLS chief over the satisfaction with the job standards. A tech Tesla
Ja, du sa jo det, ja. Jeg fikk ikke noe flytte meg. Jeg hadde 2,75 kontrakter.
Ikke 0,2, men 2.
Nei, 2,75 kontrakter over. Derfor kunne ikke jeg gå. Bitcoin, ramler Bitcoin da, eller? Husk jeg har sagt til dere om krypto da.
This is the drive to the close on Bloomberg Radio. All right, everybody, just under 15 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday, first trading day in the month of August, August 1st. Of course, it's been a big week, a big day.
Nei, story.
Max 7 earnings, trade and tariff.
Jeg kjøper bare en video. Dere sier Nasdaq.
You're going to be gone next week. Let's just hope things settle down a little.
Nå er jeg så glad. Applaus til meg. Jeg har ikke en shit der på Discord. Ja, det var fin prepinda. Jeg hadde så mange kontrakter i sted at jeg satt og... Jeg visste ikke om jeg skulle... Jeg visste ikke hva jeg skulle gjøre for det. Jeg hadde vært så glad før, samtidig som jeg har blåst bort 123 000 kroner på Nasdaq. Det er sykt da. Jeg sitter her på Nasdaq med en dag, 123 000 kroner. En dag feil på Nasdaq. Jeg har vært short hver dag i 7 uker. 6 uker, 7 uker. Jeg har vært short hver dag. Først det går til, jeg gidder ikke, jeg gir opp. Jeg bare, fuck hele det jævla fuckings Nasdaq-greiene. Jeg går long. Og så rett ned. Det er helt sykt.
Trump's continued attacks on the Fed, but also the fact that the Fed did not move rates lower this week.
Men det som er bra med gull, er at liksom jeg har fulgt den så bra, har vært så jævla hard på gull, og så treffer vi så jævlig bra. Det er det som er morsomt, du har rett. Hvordan kommer det til NAS? Jeg trader inn sånn som jeg gjør nå. Jeg skal trade inn den NASen. Jeg tradet en 6000 dager på NAS. På copy. Det går fint. Jeg skal trade som faen her nå, for nå er det litt mer volum der. Ja, jeg trader den inn. Det vil si at jeg tjener inn 5000, tar tapp 5000, tjener inn 10 000, tar tapp 10 000. Men jeg må ha volum. Sånn som det er i dag, så er det volum. De som har fulgt meg lenge vet hvordan jeg egentlig trader. Jeg gir jo faen om jeg sitter i minus. Jeg bryr meg ikke, så lenge jeg har marginer. Jeg gir fullstendig blanke om jeg sitter i minus. For jeg vinner alltid. Jeg tjener penger. Så om jeg sitter i minus litt, så det høres litt dumt ut, men sånn er det bare. Jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg trader inn igjen uansett. Jeg er alltid pluss. Alltid pluss til slutt. Oi. Se dollar, nei, se gull nå. Fytti faen. Enda mer penger. Herregud, skal jeg gjøre med de pengene her da? Nei, med de pengene her nå, så må jeg da altså ta tap på Nasdaq snart. Hva da?
Det er doktorbokkompanjen. Nye der får nesten ikke noen gevinster i dag. Har du 1000 der? Men når de har små kontor, vet du med det tilsvar når du gjør 100 dollar?
Nei. Nei, ikke på gull. For at vi liker. Ja, det vet jeg, men jeg drikker i det.
Jeg spurte trynet 64 dollar da, men når jeg sa hva med nå, så sendte du meg screen, og da var det 1,5 dollar. Da var det sikkert gjort.
Ja, det er Nasdaq.
Det er det som er litt dumt.
Men gull tjente mye penger på.
Men ja, gull trener.
Jeg tjente gull på koppen. Og det er noen penger på meg i dag. Ja, gjort gulltre der.
I want to bring in a True Social post the president just posted to social media. He said, quote, "In my opinion, today's jobs numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad, just like when they had 3 great days around the 2024 presidential election. And then those numbers were taken away on November 15th, 2024, right after the election, when the jobs numbers were massively revised downward, making correction of over 818,000 jobs. A total scam." Again, I'm reading this right from his post on social media.
Det var oppe og toucha nå 61,18. Det var 62 som jeg sa targeten min var.
Alexis, how do you look at this? Not just the attacks on Fed Chair Jay Powell, but as we learned today that the president has decided to fire the labor statistics head after the weak jobs data. How do you look at this? Because I know you look at this data to make investment decisions. I know the team at Alexis Partners does this as...
Nå stenger den om 10 minutter, så gå og spise da. Du må svare på chatten nå da. Hva? Null stopplås, ja. Ja. Jeg har ikke stopplås. Bare når det trengs. Det som blir bra, Tim, er at når de kontoene blir større, da vil også du tjene mye mer penger, vet du. Og da er det mye lettere for meg å trade også. Ja, jeg er ikke noe annet med koa. Det er bare Trump som lager helvete. Det var Trump. Trump er en jævla kødd. Nå har gull opp 70 dollar. Fy faen.
But this isn't a political question. This is a question about the data. As Mike McKee, our international economics and policy correspondent, shared with us in the last couple of hours, he reminded us that the U.S. is the gold standard when it comes to economic data. Do you have a concern about the data that comes out now, and perhaps the data in the future will not be as good if there are these attacks on the statisticians, the folks who are at the BLS who produce this data?
Well, I have to just react to the data itself. I don't think it's really in my position or in my purview to be the one to make the calls on whether this person or that person did a good job with the statistics. I think we have to take it and see how the market reacts to things and just really take the facts as it comes through. I don't think I'm in a position to be the one to say that this person rigged this, or on the flip side, that this person didn't rig this and now it's being overly manipulated. I think that as a country, we have a good amount of checks and balances that I doubt that anything that comes up in the tweet right now is really going to overly move things. And I think the fact that markets dropped precipitously on the initial news and the initial change in
Halla! Alex, jeg ba han bare sitte. Jeg ringte og ba han kjøpe i forgårs. Eller var det går? Forgårs?
Alexis, gonna have to leave it there. Thank you, as always, for joining us. Alexis Brown Roberts, Portfolio Manager, also Chief Operating Officer over at Alexis Investment Partners, joining us this afternoon.
Se det der, da.
We'll see you next time. Do you want to take a look, Carol, at the S&P 500 as we do get just about 5 minutes away from the close of equity trading? Down 1.5%, the NASDAQ down 2%, so we're off our worst levels of the day, but hovering around the lows. The Dow down 1.2%.
Yeah, looking at an S&P 500 that is going to post a decline of about 2.3%. That's after about a 1.5% rally the week before. As for the NASDAQ 100, also seeing some selling throughout the week. A lot coming out of investors, down about 2.2% for the week overall. I'm going to go back to the large caps in terms of the trade, and you're seeing most names in the S&P 500 on this Friday lower. Down about 350.
Gå videre oppover. Videre oppover, så har
The upside. Again, some volatility. We keep talking equities, that's so important, but so much of the story today coming off of that jobs report is what we saw in the U.S. Treasury curve. I'm looking at a 10-year note where you are seeing a drop today where we saw 10 years above 4%.
Hva kan ha den oppå den, ja? Hva kan ha den her oppå der, ikke der? Ja, se på den der, da, som blir sånn haren. Ja, den ble det som ble. Sånn. De svære labbene dine. Det er gøy. Se på... Ja, men se på Nasdaqen nå. Nå vil du hjem. Ja, jeg drikker nå. Jeg er sliten, ass. Nå går vi i minuset. Å, fy faen, jeg er bipolar, ass. Fuck alt sammen. Det er bare kult når det går opp. Oi, se på den Robert her. Fang den, Robert!
Jeg leter mat.
Skal du spise den?
Nei.
Nei,
Det var så bra i jul at jeg prøvde å kjøpe mat.
Skal vi gi bort kråka altså her?
Det men nei.
Ja. Har du tjent penger i dag, Robert, eller bare sitte rolig?
Sitte rolig.
Ja, jeg har tapt 123 000 på Nasdaq.
Det har lønt seg å sitte rolig, ja.
Ja. Da bra du kan le.
Ja.
Vært short i 7 uker.
Kan jo sånn gjøre.
Jeg har vært short i 7 uker. Den ene dagen hvor jeg skal gå long, så knekker det med en måned på 2 timer.
Ja, du snakker om inkompetanse.
Den serveren som Alexander pratet om, den var god dans.
Ja.
Fjern TikToken din, eller slett den serveren.
Jeg vet ikke hva som gjør det. Faen.
Jeg må spørre om hjelp, da.
Nei, ikke nå, for jeg har ikke den serveren her. Jeg har ikke kodene.
Det er derfor folk stjeler TikTok-videoene dine, vet du. Den er koblet til. Den gamle serveren.
To minutter til stenger. Fantastisk dag. Fantastisk. Nå kommer sikkert Nasdaq til å stikke av seg.
Høyron kommer jeg til mål på!
We like Fridays to be mellow and quiet. I know we had a jobs report, but usually it starts to mellow out after the report. And that's not been the case at all. And I feel like get ready for another week because even though the trade deadline was today, we're going to still get, there's more terms to be worked out. Delivery, extensions, uncertainty still exists.
Yeah, trade's certainly part of the story. A big part of the story today, too, are the president's continued attacks on the Federal Reserve, now extending those attacks to the Bureau of Labor Statistics after getting data that he didn't necessarily like, calling those numbers rigged earlier. We've been talking about that throughout the program. I should note, we spent a lot of time talking about what's going on with treasuries today and what's also happening with stocks. Don't forget about the crypto market. Let's see it red there. Another 2%.
Jeg føler jeg sitter på sånn rollercoaster i dag. Jeg er kvalm, ass. De kontraktene hadde gjorde at jeg fikk helt delirium i stedet. Fy faen, da kjente du redde oss, da. På hver tikk så bare tjing, 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 tjing. Yeah!
Oi, de ringte ekstra lenge der. Hørte du det? De ringte ekstra lenge. Bjella ringte lenger enn vanlig.
Takk for i dag. Da gir vi gass som faen på søndag kveld klokken 12 på natta. Skal vi trede gull. Gull skal ha $300 til. Nijo. Jeg vil ha Rolexen din. Helvete. Jeg vil ha Rolex.
Yeah, let's take a look at the sector breakdown here. Kind of read to talk about, you have big tech is the biggest decliner on a points basis.
Hva skal vi spise? Vi har vært på sin klokken dag tidlig, vi. Det var jævla moro å trade i dag, altså. Jeg fikk gjort ganske mange trades i går, skjønner du. Ja, faktisk. Faktisk. Den er grei.
To what is the top gainer in the S&P 500, tickers MPWR. We're talking about monolithic power.
Kan du bestille pizza nå?